Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.
மணக்க மணக்க மசாலா, மணக்காடு சிக்கன் மசாலா மற்றும் சில்லி சிக்கன் மசாலா.
மணக்காடு மசாலா. Daily, daily. Taste daily. Taste the daily.
This is something I wanted to experience firsthand. I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Number 901 car. Every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car.
You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Acting and racing, emotionally demanding jobs.
A very good morning from the Mugello circuit in Italy for part 2 of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. We had 7 hours of thrilling action through rain, dry, and more rain again throughout the day, and we have 5 more hours left to go. We arrive at the Mugello circuit this morning with overnight rain, but dry conditions. What are we going to have over the next 5 and a bit hours or so? It is very much an unknown and very exciting indeed. My name is Peter Mackay in the Global Broadcast Centre, taking you through the action alongside Bruce Jones. Bruce, we both went to bed last night exhausted because the mental processing power required to keep on top of that race yesterday was amazing. I wonder if we're going to have more of the same today.
Oh, it truly was. I mean, we had every different shape, size, form of rain, and as soon as it eased up, people started thinking, should we give another stint for our driver on the rain tyres towards the end of the race? Should we stick them out on slicks? Well, I tell you what, that was super brave, any team that did it. The track this morning appears dry, but it's still got a lot of moisture. There was rain until 7 o'clock this morning, but those that went out on the slicks, I have to tip my hat to Jake Hill, who was sensational. He had the patience to wait for them to come in, and it took a long time, 2 or 3 laps, and then it was fastest lap after fastest lap, and then a host of other teams went for it at the end. But let's just talk about the tyres they finished on last night, because that's a factor ahead of this morning's start to the race. 9:30 race start in half an hour.
Yeah, that's going to be the big discussion point. Tyres, if we stay dry, when do those that finished last night on wets, when do they go on to dries? Well, there is one car, the Kessel Ferrari, which will start second, which went into Parc Fermé on dries. Did they keep the dries on? That's where we're going to find that out when we get our reporters down on to the grid. But here in the Michelin 12-hour, Michelin 24-hour series, excuse me, we have an amazing calendar of events. This is the opening round of the season here at Mugello, and well, we go to some of the greatest circuits anywhere in Europe. In just under a month's time, we go to Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium for a little bit of frites and mayonnaise and some fantastic motor racing, a circuit which is familiar to every racing fan. Formula One, endurance racing, and all sorts of other things as well. It's always a highlight of the season. What will the weather do? Oh, who knows? Then we go to Misano, to the beautiful Italian seaside, not far from the home of Valentino Rossi, now GT racer, of course. That's towards the end of May. Then the summer scorcher, which will be Paul Ricard in the south of France on the 4th and 5th of July, and closing off with our traditional finale, the 24 hours of Barcelona. Always a great event.
Running through testing, through practice, through qualifying. So the first time they got to try the rain tyres was in the race. So a bit of guesswork, and quite a few of the teams had to just try and work out what was the right tyre pressures. You saw some crews struggling for the first few stints, and then they began to understand, began to make progress. But like yesterday, we got clouds over the hills. Air temperature, it's 1 degree warmer than yesterday. But the weather forecast is suggesting it's going to be scattered showers and a little bit of the blue sky with sun poking through. We saw none of that yesterday. It felt like early evening from lunchtime onwards, but the humidity is higher than yesterday. It was 77% humidity. Now it's 82, so it's clammy. But the teams learnt an awful lot yesterday. There were a few slips and slides. In fact, there were loads of slips and slides, but I think we've only lost one car from yesterday. I think it's only the E2P Racing Aston Martin. So we'll start with 30 today, but the big question is what tyres they'll go out on. That is going to be key, at least for some of the opening stint. 5 hours of racing lies ahead.
So last night when we went into Parc Fermé conditions, most of the front runners were on fairly old wet tyres. The only exception was the second place car, the Kessel Ferrari, number 8. It was on dry tyres and flying right up until the end of the race. They actually have a totally open choice here because the track has been declared wet, so for safety reasons they can change to a brand new Michelin wet if they want to. Whereas if they'd gone in on a wet tyre, you can't go from a wet to dry. So for those that are on those old wets, they're likely, well, we're going to have to see how they get on in those opening laps. Kessel Racing, they have that choice to them. We're going to find out what choice they have gone for, and indeed which driver they will install for the start of the race. Their pro driver, David Fiminelli, who was incredible in the opening sensational, that would be the right word, in that opening stint. That was the only stint he did all day yesterday, so they've got a lot of his drive time to use. For me, they are in the prime position right now.
You'd have to suggest, but let's just talk about the crew that came home first after the 7 hours of racing. The 95 Porsche Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors only 2 of their drivers actually drove out of the 3 yesterday. Sabino De Castro, who started, and then Sergio Nicolai, always looking good, didn't make any slip-ups as far as we could see. But Fabrizio Broggi, he sacrificed himself yesterday so that he could do his all of his driving today. But they put their Porsche on pole position. They were leading, by a comfortable margin when the 7 hours were completed. But 2 other cars, including that Kessel Racing Ferrari, were on the same lap. So they line up right alongside him, one alongside, one immediately behind on this restart grid. And I think we've got pretty much all the cars. An overhead shot suggested maybe 1 or 2, either not there and starting from the pit lane, or possibly just not quite in position.
Not quite yet, yes. And we got down on the grid as the drivers are almost ready to go. Diana Binks is down there getting all of the atmosphere. Yesterday, the track was a little bit wetter when we started. Today, let's get a report on how things are looking. Di, down to you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, down here on the grid, the teams are now just making their way onto the grid because the cars have lined up. They did a formation lap, as you just said, and now they line up in position here on the grid. A number of drivers, obviously, in the car at the moment. It's pretty quiet down here on the grid, to be fair. They're just going through checking their systems as they line up. So I think you need to come back to me, just if you can give me a few minutes' time till I have a few people here to talk to. Otherwise, they're all in the car. But looking at the tyre choice at the moment, it's definitely wet tyres, although I think I can, do bear with me, I think I can just sneak in and have a little chat. Sabine, how are you today?
Yes, fantastic day, fantastic work yesterday for all the team. Today is very different because some car have a new tire because finished the race yesterday with the slick, and today have a new set, and we use the old set. But no problem. Now fight with the Ferrari and another Mercedes, but maybe the Ferrari have 4 laps penalty if don't drive all driver. But well, we try to go fast, maybe finger cross.
What's your approach going to be for the start? What's your approach going to be for the start?
I sort of don't understand, but because I have a helmet. But now the track is all wet. For me, if don't arrive the sun, maybe 1 or 2 hours with the rain, and totally change the race when one car put the slick and find a solution to go more fast.
Okay, well,
thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Sorry, having a little trouble there hearing me through the helmet. So let's go and speak to Kessel Racing, the number 8 Ferrari that's waiting here. Hold on. Thank you very much. Stabbard. Just fallen down there. If you can hear me well through your helmet, how are you feeling today, first of all?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm feeling great. Yesterday we had a fantastic first part of the race. Conditions are very similar, so yeah, let's see. It's going to be an interesting race due to the strategy calls. It's going to be important to see if we're going to have the chance to put slick tires sooner or later. So yeah, looking forward.
You just did a quick formation lap there. What were the conditions on the circuit?
So I have to say, because it rained quite a lot during the night, it's still wet. There are some parts a bit more wet than others. Yesterday we saw it took very long time to dry the track, so I think the first part of the race will be in this condition, and then hopefully if the weather improves and the sun will come out, it's going to be for slicks.
The characteristics of this Ferrari very much suited to this circuit here in Mugello. Why is that?
I mean, it's a great car to drive here because I think its strength point is the aerodynamic, and Mugello you have a lot of floating and fast corners, so I think this tracks really suits our car. So yeah, yesterday we had a good performance, so let's try to keep it going.
David, just looking at this, we know about the rain and the changing conditions, but for you as a driver, what's your preference? Do you like wet, dry?
In Mugello I probably prefer dry because it's a very challenging track and very fast track. But I also like the rain. It's a bit more challenging. You have more strategies and possibilities, so it's fun both ways.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good race. So I will continue just down here on the grid, I'll go to Heart of Racing, the number 27. I think Ian James is the starting driver in the car, and he's just outside of the car at the moment, and then this Mercedes getting ready. Ian, how are you feeling today?
Good. Ready to go again. Excited.
Yesterday was quite a challenge, wasn't it? What was the sort of feel from the other drivers in the team as to how the day went?
I think it went really well. I mean, Hannah, and it was her first wet race, so she was amazing yesterday. Graded amazing stints as well. We're just trying to keep our nose clean, stay out of trouble, and we managed to do that for 7 hours, 5 more to go.
The strategy call that the team have to make when the conditions are changing like that, how tense is it at times?
Well, it's very tense, and I think it depends where you're running in the order. If you're running a bit further back, you can throw the dice a little bit more, go to slicks, gain advantage there. But if you're running towards the front, you don't want to risk making the wrong move.
I often ask drivers, you know, what's your approach to the race? But when we have endurance races like this, especially when they're split into 2 parts, does that whole that thought process change?
I don't think the 2-part thing changes, but obviously 12 hours, you know, the mentality really should just be to stay on the lead lap, and especially the way Creventic runs it, you know, we just needed to be on the lead lap, so we did everything just to stay on the lead lap yesterday. We were right on the tail end of it, but obviously we gained 2 minutes from the overnight intervention. All
right, Ian, thank you so much. Have a good race.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will continue down here. We'll just go to the Continental Racing, the number 69. Vasily, I think, is the starting driver. May I open the door? Yes. Could you open it for me, please? Thanks, sorry. Vasily, I'm hoping you can hear me.
Maybe.
A little bit. How are you feeling today?
Good. The weather is still not the best, but the position on the grid is much better than yesterday.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? We've got a 5-hour race to go. What's your approach going to be for the start? The restart, rather?
The start will be calm because it's not so wet and everyone is on wet tyres.
Caution into the first corner?
Not really. I have only 2 cars in front.
Okay. All right, I'll leave you to it. Thank you very much, Vasily. Thank you for opening the door for us. Where should we go to next? We'll just wander down. There's not so many teams on the grid at this point in the morning, but I think we have got Jake Hill that's in the wrong side. Era Motorsport number 81. Jake, good morning. We've not had a chance to chat to you yet, I don't think. Did a sterling job yesterday. How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, really good, Di. I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'm loving driving this car, you know, around this circuit. It's a real privilege. You know, it's my first time driving a GT3 car in the rain as well yesterday. So, yeah, I thought, you know, we'd throw some slicks at it just for good fun, and we made good progress yesterday afternoon. So, yeah, looking forward to this morning. We're going to try and pick off a few of these boys if we can and, yeah, continue to move forward.
That seemed like a very good call, as you said, putting the slicks on yesterday, and we saw you getting quicker and quicker. At what point did you think, right, OK, we're going to go for the slick option now?
Yeah, well, when Kyle brought it in for me to get in for the last half an hour there, you know, it was borderline. Obviously, a couple of teams tried it, couldn't make it work, but I was pretty confident that I'd be able to work it hard and, you know, just be patient with it and get the temperature up. And yeah, after 3 or 4 laps, it turned out to be a lot quicker than the wet. So took a few brave pills and yeah, made it work.
Good for you. How much are you enjoying endurance racing alongside, obviously, your campaign in the UK and the British Touring Car Championship?
Loving it, to be honest. You know, it's obviously it's a completely different form of racing. You know, the endurance side is something I'm really enjoying and getting used to now. But for sure, you know, the touring car ways definitely help this sort of stuff, you know, especially when the grip's low like it was yesterday afternoon and like I'm sure we're going to have for the start of this race. So, yeah, it's not all bad doing 2 programs at once.
It's great. Well, it's great to have you here, Jake. Have a great day. Thank you so much. So I will now just throw back to the commentary booth, or I think we're going to take a look and give you a bit more information about the track here in Mugello.
Well, where do we start with Mugello? A historic venue. They've actually been racing around these hillsides since 1914, but the circuit as we know it today has been running since 1974. It's a circuit that's so familiar to motorcycle racing fans, home to the Italian MotoGP race for so many years. But we heard from a few of the drivers there talking about just how quick it is. Reaching an ultimate top speed of 274 kph, about 165 miles an hour as they hit the brakes hard going into San Donato. There's a real crest of a hill there. Got to try and get it calmed down before, from about 165 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour, going down from 6th to 2nd gear. Then it's the climb up the hill, trying to get traction through turn 2, through turn 3. Really, really tricky there as you go up that hill through Luco and Poggio Secco. Then the latter part of the track through turn 7, 8 and 9, the Arrabbiatos. The GT3 cars are over 100 miles an hour for a prolonged period of time, really putting the left-hand side tyres through the paces. But beautiful flow, beautiful rhythm. This is just a pleasure of a circuit to visit. I can't imagine, Bruce Jones, what it's like to drive.
Well, I think it's a rare thing to have such fabulous flow. Augment that with the ups and downs, and it really, really does make it a challenge. Over the years, we watched great racing here, particularly on two wheels. But I first came here 30-something years ago, and the beauty about it, it simply hasn't changed. They might have built an enormous grandstand opposite the pits, but you've still got the Italian farmhouses and little villages and hamlets up on the hills above. Occasionally, apparently, allegedly, sometimes you can see the top of those hills around the circuit. But we were talking earlier about how much the track might dry, but it's very much nestled in its own valley, which means if there is any breeze, it doesn't always get here. And so far, looking at the few flags around the circuit, they're hanging limp. So it's going to take quite a while. We did have a little flash of sunshine for, all of 30 seconds down on the grid about 15 minutes ago. But we heard from, I think, David Fuminelli in that Kessel Racing Ferrari, particularly talking about how it's going to take really quite a while. So anybody who thought of starting on slicks, I think they'll be disabused of that idea.
Well, there are so many storylines up and down this grid. So while we've still got the chance to be on the grid, let's get back down to Diana, who's going to catch up with a few more of our drivers.
Thank you very much, Peter. Yes, I've just come to the back of the grid, so I had to sprint down here, so I'm slightly out of breath. I do apologise. Venture Racing, the number 421. Just want to have... They haven't got a driver. Shall I drive? No, that's not a good idea. OK, let's chat to you guys. Come around. Oh, no. This is the team here. We haven't got a driver yet, so they're all looking... Here he comes. Matthew, we were just... I was just about to have a chat with your team, actually, because they said we haven't got a driver, so...
Yeah, you're lucky you managed to swerve that one. God knows what answer you would have got out of that.
Matthew, let's just have a recap of yesterday from a team perspective and your perspective. How do you feel the day went?
Yeah, pretty good, to be honest. Honestly, we haven't been amazingly fast. So when the rain came, we were quite pleased. It was a chaotic race. I've only done one of these Creventic races before at Barcelona, but it was a lot smoother than it was yesterday with all the Code 60s and everything. But team did an amazing job. We managed to capitalise a lot on all the Code 60s with the fuelling and stuff, and we're in a pretty good position this morning, but I think today is going to be much the same, to be honest, if not worse. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
It's very competitive, the 24-hour series, and obviously each individual classes are competitive. How do you find the GT4 class?
Yeah, it's mega, and I mean, you look at the grid and there's not that many cars, but I mean, we're still battling amazingly close after 7 hours, and I'd be surprised if that changes over the next 5. And the same in Barcelona, the last round that we did, there was only 6 cars there and we managed to win the race by 1 second. So it's amazingly competitive, and yeah, we absolutely love it.
What's the approach going to be for today, and certainly for the restart of this, because we're just about to go into 5 hours. We still don't know what the conditions are going to do.
Yeah, I think best guess is that it's probably not going to rain, so timing when you go to slicks is going to be quite important. But to be honest, we've got a small advantage, so we're just going to get through the first bit and see where we go from there.
OK, well, look, you have a great day. I see some of your team have just disappeared now. They were obviously a bit frightened that I was just going to go and chat to them. Why don't I just have a chat to you? OK, name, number?
Lewis. Number? My number? Mobile?
No. Lewis, how are you doing? Obviously, you've got a great team here, but we're just about to get back to the action on track.
Yeah, I mean, it's my first time away with this team. It's pretty exciting, to be honest. First Creventic round for myself. Car's doing well so far, so I guess we'll see how the rest of the 5 hours go.
Did anything surprise you yesterday? Because those conditions that we were all facing were sort of not unprecedented, but we haven't seen it like that for a long time.
Yeah, no first corner shunt really. That was, we saw the onboard of this vehicle. First corner got a good few places up, and the rain lights coming towards us. No shunt, so I suppose that's the best scenario really.
All right, well, look, I'll let you guys go and get ready. All of you have a great day. Thanks very much for having a chat to us here on the grid. Guys, I'm gonna throw back to you.
He's done that before, Bruce. That was far too polished.
I do believe so.
Well done, Dad.
Gabe, for that. Well done for sprinting all the way down to the back of the grid. Hearing some news that the Aston Martin that went missing after about fewer than 60 laps yesterday, new engine stuck on board that one. Great to have it, because we want as many marks in this race. But when listening to Matthew George there, as he points out, only 3 GT4 class cars. They're the slowest cars in the field. 15 cars in GT3, and their lap speed is so much greater. So not only were they battling, learning a track, learning it on wet weather tyres they hadn't driven on before, in rain that was changing in degree the whole time, they have to be on their mirrors almost more than they're looking forward in GT4. And I think the Venture team and the Gebhardt family Porsche Cayman crew did just a really, really good job. The amount of spray that they were looking through to see what was coming up behind them, but also relying on the marshals too to wave those blue flags. And I'd say the driving behaviour was very, very good indeed in terms of cars. The slower cars have to stay on their racing line. The faster cars, it's their job to pick their way safely past them. There'll be plenty of that today, but for the people in GT4 and GTX, it's particularly tricky that they've got to play a sort of two-part role.
And we saw so many times where different cars, different classes, even when they're on dry, there's differences in paces, of course. But the thing is also, when they were on the right tyre or the wrong tyre, that could fluctuate the lap time massively. We saw, well, the Hoffer racing team, who are up there close to the overall podium as an AM car, they'd taken the risk to go onto dry tyres. They were in the process of bringing them up to temperature. And there was a 992 class car, which typically would be slower, but because they were on the ideal tyre for that condition at that time, they were quicker. They opened the door, the 992 car made a mistake, and bang, they're in the gravel, and that was it. So they've had, we should say that Hoffer Racing have had a 5-lap penalty for working on the car in the intervention brake. I think that's very much by design. They decided to get the car to the end of the first part yesterday, and it's better to take a 5-lap penalty and work on the car, because 5 laps is only, it's not even 10 minutes, is it? So that is, they would have had a lot more than 10 minutes of work to do. So that was a clever thing to do. But 5-lap penalty for them in the AM class. They've got a bit of work to do over the next 5 hours.
Yeah, 7 hours was 161 laps. We had a lot of Code 60s yesterday, and the old phrase, a Code 60 breeds another. What happened, it wasn't particularly warm, and it was a question of people on the restart after the Code 60 was withdrawn. We went back green flag racing, not having enough heat in their tyres and sliding off. The gravel beds had quite a lot of action. The first corner in particular, San Donato, a lot of drivers were going and just realised they weren't going to be turning right, and across the painted curbing into the gravel. But the gravel did its jobs. We had cars pulled back out. They continued. But just going back to that Hofer Racing Mercedes, after that contact, very late in the 7th hour, we've got 3 minutes to go until the restart. You, like an eagle-eyed commentator, looked at onboard and said, is there steering out of true? And that would be what they were working on. That what they've taken the 5-lap punishment for. So 161 laps yesterday, but with a lot of Code 60, we might get, I don't know, 130 laps in 5 hours today. Let's wait and see. But it is drying. There are little patches of sunshine on the hills that surround this magnificent circuit. But anybody who is going to be starting on slicks, I think, will struggle enormously to start with, because the track, it's still darker grey than it should be. Well, rain until 7 this morning, on top of rain that was consistently through yesterday. It's a damp environment.
Well, we had our spy on the grid. His name's Ben Constandoris. Oh, whoops. He was looking at everyone and seeing what tyres they were on. A lot of the drivers that finished on dry tyres last night, they've had the chance to put brand new wets on. The Kessel Ferraris, most notably. The Era Ferrari, another example. But there was one car that's gone a bit... it's got a bit bold. It's the Lotus at the back of the pack, which has put dry rears on and wet fronts, which is interesting because those are, of course, the driven wheels. So I guess that must generate more temperature with the power going through those rear wheels. So look, we'll keep a close watch on the Lotus to see if that was a good idea or not. I mean, judging by the way that it's still dry at the moment, be very interesting to see how things go. I think quite a lot of the teams will be hoping for an early Code 60 to jump in and put the dry tyres on it. But when is that switch point going to be? And when you do make that switch, those first few laps are treacherous, having to be patient, having to wait for the temperature and pressure to build in the dry tyres. This is going to be a thrilling 5 hours to the flag. I mean, if you're new to the Michelin 24-hour series, if you can imagine, last night we basically threw out a safety car that parked up, more or less. So we've got 3 cars on the lead lap. They all went into park firmly. The Ebby Motors car, the Manamori Energy Ebby Motors car, did have a bit of a time advantage. That's taken away. So it's on equal terms with the Kessel Ferrari and the Heart of Racing Aston. Those are the 3 on the lead lap. Then a lap behind that is the Continental Racing Audi. 2 laps behind the leaders is the Era Motorsport Ferrari. So those are the cars that are still well in the hunt for the overall victory and certainly the overall podium. And interestingly though, all of those cars, the first actually non-AM or Pro-Am car is the Red Ant Racing Mercedes, which is down in 8th. So the AMs and Pro-Ams did a mega job yesterday, really managing their driver lineups and managing when they put people in the car really, really well.
Yeah, the whole element about managing the driver lineups, as we discussed yesterday, quite a few of the drivers, probably the less experienced drivers, decided they might save their driving time until today, and that includes the car on pole position, with Fabrizio Broggi still deciding to let his teammates Sabino De Castro and Sergio Nicolai do the driving when the circuit was at its very, very wettest. So the green flag waves and another formation lap led away by Sabino De Castro in the Ebby Motors Porsche from pole position. 3 cars on that lead lap.
And of course the Sabino De Castro driven Ebby Motors car is on the same wet tyres that they finished on yesterday, so slightly older wet tyres. The Kessel car is on brand new Michelin wet, so they have surely an advantage also with their star driver David Fuminelli. So let's look through the grid then of how our cars start for the second part of the race. Kessel Racing start just behind Manamori Energy on the front row of the grid. 2 Pro-Am class cars there, a Porsche from a Ferrari. On row 2 it is the Heart of Racing Mercedes alongside the Continental Racing Audi. They are an AM car, to both AM cars actually, on the second row of the grid. Starting on row 3 today, it is the Era Motorsport Ferrari, but will be started by Jake Hill, the number 81. That's in the Pro-Am class. Then it's the AM class Jutta Racing Audi car number 71. On the 4th row of the grid will be Red Ant Racing with their new Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, progressing up from the 992 category car. Their start alongside ARC Bratislava. On row 5, it's Scuderia Praha, former double winners of this race, who will start alongside Pellin Racing on the 5th row of the grid. Pellin Racing went up and down the order quite dramatically yesterday. Let's see how they go in their Gulf-coloured Ferrari. On row 6, it's the MP Racing Mercedes with the Gosner family outing in the AM class. They will start alongside the number 702 Vortex, Vortex 2.0, as we've got a few cars having to start from the pit lane. Likewise, the Red Ant Mercedes isn't going to start on its position. Neither is one of the Vortex. Let's quickly get down to Di if we can. Very quickly, Di.
The Vortex 702 has got a broken door handle, so they've got to fix that within a couple of seconds. And Red Ant had an issue with the seatbelts, so they've got to adjust that, and then it will be out on the track.
Oh dear, that's not so good. So row 7 will be Proton Huber competition alongside the Vortex V8 number 701. Of course, 2 Vortexes in the field. Then it's the 111 Racing IRC GT alongside Hoffer Racing, who had to take a 5-lap penalty, unfortunately, for repairs after the checkered flag last night. On the 9th row of the grid here today at Mugello, it will be E2P Racing, who've changed an engine on their Aston Martin, and alongside Milner Motorsport, who lead the way in 992 on exactly the same lap as the Red Camel Jordan's car in the 992 category. That is going to be a battle to watch, with Red Camel Jordans starting on the 10th row of the grid alongside the 992 AM class leaders Seb Lejeune Racing. On the 11th row of the grid, we have the more 992s coming through. RPM Racing and Holmgard Motorsport. Holmgard, of course, had to start right at the back after out of homologation brake discs were found during post-qualifying scrutineering. RPM Racing, always a threat in the AM class. They'll be looking to back up their championship from last year. Well, the safety car is pulling away, and The lights are on the gantry. Once they go off, it will be good to go. Row 12 is EBI Motors and Ajith Kumar racing, then Porsche Baltic and a Scuderia Faron on row 13. But we're ready to go racing here at Mugello with 5 hours to go. It will be EBI Motors, Maramuri Energy who lead us away. Green flag here in Tuscany as they rush up towards San Donato, and it's a great getaway from David Fuminelli in the Ferrari, getting the traction from those new Michelin tyres as they head up towards San Donato. And Fuminelli's made a great start, but look at the Continental Audi of Vasily Vladikin on the outside, but through comes Scuderia Praha as well. Who is in that Scuderia
Joseph
Praha?
Krag,
Oh,
you
of
can
course
tell.
it is.
So it's a repeat of yesterday. David Fuminelli from the front row of the grid, this time not from pole, but got his nose in front comfortably up the slope from San Donato. Second corner, lots of drivers going to the outside line, trying to keep it clean here. And Motorsport, we're riding with them for a second, seeing what Jake Hill's getting up to, but he's being crowded out, and certainly plenty of cars around. So the best job, and well clear, about 10 car lengths clear by the fourth corner of the opening lap, David Fuminelli. And behind, 2x2, and one car that's really struggling is the one that started with Sabino De Castro from the pole position. The Vortex, we heard, with the door handle problem, that's got going, and so too has the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. So they've lost half a lap right from the outset of this 5-hour sector.
Yeah, seatbelt issue for Red Ant Racing with their new Mercedes AMG. They had a shifting issue yesterday, but David Fuminelli is on the chart right now. Joseph Kral in another Ferrari in second, and Klaus Bachler, well, he is such a special driver, isn't he? He's cutting through the field. Sabino De Castro really struggling in this early stage of the race. They might well have to come in and get new tyres, because it looks like they're struggling as Fuminelli pulling away then with Bachler up into second on the road, but he's many laps down after the crash that they had with Jörg Gleisel yesterday.
Yeah, that was just after that car, the Proton Huber car, had got out to third position, running there comfortably. Gleisel, we reckon, was almost on his in lap when he just dropped it, and oh, he was beside himself with upset at that, because that was a possible podium position lobbed out of the window. But David Fuminelli, he's playing a different game to everyone else. He's streaking clear. Even on his own, he's kicking up a lot of spray. For those behind, of course, the track that looks from a distance so it's almost dry is anything but. If you'd started on slicks, well, you'd probably be on the grass by now. But Fuminelli, you know, tip-top GT3 racer for a good decade now, and really just showing why the Kessel team have him here. But due to racing, the Circle K Audi sideways, facing the wrong way on the track, deep in the gravel. Look for the message on the screen. I think the first Code 60 will have come with 4 hours and 57 minutes remaining.
Yes, it will. So that will, of course, we don't have safety cars here in the Michelin 24-hour series. We have Code 60. What does that mean? The drivers get a countdown. They get a 20-second countdown to say we go to Code 60, and they've just got that countdown start now. They have to then have the car down at 60 kilometers an hour. You put it on cruise control like you would on your car on the motorway. If you get one of these overhead gantries that tells you to go 60 kph, exactly the same. So they don't, the field doesn't bunch together, and it's a very important strategical point of whether you pit or not. And straight away, Heart of Racing by SPS. Ian James has gone into fuel just as that Code 60 comes out.
Clever move from Heart of Racing team. Certainly the car that is enjoying that Code 60 the most is David Fuminelli. No spray in his face, but he'll, on the restart, he also will do that thing. Remember, you've got to keep heat in your tyres. The heat will drop away. So the driver who went for a little spin was Tim Muller, Swiss racer, went off at Correntaya, which is turn 12, before the track sort of doubles back, and it's almost hairpin hair clip formation. One of the Vortexes is in for fueling as well. Only a couple, three cars are coming. That's Leonel Amrouge, Paolo Venerossi, the EBI Motors 992 Cup Porsche is, and also Antonio Saniero. He's in the E2P Racing Aston Martin, the one that had a problem yesterday, a big problem, because it's racing today with a new engine under the hood.
Well, that didn't take long.
It really didn't. You know, I just thought if you could get through the first few corners, but it was halfway around the lap that the field was still bunching, and then a few people, as you started to stretch your legs on that wonderful sweeping run from the top of the second Arrabbiata through Scarperia, Bellagio, and then the right-hand hairpin was where clearly Tim Muller got muscled to the outside, and his Juta Racing Audi put into a spin and into the gravel. That'll be recovered. Yesterday we did quite a lot of looking at the various pickup vehicles. We named some of the manufacturers from Manitou onwards, but the marshals, I must say, very well versed. And at the moment, of course, they're enjoying no rain falling on their shoulders as they carry out the rescue. And that number 71 Audi picked up and is being carried quite good if it come back to the track. Anyhow, now they're turning through the gravel, and we'll put it back down, the red and white car, on the edge of the circuit. So got to do it all over again. But don't forget, under Code 60, you don't bunch up on the leader. You stay in position. So that great advantage, well, get this, 13.9 seconds built up between first and second, between David Fuminelli. No, hold on, I'm just going to wait for that screen to react, because Sabino De Castro was way down the order at the end of the opening lap. He's listed there in second position, so we'll just wait for the screens to readjust.
He will still be in second because the Heart of Racing car pitted. So in terms of race order, they're on the same lap. They're the only ones on the same lap. So on the road, he might have been passed, but they're multiple laps ahead.
First chance to get my head stumble into the first option there, which is to get it wrong.
It's this is the thing with Michelin 24-hour series. It's really a cerebral championship. The strategy and how you play it is so important. And you know, they have, in terms of tyre choice, they have a wet and a dry. That's it. There isn't a soft compound dry or a drying slick or anything like that. You've got the H2 Michelin compound, which is a hard compound. So the dry tyre is a hard tyre, which wouldn't be the one you would put on by choice. And then the wet is the P2L Michelin wet tyre. So Ian James has been into fueling. Have any of the others? No.
None of the front runners.
None of the front runners.
Yannick Redant seems to come back in again. Remember, he started from the pit lane in the Redant Racing GT3 Mercedes. So just a refresher, what you see if you're looking at the restart of the race or listening to the restart of the race, we had almost the full field of cars, 30 cars coming out to play, but they were in the order in which they finished yesterday. But, and now the Kessel Racing Ferrari from the lead of the race is coming in for fuel. But, of course, only 3 cars finished on the lead lap. And even if they're scattered through the field as it goes around the circuit at the moment, they are still the ones on the lead lap. But with the car coming in from second place, Ian James, the Heart of Racing team, Mercedes at the end of the opening lap, and now the Kessel Racing Ferrari coming in for fuel. It should be, in that case, Sabino De Castro, even though he lost lots of positions out on the circuit, he still has a lap or 2 advantage over the bulk of his GT3 class rivals.
Yeah, it was 14 seconds he lost on that lap. That's the difference of an older wet tyre and a brand new one. Being able to clear the spray, being able to clear any standing water at all, even temperature. Green flag in the air, and Kessel Racing are still in fuel. So Kessel Racing are going to get caught on the hop here. This is great news for Manamari Energy and indeed for Heart of Racing, because they got their fueling done under code 60. I mean, the average speed on a dry lap here is 176 kilometers an hour, so that's quite a lot more than 60 kph, isn't it? So this is very interesting stuff indeed, strategically, how we go from now. But the cars are also still quite closely packed together, so this is where we can see code 60s breeding code 60s. We saw them breeding, well, quite dramatically yesterday. We were green, back to code 60, green, back to code 60, all the way through the day yesterday.
Yeah, in terms of breeding, I think there were twins, even quadruplets at certain points yesterday. But I still look over your shoulder to see if it's an F on the screen next to David Fuminelli's name. Still in refueling. When we get an O on the timing screen, that means his Ferrari, the Kessel Racing number 8, will be leaving at the pit lane, will be exiting the pit lane. But for now, it's still shouting F. So advantage really there to Heart of Racing team. They came in the previous lap for Ian James at the first opportunity, and they got all of their refueling done under code 60.
And that is just more fortune. I think that Fuminelli had just gone by and he didn't get the opportunity. That was his first opportunity to go into fueling, whereas Ian James was, I think, just coming out the last corner and just went, okay, yeah, in we go, perfect timing.
Fuminelli suffers for his brilliant getaway. That's the news story for now. But
yeah,
anyhow,
that's just the luck of the draw. It's not by design at all. After 9 minutes of action here in the second portion of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello.
Now, one thing we need to note, multiple driver lineups. David Fuminelli showing with Marco Fretta and Alessandro, who's a semi-pro, Alessandro Cutrera, who's the AM, and another AM Spirit class, is a driver who races under the pseudonym LMDV. He was one of many drivers who didn't go for a run in the rain yesterday. He looked at the weather forecast and thought, you know what, I'll do the Sunday driving and hope and pray the weather is better. But he has yet to have a go in the car, and likewise quite a few other teams, including Hofer Racing. They didn't put 2 of their drivers in yesterday. They've got Chantal Kroll, Prince waiting to have a go today as well. But the track conditions certainly far better than they were on Saturday yesterday, where we had everything really ranging from only now is the Ferrari coming back out. That was a full tank of fuel they put on board, but it's on fresh rubber, just remember that. So they're sitting pretty. They've just got they lost about a lap in all that.
Nearly, because Sabino De Castro has just come over the start-finish line, so they are on the lead lap, but not by much. But Fuminelli clearly has a rocket ship underneath him, and he's doing, I mean, in terms of tyres and also his driving capability too. Whereas Ebi Motors, they've got they've got to be careful because they've not got the rubber to compete with that. They just don't. The tyres, those were the tyres that they finished last night on.
Yeah, and what Sabino De Castro's got to do is just remember that, just not push and try and keep up with those around him. He's going to be, you know, he'll be pitting sooner than they will for a fresh set of rubber, and then he'll have the advantage back. And at that point, I would reckon they'd put Sergio Nicolai back in, and then Fabrizio Broggi, when it's maybe the third stint, when the track hopefully has begun to dry out, that is when he's going to get in, and he has to do a minimum of 2 hours as an AM.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, and with 4 hours 49 minutes to go, they've got to get on with it at some point. That's very, very important to consider in terms of minimum driver times. There are a few crews like that have got minimum driver times to think about today. Kessel, they've certainly got lots of David Faminelli time they can use, but they also have to fit other driving time in there as well. So that's one thing that we've got to really keep a close watch on over the course of the next 4 hours and 49 minutes. When they come over the line, it'll be curious to see what the difference is between the Heart of Racing Mercedes in second and the Faminelli Kessel Ferrari in third, because the Kessel Ferrari was miles up the road, but they, you know, because Heart of Racing pitted under the code 60, they've jumped ahead. Want to know exactly what that number is. We'll know when they next come over the start and finish line. But Sabino De Castro having to just be patient right now with that Porsche. The car's in the same condition it was, and the thing was, it was Sergio Nicolai who took the car over the line to the checkered flag. So Sabino De Castro has very little feeling of what those old tyres are like.
Yeah, the good thing for him, he's actually not got anybody immediately in front or immediately behind. He can focus entirely on his pace. More cars coming into the refueling. The Continental Racing Audi is coming in. You arrive in the pit lane. Just before the pit lane, you have to double back to the right and then do a sharp left to the refueling area. No refueling in the pit lane, all at pistol grip pumps at a special refueling zone in the paddock. And a Vortex, one of two, has just peeled off the circuit. That's up at just exiting the third corner, or Poggio Secco, and going behind the barriers. Was that the one with the door handle problem, or was it the sister car? Lionel Amrouche is in car 701. The sister car, the better place, is Oliver Gomez. Wait and see what comes up on the report there. So disappointing, because this was the new shape Vortex, the V8 that was launched at the end of 2023 and is being developed all the time. It does have its problems, but when it's going well, it's a very, very quick machine, and it sounds absolutely fantastic. Brilliant V8 rumble.
Great start to this second portion of the race for Rick Breukers. We saw Red Camel Jordans and Milner Motorsport. Well, really throughout the whole week, they've been the two star teams in 992. And they started again on the same lap this morning, and Rick Breukers is really getting the hammer down. In fact, he's pulled 28 seconds at the last timing point from Vladis Zerdaridis in the 921 Milner car. So amazing start from the Dutchman.
10 seconds a lap faster at the moment, so Rick absolutely on it. Just stayed on the same lap as the Milner car, but that's all part of the game. When the cars are parked up overnight, as long as you're on the same lap, you start on the same lap, but you might have gobbled up all of the deficit. So the 702 Olivier Gomez driven Vortex V8, I don't know if that was the one that's rejoined. It's definitely not running at full racing pace. Coming back down towards the end of the lap. Let's see if it dives into the pits, or will it continue on the way? Was it a temporary glitch? But at the moment he's got Sabino De Castro trying to go past him, and the Hofer Racing Mercedes also diving past. This is the car that had the 5-lap deficit, and you really, really had to feel sorry for them. Being doing a brilliant job and just trying to get the heat into their tyres in those final laps last night to get the slicks working, and was biffed off at the final corner, Buccin, into the gravel, and a lot of time was lost. But worse for them was the fact they lost further time by having to go and get the car into Parc Fermé overnight rather than leaving it out on the grid as all the others were, and took a 5-lap penalty. But they had to sort the steering. You don't want to go out into a 5-hour part of the race with your steering about 5 degrees off to one side. And
Max Partel proving just how much better having the brand new wet tyre on compared to a used one, as he struggling to get past Sabino De Castro. Of course, they're not on the same lap, but in terms of speed difference, it's quite a speed difference. There is Matthew George in the lead of GT4 for Venture Engineering, winners at Barcelona. They start this second portion with a lap advantage over the Porsche, the CCS Porsche, the father and son of Nick and Jim Gebhardt. So they've got, I mean, they've had a really smooth run of Venture. They've not made mistakes. They've executed really, really well, and at the moment looking pretty strong. To looking at the front of the field, Manamari Energy, they've got nearly, I mean, they've got almost a full lap over the Kessel Racing car, which is in third. The Heart of Racing team, which pitted under code 60, they're 18 seconds ahead of the Kessel car, so and they were several seconds behind when we went into that code 60. So that code 60 has really, really punished Kessel Racing.
Yeah, and let's just reiterate, Kessel Racing, David Fulminelli leading the race, storming clear on the opening lap, and then just as it passed the pit exit was when code 60 was thrown, and cars just slightly further back, who maybe by dint of being more cautious on the opening lap, not being quite as confident on this damp, greasy track, were able to dive into the pits, and Heart of Racing absolutely timed it to perfection. Sounds like a car is running through the pit lane. Is that anything near you, Diana?
It is. It's just gone through, but I didn't quite catch it. Sorry, I was in a garage. But I do have Ivo Breukers with me now from the Red Camel Racing 909. Now, normally we see Ivo out there on the track racing, but this weekend, unfortunately, Ivo, you've had an incident, so it's stopped you getting behind the wheel. How frustrating is that, first of all?
Very, very frustrating. Feels a little bit awkward to be here and not being able to get in the car. It's a very strange feeling. You want to contribute, you want to do something. Still the emotions are there following your son's racing, but it's hard.
Now tell us what happened.
I had some understeer on my bicycle in the middle of the night.
What were you doing?
We had a little party and I went home and I just fell down, and I had a small crack in my base pain. Yeah.
But you're okay?
Sorry?
You're okay apart from...
I'm okay. I hope to be back in the car in Spa again, so let's see.
Well, you know, these things happen to us all in these moments of partying, but anyway, that's another story. How you're here with the team, obviously. You're standing back and trying to get involved and help with the strategy and watching everything that goes on. As you said, it's very emotional. But what input are you having?
Sorry?
What input are you having?
Not too much, to be honest. I mean, Paul is doing all the strategy, and of course I like to give some suggestions, and we talk about it. And but basically, I've nothing to do. Sometimes I can clean the car when the car is inside, but not really doing something at the moment. Just trying to think with Thomas and Paul.
I mean, it's been an incredible weekend so far. Yesterday, there were so many challenges for so many different drivers and teams with the weather conditions. I guess we're hoping for a little less of that today.
Yes, we're doing okay. The car is good. The drivers are good as well. We're trying to do the right decisions during the race. The Code 60s, of course. We missed out a few Code 60s because the marshals here are doing a great job. They're putting the cars back within one lap, so you don't have the luxury to stay out to refuel the other lap. So no, we have to stay on top of it, and yeah, we do our best, keep the car in one piece, and trying to make the good decision when to go to slicks, that kind of things.
Okay, Ivo, well, look, you take care of yourself, and we look forward to seeing you at the next round.
Thank you, Diana.
It is odd not having Ivo in the car with his open face helmet. You always know when he's in the car with the shades on and everything, and yeah, I can imagine that's so frustrating. But he's been there on the sidelines watching his boys do the business before, and well, we saw Rick in fairly similar conditions to this win the Rolex 24 for the second time back in 2018 and 2019 for Grasser Lamborghini, so he knows how to perform in these kind of conditions. And you know, his boys Rick and Luke, they love this Porsche Cup car, and right now Rick is just dancing it about in these still wet conditions but starting to dry lap by lap.
Yeah, if you're following, you put a windscreen wiper on. If you're running in front, you do not. But the interesting thing about Rick, the camera's been following him for about half a lap now. He is pushing way deeper into corners than most people. He's super confident in that car. Spots the Kessel Racing Ferrari, the number 8 car, sponsored by Ray-Ban, a great brand for a grey day. You know, sorry, it's another Porsche in front. That's the Proton Huber car. But Fulminelli now really starting to push on. But going back to Rick Breukers, he gained best part of 55 seconds, actually better lap for Voltus Ziedris, cutting back a little bit. No, I tell you what's happened, he's passed Vasily Vladikin. Of course, Rick's got ahead of one of the GT3 cars. It's the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi, so he's just running on his own planet in 992 at the moment. But it's very, very noticeable that the very best drivers take it right out to the curbing, and those with a little more caution, or maybe wanting their teammates to have a go, are holding back a little bit because it's very, very greasy. There is not yet a dry line at all, but it's very much off the non-dry line. There's an even wetter one, and we're seeing now the heart of racing, Mercedes and the Kessel Racing Ferrari, side by side. Remember, Ian James had quite an advantage. His pit stop was way, way longer, and Fuminelli has just slashed past, going up towards San Donato, the first corner. He's got to place his Ferrari, trying to get around the Proton Huber competition Porsche that ran very well yesterday, but lost so many laps having repairs after it being dropped. That needs to almost get out of the way.
A little bit deep there for Fuminelli. Had to be very brave on the brakes to try and get past Ian James, and did so, but ran a little bit onto the painted area. No, didn't lose a huge amount of time, but Ian James is playing it clever here, knows that they're in a good spot, and again they're in the AM class. The Ferrari for Kessel number 8 is in the Pro-Am class and probably has big ambitions to come out with the overall victory today, the way that they've been performing. Fuminelli's in another universe to everybody, a little bit like Rick Breukers is in another universe to everyone in 992. Fuminelli is several seconds. I mean, the only driver who's anywhere remotely close to him is Jake Hill, and even he's 2-3 seconds a lap off. That is seriously impressive stuff. Fuminelli showing his true gold standard caliber here.
Yeah, and at the moment he's tucked in behind the Proton Huber competition Porsche, but as I said, that is way, way down the order. Klaus Bachler, though, is driving it, so he'll be one of the, as quick as David Fuminelli. They're going past one of the vortexes now, but Fuminelli not wanting to be delayed. He dives through, hidden behind the Porsche as far as the vortex driver was concerned. But his last lap, a 2-minute 7.8 second lap. The race leader did a 2-minute 16, has just improved to 2-minute 14. That's Manamari Energy, the Porsche with Sabino De Castro. So as you say, night and day at this point in the race in terms of their pace. However, let's just justify that the Manamori car is on old wet rubber from the end of yesterday's race.
And they might, you're thinking, why aren't they coming in to put new wet rubber on? Well, I think they're maybe waiting to see how quick it dries out, to see if when they do change, do they then make the bold choice to go to slicks at that point? It's a really, really difficult scenario. Also a difficult scenario for David Fuminelli in that second place Kessel Ferrari, because he is, it's hard to say he's stuck behind Klaus Bachler, but he kind of is. Bachler is many, many laps down and is defending quite hard, which he's well within his rights to do that, but it's probably not very sporting, I would say, given how far behind they are.
Yeah, and no, absolutely.
But it is a Porsche that they're fighting with, so, and he is a Porsche Works driver. So who knows? Who knows? The start, 2x2 start, with Fuminelli just got the power down and using that new tyre advantage. Even in a straight line it makes a difference. Just able to clear that little bit of moisture, a little bit of temperature, bit of traction, whoosh, off they go. And there's nothing wrong with the straight line speed of that Ferrari 296 GT3 either.
Yeah, the next best start actually came from another Ferrari driver from some way down the grid. Joseph Kral, Scuderia Praha car, way, way down the order, but he gained about 4-5 places going into the first corner. Got very, very close to Sabino De Castro, who's thinking, hold on, I'm the race leader, do not touch me, do not touch me. But on a replay at the start, it was very, very tidy indeed. And you have to say well done, because they didn't know what the grip was going to be like on the track. They'd done a formation lap, but the main thing is it hasn't rained since 7 o'clock this morning. The track is beginning to dry out, but there is no wind in the valley here, and that's not going to help them. They're going to have to rely on the sun coming through. And but for now, if you're in traffic, you get your windscreen wiper on, but if you're not, you can turn it off, because it's not a bad day. But yesterday we had every form and shape of rain imaginable, but still, even with cars running on their own, they are putting up a lot of spray. Less with each successive lap, it must be said.
And it's quite localized. There's big elevation changes here at Mugello circuit, and it's where they are on the circuit. There's some that are, look, you would think, you could maybe get away with a dry tyre there, and others you would go, oh, no way, you'd be mad to put a dry tyre on. So it seems that the run into the final corner, into Puccini, is the wettest part, as Cal Marcelli is on the charge as well. He's running a few laps down, but he's just around some other Ferraris, well-driven Ferraris, of Joseph Kral and Jake Hill. Jake Hill's not having any of it, saying, yeah, no, back you go. So it's the beautiful blue and purple and black era Ferrari battling away with the duck egg blue and orange Gulf-coloured machine of Cal Marcelli for Pellin Racing. He's put up the inside at Puccini. Jake Hill goes onto the outside line, trying to get the power down, trying to find some grippier tarmac. whereas Marcelli holds it down low, and Marcelli goes through, but again, running a few laps down compared to Jake Hill.
Yeah, but it's actually 3 Ferrari 296s in a row, because just in front of them is Joseph Kra, the Scuderia Praha version. He's down in, look at the screen, 10th position, 6 laps down. And it just goes to show that yesterday a few people got caught out. A lot of the chopping and changing in the race order was down to code 60 periods, and when you manage to get your pit stop done, you're refueling during that time. And if the code 60 was thrown when you were just going through the first corner, there was almost no point coming in, even if it was going to last for just 2 laps, because there'd be a queue at the pumps. If, however, you were somewhere from Corintaio, turn 12, through towards Bucin, the final corner, and you got the message, you dive in. Code 60 just started. Very good chance of getting straight to the pumps without having to queue. Queue, you squander time.
Right now, Kyle Marcelli and Jake Hill are holding one another up. Is back into the pits again. Back into the pits again for the Continental Audi. They came in under green. Diana Binks is down there.
They have brought the car in, as you said. It's on the pit apron now. They put it up on the jacks. And they were changing. Now they've dropped it back down again. They've changed 2 of the tyres, from what I can see. Yes, two wets back on there and gone back out. I didn't see any damage particularly on the car, so I'm assuming that Vasily's got that under control. But there was clearly an issue with the tyre. But I can have a look. I can't see anything on.
Well, last time they came into the pits, which was under green after the code 60, they put fuel in and then didn't put any tyres on. And I think they've maybe decided we need to put new wet tyres on rather than the old ones, because the old ones, I mean, you look at Sabino De Castro, he's losing a lot of time on old wet tyres. And conversely, you look at the pace of Faminelli, Jake Hill, etc., and indeed Krausbacher in the Proton car. They're quick on the new wets.
You know, in an awful lot of motor racing, you look, and if someone's a second a lap faster, you go, that's a big, big difference. But at the moment, we're looking at some cars 6, 8 seconds a lap faster. And this isn't like the schism we had yesterday when people bravely put slick tyres on in that final hour or half hour of the 7 hours. This is people all on wet weather tyres. But the difference between fresh ones and ones who did quite a stint at the end of last night is very, very clear to see at the moment. In that little Ferrari battle we were talking about, Kyle Marcelli, even though he's, together on the track with Jake Hill, he's many laps down, but he's picked off the British Touring Car champion from last year. He's now going off after, and has actually passed Joseph Kral in the Scuderia Praha 296. So the bright blue, or pale blue and orange 296 GT3 with the Canadian racer Kyle Marcelli. He really enjoyed his run yesterday, but every day is a different day. And though it's not raining right now, the track is still slippery. It's just a question of degree of slipperiness, but he's doing a fantastic job. Good to see that. Good to see another car in the mix.
Yeah, they'll push on. They've got to be really smart of how they play the driver times today. They've got a little bit. Their non-professional driver, Lisa Clark, they've got her they did about an hour yesterday, by memory.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So they got another hour to do, whereas Marcelli, they want to try and maximise as much as they can out of his driver time. He has a maximum of 6 hours, so yeah, they can work him hard today in the wheel of that blue and orange machine with a little bit of black at the rear, which is not how it was originally designed. That's out the factory part. It was a replacement part yesterday. That whole rear section of one of those Ferrari 296 GT3s can be replaced in the event of damage. It's an amazing piece of design. So 4 hours 32 minutes to go. And it's amazing because we were at 7 hours yesterday, and all of a sudden thinking, goodness, we're already into well, it's not just part 2, we're into the last part of the race now.
Yeah, this is very much a key of Creventic events, that a lot of their races, the 12-hour races, are split. Obviously, the 24-hour race is not split at all. That's the one at Barcelona, the last weekend in September. But to cover 12 hours of racing, but to be able to go and sleep in a hotel bed overnight rather than doing the Enduros. And let's face it, this summer there's going to be a fairly hideous run of 24-hour races. One weekend it's the Le Mans 24 hours, then up to the Nürburgring for the 24 hours there, and then Spa-Francorchamps for the 24 hours the following weekend. And it's going to be very, very tiring. And not to put too fine a point on it, the subclass in the World Endurance Championship is GT3. The top class at the Nürburgring 24 hours is GT3. And of course, Spa 24 hours, it is the GT3 race. And so a lot of the teams will be doing all three of those. There are going to be some very, very tired people suggesting they want their summer holiday to follow straight after Spa-Francorchamps.
Definitely, yes. I'm not doing Spa-Francorchamps, but I'm going on a stag do, which will be probably even more tiring than
where are you
24-hour race Vienna. Quite a highbrow place for a stag do, I thought. It's well organised, but we'll see how.
Oh, you can bring the level down, don't you worry.
Oh yes, yes. Now in 992, it's been a bit of a struggle so far for Valtters Vasiljevic, the Latvian, the Baltic Touring Car champion in the past, Carter, and Legends racer as well. Now you would think being a Legends racer, used to a car moving around, but lost quite a lot of time to Rick Breukers, who's driving his socks off this morning. He's actually up to 5th overall in that Porsche 992 Cup machine for Red Camel Jordans, but the gap between them is really, really growing quite significantly. The last timing point, was just wait till they come over the line, but it was nearly a minute at the last point.
Yeah, but what's happened there, Peter, is the fact it's just taken quite a few laps of Valtters Vasiljevic to get into the swing of things. The last lap he only lost a second or so to Rick Breukers, whereas right at the start of the race he was losing 10 seconds, even 12 seconds, while he was just becoming accustomed to just how damp the circuit was. There was a lot of traffic around at the time, but again, Mulliner Motorsport and Valtters Vasiljevic, you know, they're definitely picking up the pace now, but I mean, they lost so much time. And that was simply down to the genius of Rick Breukers, must be said, in the opening handful of laps.
I don't think it's not Valtters driving badly, it's Rick driving, I mean, really driving superbly. The best we've seen all weekend from what is an already high bar. Yeah, a minute and 4 seconds is the gap now in 992. So things going very well, and both are on the same-ish strategy. Neither pitted under that code 60. And as Ivo Breukers said, the marshals here are so good, so quick, that you don't actually get the chance a lot of times to pit under code 60. It's more luck because they're so fast at getting the car up and running.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the point. You know, quite simply, if you can rely on a code 60 being 3 laps, it gives you two extra opportunities, even if you just miss the pits. But the fact is they're getting the code 60 through in sort of almost less time than you do 2 laps in. You know, it really does reduce the options, and particularly, as I pointed out, that if you're not at the end of the lap, towards the end of the lap when code 60 is thrown, you're probably going to be queuing in the refueling area, so you could lose loads of time. So it really is a gamble, but the rescue crews, they've been busy. So far today, though, certainly some standout drives. We've only done, 12 laps since the start of the race. Rick Breukers, you know, visually, as Murray Walker used to say, visually to the eye, you could see how much quicker he was, because he was taking the risks. Carl Marcelli taking the risks as well, really pressing on, even though he's down in 11th place in the Pelin Racing Ferrari, you know, was going right to the edge of the circuit. He made the moves, but David Fuminelli, of course, he lost a lot of time with that refueling gambit, where suddenly it went from code 60 to green, but he's been just putting in quick lap after quick lap, way quicker than Sabino de Castro. But Sabino, who now is just down in San Donato, going around a rather slow-moving Lotus from PB Racing. Has that just come out of the pits? That has its problems? No, of course, that's the car that's got slick tyres on the rear and wet weather tyres on the front, so it's just keeping out of the way.
And is struggling dramatically. 16 seconds off the front running pace of Matthew George, and the CCS cars just come out the pits, so it's hard to tell. In fact, it's 6 seconds off the CCS cars. Matthew George is in his own universe there as well in GT4.
Right, one of the things I noticed as the cars were going around en masse, with the exception of David Fuminelli on the opening lap, who was rocketing clear from the outside the front row on his fresh wet weather tyres, was the gains made by the Gosner family Mercedes. It's down in 14th place, but David Gosner clearly gained a little bit at the start. He'd just been penalised 10 seconds for a false start. So it was a rolling start, but he certainly did suddenly seem to be closer to the front of the pack. Was many laps down last night after quite a few moments where the green car was on the green grass as the Gosner family rotated their way through. But anyhow, 10 seconds, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, we've had a few false start penalties. Also the Pelin Racing car driven by Kyle Marcelli, 10 seconds. Also the 44.
That's the Lamborghini
car. Yes, the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, 10 seconds. And then rubbing salt in the wound of the Jutta car that had to be recovered from the gravel. False start, not respecting correct position in grid formation. So yeah, a lot of penalties being a lot of penalties being picked up on the race start, interestingly.
Now, if you're new to the Creventic series with the Michelin 12 hours here at Mugello, it's there are penalties that you suddenly think, why is there a flurry of penalties? And it's because a lot of them you get cumulative warnings, and when you get past the benchmark of the next 3, a penalty starts to come your way. Out on track, though, it is still very, very slippery, and the car that's fastest out there is David Fumanelli, and he just got caught up big time, but put on the grass, or chose to go 2 wheels onto the grass, getting in behind the Gebhardt family GT4 Porsche Cayman. Then he slid around from driver's right to driver's left to go around the outside and found a 992 Cup Porsche there. So Fumanelli taking quite a few risks, but you know what? It's his job to go past the slower cars, and he guessed, and unfortunately he guessed wrong. He thought the Gebhardt Porsche was going to go to the left-hand side of the track, dive to the right, and the Gebhardt Porsche was there. So that was one of the scares that can happen, and particularly on a damp track, we're just about getting something that's vaguely like a drier line, but beyond it, the track's only marginally darker, but the level of grip is appreciably less. So that's where it can certainly catch out the lesser drivers.
Interestingly, the track is, although we haven't had rain, the track's not hugely drying quickly, is it? It's very, very progressive. As a spin for the number 11 Hoffer Racing Mercedes of Max Partel. Of course, this is the car that was it was tragic. They were fighting in the top for the podium positions and got hit by the Seb Lejeune Porsche Cup car last night, very close towards the end of part 1, and just a half spin there for Max Partel. Did you see that we're part of an Instagram reel, Bruce, last night? I saw that there's a compilation of us going, oh, spin, because it did happen quite a lot yesterday.
No, it was all you. I failed to notice any of them.
Yeah, Hoffer Racing fighting away hard, and they're on wet tyres, but yeah, just struggling a little bit is Max Partel right now, and they're just going to try and get it to the end of the race with no more penalties, no more delays, and see where they finish up at the end of the day. This is going to be a tricky day, and when we potentially get to that switchover point from going from wet tyres to dry, that switchover point is the most perilous and dangerous point of the race, because when you go to those dry tyres, there's always that point where they don't quite work because they're too cold.
Yeah, and what we saw yesterday, the first couple of cars that went on to the slick tyres, including Jake Hill in the era Ferrari, was simply the fact that as the second car, which was the Pellin Racing Ferrari, I think with Carl Marcelli on board, went to slicks, what did it start doing? Raining a little bit more. So the whole build-up had to happen, and Jake Hill had to go through 2 cycles to bring the tyres up to temperature because there was a code 60, so he had to go through that process, which took about 3 laps. He then started attacking code 60, temperature drops away, had to do it all over again, and quite a few people just got too greedy too soon, whether they were on new tyres or whether they were just on regular tyres that had lost their temperature during a code 60. We had many sort of moments on the restart, but anyhow, it's all a learning game. And just to point it out again, for Michelin, it was the first time these crews had a chance to even try their wet weather rubber. Not in practice, not in testing, but in the race. So it was a learning process. But today, thus far, the weather conditions have been very, very, considerably more regular. The track is drying, it's damp offline, but right now, we're not having the great swings in terms of track conditions. It's a uniform process at the moment. For that, the drivers and the teams will be most grateful. Looking at the hills in the background, it's largely cloud cover that's hanging low over the hills, so I don't expect the track's going to dry anytime soon.
It's going to need a little bit of an increase in temperature. I mean, when we were looking at it yesterday, the forecast for today is meant to get slightly warmer than we saw yesterday, but maybe not till the afternoon. Of course, the checkered flag comes out at 2:30.
2:30, yeah.
So let's see as whoop off the road, the Continental Audi manages to gather it up, got 2 wheels on the grass, and which will be, I would imagine, very, very wet indeed. So the Continental Audi at Vasily Velidikin, just having a difficult day of it. Had to take a couple of trips into the pits, which has cost them time. One driver who's going very quickly is Yannick Redan in the Redan Racing Mercedes. In fact, he's only 3.5 seconds behind that Continental Audi in his Mercedes GT3, 209.2 last time by. Also, Sabino De Castro, he's now really starting to find his feet. He's actually got quicker and quicker. He's now just done a 2:10 on those very old wet tyres.
Yeah, and in the early laps of the race, I had a little look, and he was lapping 2:16, 2:14, and that was the time when David Fuminelli was banging in laps as low as 2:06, so the gap was coming down big time. It's coming down again, but this has been a great response from Sabino De Castro and the Continental Racing Audi that had a problem for Vasily Velidikin. Kicks its tail around at the final corner, but importantly stays on the bit that's called tarmac and gets going all over again. So I suggest there may be a place change there. But again, it's about drivers pushing to just find out how much grip is coming their way. In that case, on the painted outside of the corner, not a lot.
David Fuminelli just trimming the gap all the time. Actually trimming, no, he's carving the gap down. He's just taken another 3 seconds out of Sabino De Castro. The gap is now 34.7 seconds from your leader, Manamuri Energy Porsche, driven by Sabino De Castro, to the number 8, Kessel Racing Ferrari. And of course, the Kessel car has a lot more fuel on board because it did pit. Yes, they had to pit mostly under green. Or they did pit mostly under green, but they now then are starting to see the benefit of that because the Manamuri Energy car, they might well need to pit quite soon, actually.
Yeah, I think it's coming up fairly soon. Just hats off again to Kyle Marcelli. He's the fastest driver on the circuit. He's done the fastest lap of the day so far, 2:06.5, only a small margin better than David Fuminelli's car, but the difference is Fuminelli is running in second place with 177 laps under his belt, but after delays yesterday, Kyle Marcelli's car is 5 laps down. But all you can do is all you can do at the moment. He's got to just keep seeing what's next up the road. That's another Ferrari. That's the Scuderia Praha car from Prague with Joseph Kral. He's also travelling pretty fast, but Marcelli, the Canadian, doing a fantastic job at the moment.
I can imagine growing up in Canada, you're used to loose surface, you're used to low grip, you're used to low driving, particularly getting a tyre to work in low temperature too. You know, that's one thing that's going to be really, really important. And good grounding there for Kyle Marcelli. Also, we heard from his teammate Lisa Clark yesterday. Kyle is Lisa's coach and is very much an active coach on the radio a lot. And I love it. Lisa described him as the Zen coach, just saying, "Okay, it's fine, no problem, calm down, everything's good."
You know,
everyone needs that calm voice in their head.
There was a fashion in the 70s, Zen, the art of Zen tennis, and also for skiing there's one, and they gave me the best bit of advice ever. Skiing on boilerplate ice, imagine your toes in your boots are like butterflies. Stop you clenching your feet and turning them into hooves, and trust me, it absolutely works for me. So sometimes one little bit of advice, and I know full well a lot of mates are driver coaches, you know, they've got to find out how can they get the message into their customers' head, what works for them. Don't overload them with instruction. Possibly sometimes it's just one thing. Concentrate on that, see how that improves you, but it does take 2 to tango. You do need to have the person you're coaching prepared to listen, prepared to believe you, and then bit by bit, as you give them something and they can find an improvement with that, that's the first step, and you can build on that. But it's an art. No two sets of people are going to be the same, deal with each other, even have the mental space sometimes, because they're often very busy people, you know. They might be going around 13 out of the 15 corners at Mugello and concentrating, 2 of them thinking about the next business deal. You know, lives can be difficult and complicated, but it's that ability to pare away all of that and focus on the job in hand. I couldn't do it.
No, definitely not. No, not for me. I'm quite comfortable with this position up here in the nice, cosy commentary box. Sabino De Castro doing the best that he can right now with the package underneath him, and that package is, you know, quite old wet tyres. And the thing is, where yes, the track is damp, but it's not fully wet, so we might be approaching the point now where the tyres start to overheat. Actually, I mean, according to the timing screens, there's lots of personal bests being set, so it's a real switch off point, saying is the track is improving, but does it get to the point where the track improves and it dries, and then the tyre goes, oh no, I'm actually working too hard, because the wet tyre is designed to work in the wet. When it dries, the tread blocks move too much, it overheats the tyre. When human beings overheat, we don't work at our best. Tyres are exactly the same.
No, a very, very good explanation there. Wave blue flags around the circuit, and that's just ahead of David Fuminelli, because he's picking his way through the field. He's running in second place. He's still taking a second or two a lap out of the race, leading Manamori Energy by Ebi Motors Porsche. But to start this race, he was taking 10-12 seconds a lap out of it. So good job from Sabino De Castro, hanging on a much older tyres. But I must say, David Fuminelli, he's having to pass a lot of slower cars, and every time he goes offline, it's compromising his lap time. If he has a lap with nobody near the nose of his car, he will be taking much bigger chunks of time out of Sabino De Castro. But we've seen him from the outset of this race. We've seen him 2 wheels on the grass in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. He is taking risks, but it's all quite measured, though. How many times do you play the risk card? I don't know.
I have a theory. I think because he was on those brand new Michelin tyres, when he really did his best work was when they were on their first 5 to 10 laps.
Yep.
And then now we talk about the dry Michelin tyre having this fantastic early peak and then dropping earlier, but then staying on a plateau for a very long time. Is David Fuminelli now down on the same plateau as Sabino De Castro's tyres?
I think you're exactly there. Gosner Racing, or MP Racing, unfortunately, David Gosner, he got the 10-second penalty. And now he's had a little spin. Turn 12, Corintaio, that's the downhill right-hander that gets you onto one of the return legs of the circuit. But again, like so many cars, they rotate and they just pray they don't stick the wheels in the gravel, because that requires withdrawal. But for David Gosner, he got away. The car was through 90 degrees, was on the painted stuff outside the white line that marks the edge of the circuit, but didn't stray any further.
And the car just moving around under braking for the MP Motorsport Mercedes of David Gosner, and that says to me that the tread blocks are starting to move on that tyre. They're starting to get, you know, bike racers, they always talk about, motorbike racers, they talk about when the wet tyre, they said it feels like riding on chewing gum, and it can get, when it really overheats, that's what it can feel like. The car moves around, it pitches more too. Also, how did the team set the cars up yesterday? Because they were not allowed to work on them, of course, overnight. They're in Parc Fermé. How did the team set the car up? Did they set it up for a wet? Did they set it up for a half and half? Very important. Who's got the setup in the car if the circuit keeps drying over the next 4 hours or so? Who's got the car that's going to come alive in those conditions?
Yeah, and you know, talking to various teams, they said, you know, through testing and practice, it was dry, beautiful spring weather. But some of the more attuned teams, even though they didn't put wet tyres on, they tried a wet chassis setup, wet suspension setup, just to start getting their head around it. And every little gobbet of information you get, you hope, is one that will give you a clearer picture cometh the day.
We've done our own driver change down in the pits. Diana Binks is taking a well-deserved break, and Ben Constanduros has a report for us.
Yeah, Diana starting us off on the grid there, and I'll be taking over for the next 2 hours. I don't know if we mentioned it, but the 921 Milner Motorsport Porsche, part of that battle in 992, has come through the pits, presumably topped off with fuel in the fuel Bowsers. A long fuel stop for them, but they came straight past their pit box. So no change of tyres, staying on the wet tyres that they had before, no driver change, and back out onto circuit.
That's very interesting. Yes, they were in the they're in the fueling for 3.5 minutes. So that's very interesting. So Milner Motorsport perhaps didn't have quite as much fuel in the tank as Red Camel Jordans did. We were speaking to Red Camel Jordans strategist Paul Truswell. We were saying, because we were talking about them being on the same lap, and I said, how are they for fuel compared to yours? He goes, I couldn't possibly say. We get lots of great information out of Paul, but there is always a limit where we hit that limit and we're told, yes, next question.
Yes, there's always yes, the question I shall not answer. The twinkle is in my eye, but of course Paul operates on another plane to the rest of us, so he's already got many other factors in his head that are being knit together. And you heard Ivo Breukers talking about how he pops in with his suggestions for Paul to consider as well. You can imagine they're coming thick and fast this weekend. Now Ivo isn't racing because of having his neck in one of those soft braces. Right, new fastest lap of the race. The car in 28th position. Get that. It's the Proton Huber competition of Porsche, the car that coulda, shoulda, but unfortunately due to a shunt ended up many laps down. In fact, doing the maths on that, 32 laps down, but 2 minutes 5.5 seconds from Klaus Bachler, such an expert in any form of Porsche 911. The last decade has been a magical time for the Austrian racer, and he's showing what the car can do. But what else can he do? You've lost all that time with car repairs. You know, there was even a question, would they come out again on the Sunday? But there's 5 hours. It's a brilliant circuit. Of course you want to come and play. 4 drivers get to share that. Jörg Dreiser, though, is the driver who's just feeling sad after yesterday, having had the moment that cost them their position.
David Fiminelli is really trimming this gap down in the number 8 Kessel Ferrari. The gap to the leader, Sabino De Castro for Manamurray Energy Porsche, is now down to 25 seconds. He pulled 2.2 seconds out of the leader last time by, really, and actually Sabino De Castro in the leading car set his best lap of the race, a 209.5, but Fiminelli just sector by sector trimming away. I mean, he's in sector 1 alone, he's taken 1.2 seconds out, so Fiminelli is really pushing. He's got clear air ahead of him now for a little moment at least, trying to get that hammer down and make up for that lost ground. They were really unlucky with that early code 60. It just didn't come out at the right time for them, and they're on the fight back. And of course, Fiminelli, they have driver time that they've got lots of driver time that they can use for him, but there are other drivers in the car who have got minimum driver time to serve too, so they've got to be really delicate on who they put in the car and when. I would think they probably want to save Fiminelli for the end. You would think they want to maybe put him in for the final stint.
Yeah, you keep him back because if you need a charge, but it's about getting the other drivers in and through, and of course one driver has yet to go in that car, LMDV. And so we are going to see that's the thing we had to remember through the course of qualifying in particular. 3 different qualifying sessions, and 3 of or potentially 4 drivers would go, but with the least experience going in the first of those 3 qualifying sessions, 15 minutes each. And so it was a real lottery. We had one case, Hofer Racing, after the first qualifying session for GT3 were top, then I think they were second after the second time was added, but then when the third bunch of drivers got in, it suddenly tumbled down the order. Really interesting way of doing things, but we have to remember that a lot of these crews have got 4 drivers, and some of them are way less experienced, and therefore their lap times will be slower than some of their rivals. But it's all about the cumulative result.
Our guardian angel has just brought a coffee for Bruce and a water for me. Aren't we well looked after in the Global Broadcast Centre?
Well, it's got brandy in it. How's yours?
Oh, lucky you. Yes. Well, I'm your chauffeur for the week, so you enjoy it. You enjoy it. We're going to get some real golden nuggets here from Bruce Jones for the next 12 hours. It's still staying stubbornly damp on the track.
It is, and I've spent a lot of time, actually this is because I do quite a lot of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series race, where you spend half the time looking at the shape of the clouds and whether you can see any trees, and looking out over the main grandstand, which is opposite the pits here. It's broken cloud, it's lighter underneath, but whenever you get a long shot to look at the mountains or the tall hills around here, it tends to be hidden indeed. Now, one thing that's been such an interesting element, we saw it at the Dubai 24 Hours, is the arrival of Indian superstar actor Ajith Kumar. He's got his own team now, and it's teammate Mathieu Detry who started off on the Sunday, but the fans, they're not here in the thousands or tens of thousands they were at Dubai, but there's a lot of interest. This is all being aired live on Tamil Sports TV, so it's just great to have a new bunch of people following, and Ajit out of the car, so charming. But you know what, we've seen many sort of actors come and do racing, but almost to an individual, they have been completely out of their actor zone, completely in their driver zone. They're here because they love racing. And that is what I absolutely think is fantastic. I love to see someone just, and you can imagine for them, it's an entire escape. Do something completely different for your day job, but I think it's also acting as a process, and so is driving. And so they listen, and hopefully they learn. Not all do, but we've got some really fantastic driver actors, and of course Paul Newman very nearly won Le Mans many moons ago. Steve McQueen gets more recognition, but Paul Newman, I mean, the impact he had at the wheel, just phenomenal.
Gene Hackman as well did some racing, and you know, I love the story about Steve McQueen winning his class at Sebring in 1970 in the Flunder Spider, but nearly won overall. But if it weren't for a great charge from Mario Andretti, brilliant support here for Ajith Kumar. I mean, he is a megastar in India. He's a very well-known Hollywood actor, and we're delighted to have so many new fans here as part of the 24-hour series.
But they've come prepared as well with their own handmade sort of poster boards with their star driver there upon. Right, talking of star drivers, I've been bigging up Carl Marcelli. He now has the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 5.2. This is way off the fastest pace we saw last night when the track began to dry. But, you know, it's good to see. So I don't know who'll be getting second into Ajit's car, whether it be Fabien Dufour, and waiting maybe for drier conditions. We've still got 4 and a bit hours remaining in this race, 4 hours and 7 minutes. Then it may well be Ajit himself. He's sitting in the pit garage doing what I like. He's totally focused on the racing. He's not concerned by the cameras around him. That's just everyday life for him, but just studying the timing screens as we're doing, looking to see how much the pace is picking up, looking at the sector times. Each lap is split into 3 timing sectors. How's that middle sector doing? Oh, how's it working for the 992 Cup Porsches? Obviously, the gold standard in that has been Rick Broikers this morning. His best lap at 2 minutes 10. Next best in class, obviously further down the order now, having served that long pit stop, 2 minutes 12. So he's still 2 seconds a lap faster on his best lap than Valters Fiedris, but the pace is good this morning in the 992.
And Ajith Kumar, as an AM-graded driver, he has to do a minimum of 2 hours driving across the entirety of the race, yesterday and today. Yesterday, he did a mammoth Ironman stint, 1 hour and 41 minutes in difficult conditions, which physically is lighter than in the dry, but mentally is 3-4 times harder, and kept the car on the road and brought it back for his teammates. So today, he has 19 minutes of driver time he's got to do between now and the checkered flag in 4 hours and 6 minutes time. So this car, the Ajith Kumar Racing car, is run by Baz Kooten, who know this series inside and out and back to front. So I think they'll be waiting for what might be a maybe more prolonged code 60, and then that might be when they do the driver changes. Ajith, I'm sure, will be ready to go in the pits, got his helmet ready to go, and they'll play that as at just the right point, because they're running in the AM class at the moment. They're second in the AM class, trying to chase down RPM Racing. The Seb Lejeune car, which started in the lead of 992 AM, is back to third, but they have taken a pit stop.
Yeah, and I think you talk about 1 hour and 41, you might say it was on a wet track, but yesterday there was no such thing as a uniform wet track. It was changing by the moment. Then we had that constant scrabble to get heat back in the tyres after a code 60 period, so it was managing your tyres, getting the heat in, hoping to settle in. There's another code 60, you have to do it all again. So he's done the hard yards, but I would think the team will be looking for the point today in this 5-hour second part of the Michelin 12 hours, where the weather is going to be the most consistent, the track's going to be the most consistent. And it may well be he does longer than 19 minutes. He might do a half-hour stint, he might do an hour stint, depends where they're placed, what he wants from it. But you know what, it's just great to have him here racing on these circuits. Even hardened regular racing drivers just adore coming to Mugello, and for a lot of them, they haven't really done it very much in their careers. One driver, who Tom Coronel, hasn't been here since he won in Formula Opel Lotus in 1994, 30 years before.
I would have lost money on that. I would have thought that World Touring cars would have come here at some point, but no, they didn't. And it just shows you that's what the 24-hour series is all about, is opening up these new opportunities to drive on tracks that drivers haven't been to for a while, or never before, going on a European adventure around the continent.
I think that's a really good way of describing it, a European adventure, because often if you race in a series for a very long time, you tend to go to a particular track in a particular country, and never, unless you change series, do you get to go and try the other ones. And not being able to come to Mugello, for a lot of people, you know, Mugello was something they didn't really pay attention to, and then suddenly the Formula One World Championship during COVID had to fish around to find some tracks, found this one, Ferrari own it, and that was a good suggestion. And Formula One fans who'd never seen it before going, why do we not know about this tracks with its ups, its downs, its constant twists? I'd love to see Formula One come back here.
Would be fantastic. Fastest lap of the race for David Fiminelli in second place, 2:04.406. That's 2.6 seconds quicker than Sabino De Castro, who's really actually got more into his groove as the tyres got even older. And as the Kessel Ferrari has gone down onto a similar plateau of performance, he's actually matched Fiminelli really quite well on a lot of other laps, but that was a particularly good lap for Fiminelli. The gap is now down to 16.4 seconds, and remember, the leading car, the 95 Porsche, has to pit at some point. They haven't pitted so far in this second portion of the race. They've been at the wheel for 56 minutes, whereas the Kessel Ferrari, they topped it right up to at the tail end of the last code 60, and they were caught out a little bit. Fiminelli's had to catch back, but boy, oh boy, has he made it back.
We think he was caught out by dint of the code 60 being caught just after he'd passed the point he could have gone into the pits. However, I think the teams are looking at the weather forecast. No, I don't think. They will be looking at the weather forecast. They're looking at how the track's drying out, and they made us feel conditions are better today. Maybe there'll be fewer code 60s. Maybe, you know, you're less likely to get caught out by them because there'll be fewer of them. As I say that, there'll probably be a clatter of cars driving through the gravel. But, you know, sometimes you realise over 12 hours of racing, some moments will come your way with the timing of an incident where you could actually get a pit stop almost for free, and some will not. But you just got to keep working it out. But a lot of the teams that are the regular front runners, They go for every single option. There's a code 60. Come in, take a minimum amount of fuel. Come in, take a minimum amount of fuel. However, who was it who said this morning about how quickly they were cleaning up the track and getting the cars back out there?
Ivo Broikers.
It's Ivo Broikers. So the code 60 periods are much, much shorter due to the efficiency of the Mugello racing crews, the crews that clean up cars that take a tumble. But certainly they've got all their lifting vehicles at the key corners. One of those, of course, is San Donato, the opening corner. Fabulous double right-hander. And then, of course, if you've never been or seen Mugello before, the climb out of there is fantastic. It may look relatively steep on TV. Walk it, you'll feel it. Your calves will let you know what's going on.
Fastest lap of the race for Jake Hill, a 2:03.8. That was 3/10 quicker than Fuminelli on the last lap, who set his personal best. So Jake Hill in that Aero Motorsport Ferrari as the peak of that. But it's interesting, when they were on the new Michelin wet tyre, as Fuminelli was, same car, couldn't quite match the pace. But once they've dropped onto that plateau of grip, Jake Hill's actually really got into his own, is really gelling with the car, and is the fastest driver on the circuit right now. And the thing for Jake Hill is, as well, he's a semi-pro graded driver, so he has no maximum driver time. The only driver time that Aero Motorsport have got to worry about is Dwight Merriman and Kyle Tilley. They've both got 2 hours that they need to do. Merriman did just over an hour yesterday, by my recollection. I'll need to check what Kyle Tilley did. He did a little bit more.
I think he did a little bit more.
So he might well be complete. He might well be done for the race. But that's what Aero Motorsport have got to think about. And of course, they've only done one stint with Ryan DL too, their pro driver. So
no, exactly. Ryan was on coffee and biscuits duty yesterday, I think, looking after the team and feeding you stories as well, Peter, as well. The old Scottish mafia connection there. Right, now, one thing that we might get Ben to go and do down in the pits is E2P Racing had an engine problem yesterday. New engine in their Aston Martin Vantage, car number 90. But Antonio Siniero is listed as being in the pits at the moment. I think he's been there for a short while. Hopefully it's not too much of a problem. Hopefully it's a routine check. And again, they lost so much time yesterday that they can afford to be a little longer. Right, out of the lead of the race, so Sabino De Castro into refueling for him. He hadn't visited the pits, whereas the 2 cars giving chase, David Fuminelli in the Kessel Racing Ferrari and Ian James, the heart of racing, by SPS Automotive Mercedes. They got their fueling done early, but the one that lost time in that was the Kessel Racing car. But lap after lap, David Fuminelli has been stretching his vantage over the heart of racing Mercedes and taking chunks out of the Manamori Porter. That is now in fueling. That will take a full tank, but obviously it will lose a lot more track position by dint of this all being under green.
The track is getting quicker and quicker all the time, isn't it? With a 2:03.1 from Jietong Lang. Fantastic stuff. Just checking on that Aero Motorsport car in 4th place. Kyle Tilley has completed his driver time. So he's done just over 2 hours. So Dwight Merriman is the other driver that they need to think about. So he has done, yeah, an hour and 4 minutes. So they've got 56 minutes they need to fit in the next 4 hours.
I will now hereby apologise on air to Ben for suggesting he should go to E2P Racing. Do not bother the car. As I said it, moments later, Antonio Siniero left the pit lane. So the Aston Martin is back on the track. But again, it's down in final position, 31st position. 81 laps on the board. It's down by 106 laps. So it ain't going to chip away at that. So it's all about the drivers enjoying the next 4 hours. In fact, a whisker under 4 hours on this fantastic circuit at Mugello. And it's a new car for them this year, so hopefully any of these gremlins they're suffering on their debut event will be ironed out when they go up to Spa-Francorchamps in a month's time.
This next 4 hours, if we stay dry, the way that everything's unraveling and what the plan that every car has is all slightly different. How is this going to work out? There's so many unknowns at this stage.
Yeah, now we were just talking about how the track is improving. On the last lap, all but 4 cars set their fastest lap of the race. That's not including the Aston Martin that just came out of the pits, but 2:03.111. I think, that's Jietong Lang in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghinis. That's been going well. It's had its moments, its ups and downs, but the Chinese driver going very well this morning because he follows that up by another lap in the 2-minute and 3-second margin. So the fastest lap of the race and the second fastest lap for him. So things are definitely improving out on the circuit. The big question is now, as David Fuminelli takes the lead, Ian James goes into second, still in refueling De Castro, and that is where it focuses you. Under code 60, you don't seem to lose as much time because, of course, everyone on the track is only going 60 kph. Bear in mind the top speed on this circuit is more like 265 kph. on the approach to the first corner. But the refueling cost has cost big time, because De Castro is down into 4th position now. The Aero Motorsport Ferrari goes past as well. However, in turn, they too will have to come in and make a pit stop sometime in the next 15 minutes, some of them.
And they've filled up very late. In fact, they were probably the last car to fill before the pits closed with 10 minutes to go. With Aero Motorsport,
yes.
on board. So they can't be far off. With an hour and 2 minutes is into the pits. Then into the pit stall comes the 95 of Manamori Energy by Heavy Motors. Sabina Castro getting out. Is that Sergio Nicolai?
I think it's Sergio, but we'll confirm that when he gets in. That means Fabrizio Broggi will still be on coffee and biscuits duty in the pit garage. We'll wait and find out, because he didn't get to drive yesterday. He decided while the conditions were at their roughest and most interchangeable. Are you looking to see if those are slicks?
Are those slicks going on? Maybe Ben, I don't know if Ben must be there, if Seb's there. We'll try and get a report from Ben Constanduros if we can on whether Heavy Motors Manamori Energy by Heavy Motors have gone on to slick tyres.
Okay, now I was trying to remember the crossover point, the laps. Okay, just getting an answer. It is a slick tyre. What was the changeover point yesterday when Aero Motorsport went from wet weather tyres onto slicks? Yes, slicks being brought out, just getting confirmation and that being approved. I think it was a similar sort of lap time, with cars doing about 203s, 204s, that the very, very brave went onto slicks. And then we saw times coming into the 149. Yeah, other cars coming in the pits are going for slick tyres as well. And as we said, look, a moment ago, every car bar a handful was setting their fastest lap of the race. And I think the good thing is, now let's hear from Ben. We made it run.
I am down here. I got distracted because Tom Coronel was talking at me. But I did have a chance to see both the 2 pit stops we've had at the top end here, and both slick tyres. And looking at the fronts of this Porsche that's just come in, the 965, they're not too bad. It's the rears that are really starting to chew up. So especially in the Porsche category, in the 992 category, that's sort of what you kind of expect. But it's we are now at the crossover, whereby those, I don't know if you're on our picture, but those are the front tyres, and they don't look too bad. They've definitely got good temperature in them, but it's the rears that have really, they've almost ripped up by that sort of putting down the power. Good morning. By putting down the power onto the track, and the sidewalls and the blocks are pulling apart because they are now generating good temperature out there. And there's a bit of blue sky, Seb. Look, can you see that? Some blue sky just up there. It's come true, Bruce.
I knew it would, Ben. I'm the optimist. Oh, look at that. Remember that. Take a photo. We'll save that up for later. Right, fastest lap thus far in this morning's session is 201.652. No guesses who it was. It wasn't David Fuminelli. He's been quick, but nothing as near as quick as Jake Hill. Now up to 3rd place, the Aero Motorsport Ferrari, 201.652. Now we're going to have to wait a handful of laps and see what sort of pace Sergio Nicolai, just to confirm, he was the 2nd driver into the Manamori Energy by AB Motors Porsche. And what we saw yesterday, it took them 3 or 4 laps, and they were way, way off the pace. Anybody going onto slicks before they could really start to attack.
Immediately, Sergio Nicolai has put in the best Sector 2 for that car. So that is a switchover. So, and that's when the tyres are cold. So that will improve a lot. So, but for Jake Hill, right now he's still on those old wets. He's done the best lap of the race, 201.6, but he's going to be due for fuel any minute now. So it's perfect timing. That's worked out really well. Whereas
100%.
Faminelli, he's got a lot more fuel in the tank, given the fact that he stopped just after that, well, at the tail end of that first Code 60, the only Code 60 we've had so far. So how long does Faminelli stay out on the wets? Does he run to the end of the fuel tank and then get the tyre change done when his tank's empty, or does he come in pit early? You know, he's got to get out the car at some point. I mean, you know, he's done an hour and 3 minutes of stint time, so he's still got quite a bit that he could in terms of his maximum stint in one go. Lots of questions to answer. I bet it is busy on the radio right now in all of these leading cars.
Oh, 100%. And lap by lap, they're going faster and faster. Actually, David Fuminelli's just done his fastest lap, 202.4. Really interesting to see how Sergio Nicolai, down in 4th place, manages his, and as I say that, manages his pace. Can he have the patience to wait for the tyres to come up to temperature? But I tell you what, the track appears drier at the point they're going for slick tyres than yesterday. I think it was also, though, yesterday it was about 5:30 in the afternoon. The light was very poor. Everything looked a whole lot darker. that bit of blue sky that Ben was talking about, I think, has moved away now, being covered by cloud. But it seems a more uniform track right here, right now. Heart of Racing team running around in second place, still with Ian James on board. 2 minutes and 5 seconds for them as he presses on. But really, the quick guys are running in the Ferraris. David Fuminelli at the front of the race. Jake Hill in third place. But Jake Hill is not so fast this lap because he's gone into refueling. We wondered when that stop would come. David Fuminelli will carry on for a few more laps before he comes in. He's got 1 hour and 5 minutes on the clock since the start of the race for him.
I wonder if they'll. Well, I don't. I wonder if they'll put Ryan DL in now because. You know, if they kept Jake Hill in, they'd have to bring him out in 55 minutes' time, which is way short of a tank. So I think they might put Ryan DL in now on those dry tyres. But Sergio Nicolai, the first proper look we've got at dry tyres, miles quicker than everybody else, 1:57.2. So the dry tyre right now is 4 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, and it's going to get a whole lot faster as well. We saw much quicker times last night when the track was not in such nice condition, but it's when in the cycle you can afford to come in. Fleetingly, the fastest lap of the race was actually done by a Porsche 992 Cup class car, because that was the first one of those that went onto slick tyres. But the track is changing all the time. Yesterday it was changing from full wet to semi-wet to, oh my gosh, I shouldn't have gone for those other tyres, I should have kept them on. But today it seems a more uniform transition for the drivers as they try and work their way towards the front. And just remember, we had 7 hours of racing yesterday, and at the end of that, as night was falling over the circuit here, we had 3 cars on the lead lap. We had the Manamari Energy by AB Motors Porsche leading the way, some distance back, but importantly into second place, the Kessel Racing Ferrari. That is now leading the race with David Fuminelli. And the third car in the batch was the Heart of Racing Mercedes, and Ian James is running second in that. He's still on the wet weather tyres. So is Fuminelli, the Kessel Racing Ferrari. But Sergio Nicolai, his teammate Sabino De Castro, swallowed up the early hour of this race on old wet weather tyres, now onto the slicks, and it's beginning to fly. But you can feel sure, will that be good enough? And will the Ferraris and Mercedes, both of which tended to be quicker in the dry weather running on Thursday and Friday here, once they get the dry rubber on? Let's wait and see.
Jake Hill has been into fuel and topped up that 296 GT3 for Era Motorsport, newcomers to this championship. So this is a new experience for them. They've won at the pretty much the highest level of sports car racing. They've won 2 Rolex 24s, they've won the Sebring 12-hour. They know how strategy works, but the 24-hour series is so different. So this is still new for them. They did race in Dubai. Into the pits they go. Are they going to do a driver change? Yes, they are. And Ben Constanduros is down with the 81 car.
We have slick tyres. Era have a new set of slick tyres going onto the car. They will do a driver change as well. Jake Hill is out. It's Kyle Tilley that jumps into the car. And nice and efficient. A little bit of pressure being added also to the hydraulic system before they can go back out. They were in fuel for a long, long time, and actually taking a little bit of extra time just to get Kyle bolted into the car here. So giving away some extra seconds. Kyle and Jake quite different in terms of shape, so there will be bit seat inserts and the rest going into that car as well before the seat belts can be bolted in, and they go straight into the penalty box. Did we know about that? Because now extra time being given away by Era.
Yeah, that was for a false start on the start, 10-second penalty there that will need to be served. So the tyres will be slowly cooling off there as they sit, and then we'll get the wave on to go. Off they go. And then out. Just be careful not to break the pit lane speed limit, and then through the timing loop, and then open up the full might of that 2.9-litre turbocharged V6. And it is indeed Kyle Tilley. Curious call that from me, Bruce, because Kyle Tilley has done his minimum drive time. I understand why now. He has to do a combined driver time with Dwight Merriman. So this is very important. Yes. So this is a Pro-Am car. Kyle Tilley has to do a total of 6 hours combined with Dwight Merriman. So I missed that. I do apologise, dear viewer and listener. So Kyle Tilley had done just over 2 hours yesterday. Dwight Merriman had just done over an hour. Dwight Merriman has to do 2 hours on his own, so he still needs to go in for a stint. But actually then Kyle Tilley needs to do actually quite a lot of the next 3 hours and 48 minutes. So we might not well see Ryan Dale in the car at all. Actually, he's done one stint, he's come to Italy, he's done his one stint, that's it, by the looks of things.
Right, what's the fastest lap of the race? I reckon it's probably the driver who's running in 28th position out of 31. Yes, it is, as luck would have it. Klaus Bachler, 1 minute 54.3 seconds. This is the Proton Huber competition Porsche that, you know, showed really good pace. What happened on Thursday and Friday here, it was the Mercedes and Ferraris that set the pace, but once we went out onto wet track yesterday, suddenly the Porsches very much came into the mix, and one little mishap for them, and they put it way down the order. But it's all about working in this car to get it ready for the next few races as well. Next time, Spa-Francorchamps. Of course, that is a circuit that also potentially has weather-affected conditions, and always just lurking. But again, in the Ardennes Forest, a bit like here in the hills, you can have one sort of weather in the valley and another bit just the other side of the hill from you. So it's always going to be a mix, but knowing how your car works across the full weather range, the full range of track conditions is clearly something that's absolutely vital for teams.
According to our radar, there is no rain forecast between now and the checkered flag. There was an ever so slight chance of some in the area around 10 o'clock, but we're well past that now. I think we're clear to go. So that dry line is going to keep forming over the course of the day. I mean, that lap by Klaus Bachler there, the best lap of the race, 1:54.3. That's 8 and a bit seconds off a pure dry time. So I mean, that's closer than I thought we'd get this early in the piece with 3 hours and 46 minutes left.
Again, it's just when you think, yeah, we're getting towards the end of this race, nonsense. 3 3/4 hours to play with. 12 hours in all, split 7 hours on the Saturday, 5 on the Sunday. It's a really good way of doing things, but it does give that element about you have to be on the same lap, potentially, as anyone you're challenging for outright victory, for class victory. And we only had 3 cars on that lead lap. So in theory, as long as they don't do anything wrong, it should be between them. And yet, it's endurance racing. There could be mechanical problems. But even 10 years ago, there were so many more mechanical problems than we have now. You know, GT3 in particular is just rock solid.
Oh, little moment for the IRC GT car at Borgo San Lorenzo. Turn 5, brought out a yellow flag briefly, but got back going again. Not sure if have they made a pit stop yet today. Yes, they have, so they may well be on dry tyres. So that might be causing a little bit of an issue with that big thumping V8 in the IRC GT. Is pit stop for 93 Red Ant Racing in their AMG. A good first stint for Ayrton Red Ant.
Yeah, no, it was, but the car actually, remember, it was late away at the start of the race. It was to get to the grid, and then it didn't quite get away just there. It only lost a second or two. Yannick Redon just getting it going. But little moments in a 12-hour race, you can swallow them up. But little things like that could have put you not on the same lap as your class rivals last night at 7 hours, where the cars didn't come back to the pit lane. They formed up on the grid. They were kept there overnight with their car covers on. But it was about, you know, the old adage about endurance racing, get through the night and see where we are. But it doesn't work like that so much now because, of course, the cars are so much more mechanically reliable. It's not a case of nurse and then in a 24-hour race go blasting for the last 3 hours. It certainly used to be the format at Daytona, at Le Mans. Is that Ben down in the pits?
Hello, Bruce. Yes, it is. I'm actually standing at ARC Bratislava, who are awaiting the Lamborghini. So you speculated that they'd already been into the pits. They hadn't. They now come in and annihilate the aluminium board that signifies where the pit stop is. The wet tyres come off. The dry tyres go on. Full driver change as well, because Jai Tong Lang is now out of the car. I think we might go and have a chat with him. He's a long-term Lamborghini driver, usually with, the name now escapes me, Leopard, usually driving for them, and has been over here in Europe for a good few years, but now with ARC Bratislava. And they will be heading back out again on a brand new pair of slick tyres after a very lengthy stop in the fuel area. So they are completely at brim. I guess we're not waiting for too many cars now to switch over to those slick tyres. Probably the most significantly being Red Camel's Jordan.
So the number 8 Kessel Ferrari has just come into fuel. So David Fuminelli on those wets, who was losing a lot of time, 5 seconds a lap, maybe even more in some cases, to Sergio Nicolai in that Manamuri Energy car that went to dry tyres first, and will get a gain from that. So Fuminelli, who'd been at the wheel for an hour and 15 minutes or so. So if they fuel up now, they can't then get him to drive the rest of that fuel tank because he has to get out after 2 hours. So they will have to do a driver change here.
Yeah, notably the top three runners, the three cars that started on the lead lap were some of the last to go over towards slick tyres, but they set their pace, and the drivers who were setting the fastest times were way further down the order. Felice Gelmini actually has just taken over the Pellin Racing Ferrari that Carl Marcelli had. He was setting really quick laps. He had the fastest lap of the race, and that's just gone immediately been toppled by Klaus Bachler, who's down, as I say, in 28th of the 31 cars that are still running in this event. Right, let's just run you down through the classes. Don't have to run too far down the list to get to the top car in the 992 Cup class. It's Red Camel's Jordan. That's 4th place for Rick Broikers. Second in that class is 9th place overall, Valtters Viedris for Mühlner Motorsport. 3rd place and leading the 992 AM class is Philipp Hamprecht, the German racer, done a lot of his racing in the Far East. He's in 13th position for RPM Racing, sharing with Nicholas Jonsson and the man with the name on the door of the team, Tracy Crone. In GTX, it's by some margin the Olivier Gomez Vortex V8 had a 14-lap margin over the sister car when they parked up last night. And GT4 at the start of play today, it was Matthew George, and now it's Matthew Higgins taking over the Venture Mercedes, and it's got 2 laps. Now waiting for driver change at the number 8 Ferrari crew.
Yes, Bruce, I'm down here.
Good man.
Yeah, I'm down here because it's we are waiting for the car. Confusion at Kessel as to who's going in. As you can see in front of me, I think there are 2 drivers with their helmets on down at Kessel. Alessandro Cutrera was expecting to go in. He was first helmeted up, but then there was some Italian gesturing going on, suggesting that perhaps Marco Frezza was supposed to be getting into the car, but he wasn't ready and still had his jacket on and certainly didn't have a helmet on. Hasn't taken him long to get his helmet now on, and he is now ready. Whether he wasn't in the garage on time and therefore Alessandro was waiting as a sort of a reserve, perhaps, I'm not so sure, but we are now going to get a full driver change. We still haven't seen LMD in the car. Here comes Fuminelli. This time I'm going to try and get a word with him before he goes into driver coach mode, especially as Frezza is jumping into the car. And of course they are going from the wet tyre to the dry tyre. The car pretty filthy as well, having lifted all of that dirt off the road in the last hour. And it looks like a pretty conventional stop otherwise, trying to see if there's anything else. But I've not seen often a sort of almost an argument going on in the garage as to who is going to get into the car next. That was what was happening. I know it's not an argument, it just looks it from when there were Italian gesturing going on. Again, a little bit of time to get Frezza aboard and bolted in. And he had a little stall, and he's stalled right in the way of the Vortex, but that's okay. I think he's got it clear before the Vortex comes in, and they are back out and onto the track.
Little bit messy there for Kessel Racing. They had yesterday where they had a delay on a driver change as well, and if you don't get the driver change done before the tyres are done, you're giving away time.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's whenever you watch a pit stop, particularly if people are watching for the first time, and they think, gosh, everything is done so quickly, but every time someone gets, you know, all fingers and thumbs, it might only cost you a couple of seconds, but it really is visual. You can sense the frustration of the other mechanics, but it's about not panicking at that point. Complete your job, get it down to terra firma. Chance to look at a pit stop for the Vortex crew. Again, it's such an unusual looking car, the V8, with these enormous air tunnels that go past the driver's flanks and channels down to the back, and it's little sort of gull wing doors lifted up and put back down. And bear in mind, one of those had a problem with the door handle at the start of the race, and we've seen this with cars with gull wings. It can be a problem, but unfortunately for them, there is a drill and work on the rear suspension settings at the moment.
That might well be to make the car handle a bit better.
Exactly, they're tightening it up now. They softened it off for the rain, but certainly the track conditions far more uniform. Actually, this is a car it's very easy to work on. With that engine cover off, it gives them really good access to the V8, and it's the 701, not the leading car in the class. This was the car that Lionel Amrouche started, and looking for the driver change for that when it's completed. But Olivier Gomez in the sister car is running 16th overall to lead GTX, and Lionel's car in the pits at the moment is down in 26th position.
Off they go, a little adjustment. It's almost like a NASCAR pit stop, just a little tweak here, tweak there. Brilliant job from the Vortex crew, getting the car to work a little bit better now that it's switching over to dry tyres. And straight away the Michelin engineer having a look at the wear pattern, or I'll check the pressures, etc. great presence here from Michelin, quite a few engineers around there to help the teams, advise them how to get the best out of this tyre that's new to all the teams here in the 24-hour series.
Yeah, and also if you think about it, an awful lot of these cars could be used in 1 hour sprint races, and a lot of them are, but to get it to work across a range of 12 hours of racing across 2 days in mixed weather conditions, you really need to be on top of your tyres. They're learning these Michelin tyres, getting more and more out of them, but it's easy still, while knowledge is in relatively short supply, to get things wrong. New fastest lap of the race. We've got below 1 minute 50. It was going really well in the hands of, it's the Pellin Racing number 29 Ferrari, going beautifully for Carl Marcelli, but now Felice Gelmini going faster and faster as the track dries out. He's got to find 4 and a bit minutes to catch the car ahead of him, which is actually in the pits, which he should manage to do. That's the Mullner Motorsport 992 Cup Porsche that was running second in that class. And so, therefore, into the top 10 soon will go the Pellin Racing Ferrari. But they're doing all they can to just chip away. We've got just over 3.5 hours remaining in the second part that will be added to the 7 hours of yesterday to take us up to 12. The Aston Martin from E2P Racing had a new engine fitted overnight, and alas, had a short period back in the on the track, but Antonio Saniero has brought it back in. The engine cover, or the bonnet if you will, is off that car, and maybe that is that. Maybe they will end up in the final position, 31st position. Hopefully they can get back out, because if the car's new to the team and the team wants to run it through the course of the 24H series, they're going to need track time. So maybe we haven't seen the last as yet, but a bit of a hiatus for them.
It is amazing how the Aston Martin, how low and far back they get that 4-litre V8. It's quite remarkable, actually, the design, and we saw that taken to the limit as well with when we had the Bentley Continental GT3 with Christian Loriot, who's a legendary rally car designer. He actually, when he was working at M Sport, that was when they did the Bentley GT3 program, and he said that was his favorite program he ever did, being able to really get the absolute best out of this, maybe not the ideal package to begin with, and turning it into a top GT3 race car. Blue sky. But
whenever I saw people working on those Bentley Continentals, I thought you could only have mechanics with very long limbs, so they could actually lean in and reach down to the engine parts. It wasn't as though they tried to hide the engine. Proper blue sky. Yes, it was a partial blue sky, but a shot over the circuit shows there is the sky is the same colour as it was on Thursday for first practice, for testing, Friday for practice. By the time we arrived in the evening, the weather had gone away a little bit, and then Friday was gloomy all day, Saturday wet all day. Today it was going to be a mixture of sunshine and showers, but we thought after yesterday's experience it was going to be showers with a bit of sunshine, but maybe the balance would go over the opposite way. It'd be sunshine with a few showers. But for the first time, I think the teams can be confident to turn their backs on their weather forecast for a little bit. They've been tracking them all through yesterday, and maybe just get to some regular, hard, flat-out racing. Red Campbell's Jordan have made their pit stop, and Rick Breukers definitely deserves a pat on the back. His stint took it from their car from second in class. They just squeezed on to the lead lap, same lap as Mullner Motorsport overnight, but he absolutely flew. Built what was the best part of a minute advantage over Valtteri Viedris in the Mullner Motorsport car. Now Fabian Dance is down from 4th place to 7th, but still leading the class very comfortably. And they've got a lap now on Mullner Motorsport, so that's an amazing job from the whole Red Camels team so far. But long way to go, 3 hours and 34 minutes. And different teams and different drivers out on track are going to be able to get their head around this drying condition faster, and that can cause little complications in traffic sometimes. We saw it yesterday in a few occasions, so they just have to keep their heads down and keep on going, but they've put themselves in a very strong position, as have Venture Engineering, who have just put Matthew Higgins aboard about 10 minutes ago, who last time by a 209.3. Jim Gephardt just set his personal best, a 211.9. After an hour and 21 minutes. They have pitted, but I think by the looks of things it was just a top-up of fuel during the code 60. So the battle between Venture and CCS goes on, but Venture at the moment, they have a lap advantage. Yeah, it's really interesting. In the opening stages of this race, all the starting drivers were just getting the feel of the circuit, very aware it was taking a while for a dry line to appear, very aware that if you went off, the curbs were still wet, the line away from the racing line was wet. But now the track is drier over a wider region. And in fact, just going back to the role of a GT4 driver, we mentioned there's the slowest cars in the field. So they've got to constantly be looking in the mirrors. But unlike yesterday, they can actually see something other than their own spray firing out behind them. And because there's a bit more scope, with a bit more racing circuit that's almost dry, it means when the faster car to take such a risk. So again, Matthew Higgins has to stick to his racing line. That's the rule if you're in the lower class cars, and it's less of a risk as other people go past him. So it's sort of better for all comers, all concerned.
Into the pits then for Ian James after an opening nearly hour and a half at the wheel on wet tyres throughout that stint, which were what you wanted at the start, but towards the end of it was not what you wanted to be on. So Ian had to keep patient there. They're in fueling at the moment, filling up the tank to power that 6.2.
Racer did a very good job. So well done, Hannah Grisham and Ben.
Yeah, down at SPS, who are running this car for Heart of Racing, and it is, of course, wet tyres off, slick tyres on. Ian James out, Gray Newell jumping into the car. Not Hannah, she's still lurking in the garage. And it's a nice, efficient pit stop from the SPS team. And again, it is the limitation of bolting the driver in, which is the slowest part, as we saw from...
Again, dealt with that challenge. And now here's another new challenge going on. Slick, probably, if she's going to jump in the car, be slick tyres on a drying track, and yet another new experience.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say, it was the same for everyone, but for all of the teams, it wasn't just their first time on a wet track in a car like this. It was on tyres that none of the teams knew, because they hadn't even got any experience with the Michelin wet weather rubber. So she'll have had a very steep learning curve, but the racer did a very good job. So well done, Hannah Grisham and Ben.
Yeah, down at SPS, who are running this car for Heart of Racing, and it is, of course, wet tyres off, slick tyres on. Ian James out, Gray Newell jumping into the car. Not Hannah, she's still lurking in the garage. And it's a nice, efficient pit stop from the SPS team. And again, it is the limitation of bolting the driver in, which is the slowest part, as we saw from a couple of our other pit stops so far. We'll have a look at these wet tyres, because, you know, Mercedes known for really leaning on their rear tyres, such as sort of the way that the car is designed. But I don't know, the cameraman not showing the tyres as yet. He'll come over in just a second. There really doesn't look like there's that much wear going on. They do not look ripped up at all. It's remarkable to note how these Michelin tyres are coping with effectively, all right, not completely slick, dry surface, but it's pretty good. The structure is basically still there on those tyres, and they're really holding up. So, okay, Michelin will say throw them in the bin, but they're not pulling apart and falling apart like we would expect from some of the softer other brands that are offered to us. So I'm going to get a chance, hopefully, to speak with Ian in just a few moments' time and see how they felt. But look at them to the naked eye, and they look like they're doing a remarkable job of not falling apart at all.
Yeah, that's kind of really a factor and a characteristic of the way that Michelin designed their tyre. Their wet tyre is renowned for how well it holds together when you go into that drying condition, and it handles that spike in temperature a lot better. I mean, there are other benefits in other brands as well, of course. It's how you build the compromise into the tyre. But in general, most drivers talk about how the Michelin wet is the one to have, if you have a choice.
Yeah, and again, but as people move to different classes in GT racing, you know, from GT4 up to GT3, it's its own voyage of discovery. And also, if you say something is like this, to them, the range may be far greater. They imagine it's more or less, and that you have to have your own personal experience. And right now, we're getting not a uniform track, but it's not changing at the rate it was yesterday. It is drying, and now we've got, dare I say it, proper sunshine over the circuit. At last, spring has returned to Tuscany, making a beautiful setting all the more stunning, with the trees surrounding this, the circuit nestling low in its own little valley here. And bear in mind, this is a track, as we pointed out at the start of the programme, racing started here in 1974. Wrong. Races started in this region in 1914, but that was around a series of a road course. And bear in mind, not so far from here was where the Mille Miglia flashed in, the most famous of those, 1955, won by Dennis Jenkinson. And the journalist with the bog roll, with the notes on a paper roll, Dennis Jenkinson, DSJ.
Let's get back down to Ben Constanduros in the pits.
Indeed, down here with Ian James, who yesterday you said to Diana Binks that it was one of your scariest stints out there on circuit in the wet. How was it this morning?
It was much better. We got the car in a better window yesterday, you know, throughout the stints. Yeah, and it was actually fun. We stayed on the wets to the end because we were trying to get, extend our fuel mileage. So we were losing a bit of time at the end. But it's all about track positioning and staying away from the fuel pumps here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see your strategy versus somebody like Perrin, for instance. You guys seem to be just doing what you had planned at the start of the race and not really responding to the code 60s.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go so much faster to make up for the fueling time here. It's our idea is we just try and just stay out on track. Even if we're a little bit slower, we just keep putting the laps in. So going to plan now, and Gray's in the car. We just went to 6, and then Hannah to finish off.
And looking at where you're sitting versus the cars around you, where ultimately would you like to be now?
Well, we're still leading the class, so that's our main priority here. And, depending on code 6s and all that, but just keep clean and enjoy. 3.5 hours to go, so still more than a sprint race to go.
And you can finally properly enjoy Mugello as it's supposed to be enjoyed in dry conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun in the wet, but in the dry, this place is one of the best tracks in the world. So very privileged to have Heart of Racing here, Team Seattle, and at Children's Hospital. And we're having fun. That's what it's all about.
Thanks very much, Ian.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ben. Ian James then. And as you were speaking to him, we have a car off the track. It's the Porsche Baltic 992 entry. Sitting in the gravel there. And it's Audrius Pictus just waiting for rescue. But just beyond the painted lines, that's the final corner, Bucin. So code 60, everybody down to 60 kph. So there's really quick laps coming in. Will have to be ignored for a while. They will be much, much slower. Under code 60, it's around a 4-minute lap. The fastest lap of the race is at the moment under 1 minute 50. Very quickly, the rescue vehicle, the Manitou, is coming to hook it up, and the rubber stripper or the plastic stripper along the bottom of the nose of that Porsche 992 Cup class was ripped off as the car went in backwards. Ben.
Gray Newell has come straight back into the pits, taking advantage of this code 60 to put even more fuel into that car. Marco Frezza doing the same thing. It's not going to be very long, is it? Because they're already recovering that car off the gravel apron. But I was thinking, gosh, that must have worked out pretty nice for Heart of Racing. Now they're taking an extra 30-odd litres of fuel, and they can go really, really long as the tyres last.
Yeah, it makes me laugh. Ian James is saying we're largely ignoring the code 60s. We're just concentrating on keeping a regular pace. But then the opportunity presented itself and jumped in. Why would you not? But certainly just remember they were one of 3 cars on the lead lap. That gives them such an advantage relative to those giving chase, and they weren't responding to the really quick pace on the slick tyres. They just ran their program, finished off those wet weather tyres, came in when they were scheduled to do so in terms, Peter, of the natural stint length. Haven't panicked. Now they've got the gift.
And they're close enough that they can out-strategy everyone else to victory lane. That's the thing, is that they're close enough that they can be able to do that. As the Vortex, more work going on the 701, say Kessel Ferrari also heads through the pit lane with the same tyres. Now, we saw yesterday code 60s breeding code 60s. Why is that? Because when the cars are running at 60 kilometers an hour, the tyre is not being worked hard enough. It drops in temperature, it drops in pressure. And we saw it several times yesterday where the tyres dropped to a certain level where they weren't in the window that they like, and they wouldn't work and they wouldn't give the grip. So we could, bearing in mind that a lot of cars have just switched on to dry tyres, and yes, the track is drying, and clearly in proper running, dry tyre is the tyre to be on for sure. It's too dry for the wet tyre now. But if you have a period of running under code 60, the tyre temperature can drop, the pressure can drop, and therefore the performance. So we've got to be careful. Well, the drivers, I'm sure, will be very careful coming out of this code 60 to not drop it off the track. It's going to be treacherous.
Yeah, no, entirely so. But yesterday, of course, they were coming back out onto a wet circuit or degrees of wet. It might look no wetter than it was before, but it was changing all the time. So the pit's very busy. So the real crux there was the first few cars that managed to jump in, included the car that's now dropped to third, but with a real advantage coming its way. The Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes, leading the GT3 AM class, as the outgoing driver Ian James said to us. But Gray Newell on board and must have a smile starting to come across his face, not just because he's driving at Mugello, where it's coming back to proper track conditions here. These 15 turns, wonderful ebb and flow, the rise and fall of this circuit, but the fact that you can concentrate on other elements if you think the track is coming your way. However, get off the racing line, it's still not as dry as the drivers would like, but now they're almost uniformly out on slick tyres. That will really start to drive the circuit now, I think. A lot more heat going in both directions, tyre to track and track to tyre.
At the moment, running about 12 degrees Celsius. Is due to warm up a bit. It's going to get, by the time we get to 2:30, we could be up to about 15 degrees Celsius. So the track is going to continue drying. As that temperature builds, that's going to make things easier to keep those dry tyres in their window.
Right, leading the race, Sergio Nicolai. The car was in front at the end of 5 hours of racing yesterday, and the Ebi Motors Porsche is still in front. Its fastest lap, not as good as the chasing Kessel Racing Ferrari, but now they're all on slicks. And bear in mind, just as a lot of those cars for the first time on slicks were getting their tyres up to temperature, have to be careful the first 2 or 3 laps. Out came the Code 60 to clear up the Porsche Baltic entry, which was in the gravel at the final corner, Bucin. All the temperature drops away. Now they've just got to be patient, build the temperature up again, and then when that slick tyre is absolutely getting into its sweet spot, then they can attack. So best lap in the race. We've seen several cars lapping in the 1:49s. Let's see how quickly we can get down there. But importantly, through that, having started the race on the most used of rain tyres and had to just watch the rivals go past, pull away from it. Now the Ebi Motors Porsche is looking good. It's on the right tyres at the right time. In the next few laps, we'll see what their pace is like in the drive. But as we've been talking, Peter, we've seen that it's the Mercedes and Ferraris that seem to suit the drier track here at Mugello. Maybe that was circumstantial. I think not, because the Porsches really came alive in the race yesterday. Obviously, we lost the Proton Huber car that had lost about 50 laps with repairs. No, 50 laps, I tell you what, 30 laps or so. But with Klaus Bacher in the hands, that's been going very well. But Jörg Dreisau is now back on board. He's the driver who has to complete his minimum driving time, but he was the one who dropped it yesterday, wasn't he? So it's atonement for him. He's just gone out onto the track, but it could have been, it's always a case of what might have been. I mean, across a 2-hour race you could have that, but across 12, of course, many more incidents can occur.
Era Motorsport, all of a sudden, they're just 17 seconds off the podium positions after that amazing stint from Jake Hill to begin with. And now it's the chase is on. It's 17 seconds up to that heart of racing Mercedes from with Gray Newell aboard. But looking at the sector times, actually Gray Newell's going, in the first few sectors, Gray Newell's going quicker. In fact, he's setting personal best for that car because they're on the right tyre, and so it's on the right tyre now, so that's really starting to work. But of course, Gray Newell's on exactly the same tyre as Kyle Tilley in the chasing Era Motorsport car, but actually Gray Newell is going quicker right now and extending that gap.
Yeah, the gap could have been down by a bit more, but remember the Era Motorsport car had a 10-second penalty as it left its pit stop also. But yes, Gray Newell is adjusting a little bit better. But again, we've had that Code 60, and in the next lap, we should suddenly start to see a flurry of teams setting their fastest lap of the race. 3 of them at the moment have done so, including Gray Newell, 1:52.6. But we know the ultimate pace before the Code 60 was around 1:49. That's the fastest lap of this morning's race. 5 hours today on the Sunday for the Michelin 12 hours, 7 hours yesterday. And you mentioned it at the start of the show. We were just completely drained last night, not because we've been wet, it was because the conditions were changing. And imagine what the crews were like. Which way did we jump? You know, they knew they were going to be putting wet weather tyres on for the vast majority of yesterday's 7 hours, but it was, can we double stint the tyres? There were so many things to consider, and as soon as they thought they understood the track conditions, they changed in another way. Little flurry of rain. It might only be for 30 seconds, but you suddenly see it on the cameras, you see it on the windscreens, you could actually hear it on the cameras around the circuit as the rain showers were hitting their wet weather gear, their protective gear. But today, it's only going to get better and better, unless there's more rain, Peter. We'll go back to the weather graphic in a minute, but right now we'll take the dry weather.
No, as far as I can see on the radar, there's no rain due. And we said on Friday night after a dry qualifying, and we were looking at a wet forecast all weekend, thinking, well, David Fuminelli's fastest race lap from 2022 set in the old Ferrari, the 488 GT3 of a 1:47.806. No, that's safe. I don't think it is safe anymore, because Felice Gelmini, his best lap of the race is a 1:48.231, and the track's only going to get quicker. So what are we? We're only half a second off the outright race lap record. And okay, change of tyre brand, Michelin, I bet you the Michelin guys are going, come on, keep trying, we want to walk away from this, our first weekend in the European section of the Michelin 24-hour series. They want to get get those lap records. Tyre manufacturers love records.
Of course they do. It's something they hang their hats on. It was quite interesting. You were saying about Gray Newell's doing better than Kyle Tilley. Actually, Kyle Tilley was slightly faster on the last lap. The gap's down to about 16, 17 seconds. I was looking over your shoulder at the timing screen. I could see their splits were fairly similar, but the one you need to look at is Marco Frezza, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, 1 minute 48. He's just taken another 2 seconds out of race leader Sergio Nicolai, who I thought was doing a good job. But really, I said it was going to be 2 or 3 laps until they could really attack. And I think at the end of the next one, we're going to see some pretty much uniformly quicker laps than before from everybody, from first to last in this field. At the moment, it seems Darren Curry is last because the Aston Martin from E2P Racing is parked back in the garage despite the new engine being fitted overnight. But good to have that IRC GT, one of 3 cars in the GTX class, still moving. It had its problems yesterday, but it's out lapping at 2 minutes flat. You know, it's there or thereabouts in class, but, you know, things went wrong yesterday, they lost time, but they're still racing. And for Grant Donaldson, who started this morning, and Darren Curry, long-time Australian racing teammate, they're doing the European Series because they fancied a change. And who wouldn't want to have a season that kicks off at Mugello, goes to Spa-Francorchamps, Adriatic Coast, early summer for Misano, then Paul Ricard to just check that you can tolerate the heat. They're Australians, of course they can. And then to end the season with the 12 hours of Barcelona, a lot going on. Unlike, I was going to say, the bonnet is down on the E2P Racing Aston Martin, but a driver on board waiting for a signal. So maybe after all, it looks like it wasn't going to be doing anything. But you know what, they're actually monitoring the car from the back of the garage, and I think he's just maybe blipping the throttle or something. Maybe it's not going to be springing back into action anytime soon, but it's better than the car sitting abandoned in the pit garage. Clearly something's been going on.
So your leader, Sergio Nicolai, for Manamori Energy by Ebby Motors, the splatter gun paint scheme all over that Porsche with the different coloured wheels as well on there, going very well indeed right now. It has quite a good gap, well over a minute after that last Code 60, but did not pit under that Code 60, which the Ferrari for Kessel Racing chasing in second did so. So they've got a bit more fuel on board, have the Ferrari in second place. But Sergio Nicolai should be able to get another at least half an hour out of this fuel tank if he wants it. And I think right now it's more about staying on track, keeping the temperature and pressure up in the tyre.
Yeah, I think they're relatively content. They can lose a second a lap, which seems an awful lot, but you know, the clock that started with 12 hours to go started this morning with 5 hours to go. We've only got 3.25 hours to go, so chip away, lap consistently at about 1 minute 50. The lead will come down, but you know, you're controlling it.
The only thing they need to do though is they've got 2 hours of Fabrizio Broggi's time to get in, so with 3 hours 15 minutes to go, you do the maths. It's not so basically I would think that Fabrizio Broggi might even be taking the car basically all the way to the flag to make sure that he gets his driver time. Of course, Mugello's been a very happy place for him. He had his wedding here a couple of years ago.
Didn't he just?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, whenever you go down to see the Manamari Energy by EB Motors team, it's just a happy camp. I mean, they're obviously even happier, not just because they're leading, but they're leading in Italy. But, you know, come what may, there's a big smile on their face. They very much get the nature of this. They understand the 24/8 series and very much part of the backbone, part of the fabric. And so it's good to have them. They'll be really excited. The gap this time, 1 minute and 14 seconds back to Marco Frezza, who's second in the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari, but lapping actually this time 2 seconds a lap faster. So they'll have a weather eye. But what sort of pace can they get out of Fabrizio Broggi? He's the AM in that car, but he's a pretty good AM, so we'll have to see. But the good thing for his point of view, he didn't want to be out there in the chopping and changing weather conditions yesterday. He felt his teammates Sergio Nicolai and Simone De Castro could manage them better, but it does mean that today, as luck would have it, the conditions are actually more stable for him, and maybe it won't be as difficult. Maybe the disadvantage or his experience will let him be closer to the pace because it's more uniform today. So it could have been a good choice, but he's going to be doing more than half of the remainder of this race.
Felice Gelmini is absolutely flying right now. A 1:48.117, fastest lap of the race in that 2:96 Ferrari for Pellin Racing. That's now just 0.3 of a second off the race lap record, the 3-year-old race lap record. I think it's going to tumble, you know, Bruce. I just have that feeling that the track is only going to get better as the temperature improves, as it continues to dry. It's just going to evolve lap by lap. I do like going lap record chasing. It's just, there's something satisfying about it. The fastest race lap last year was set by Kessel with a 1:48.072 in their Ferrari. So we're getting very, very close to that now. in better conditions, much better conditions.
Yeah, absolutely so. Actually, it's really great. You know, I think any car looks great around the circuit at Mugello, but now we're getting proper sunshine. One of the ones that stands out is the bright yellow ARC Bratislava, the Lamborghini with the multicoloured stripes on its flank. It's a race livery that team's had for a good decade and more, and it really does stand out, particularly when the sun comes out, though. And at the wheel at the moment of the Lamborghini is Gerhard Svereza, the Austrian racer. He's got a couple of cars sitting in front of him, including the first car to spin today, the Duta Racing Audi that Tim Muller rotated into the gravel. That is going, but the Lamborghini's faster, just needs to find a way past a couple of 992 Cup classes. But at least, as I've been banging on about, is the fact that you can take a few more lines now, because it is drying off the racing line as well, and clearly the pace is getting better and better.
In 992 AM, there's been a bit of a change of the order. RPM Racing have had a great start to the day. They put Philip Hamprecht in early, who's really their horseshoe driver, a young Carrera Cup star, former Carrera Cup Asia champion, and that's a very competitive championship. At the moment, they're holding a reasonably slender advantage, actually. Nick Jonsson's on board. It's 9 seconds ahead of Paul Meyer for Sepp Lejeune Racing. So the 992 AM category is really, really hot right now, but Nick Jonsson in that lime green and blue striped Porsche holding just a slender advantage in 992 AM as well. So we've got 992 AM and 992 overall. 992 overall, the leading cars in the top 5 overall.
Oh, I know.
I mean, red camo, what can you say about them? I know this is going to be a torture weekend for Ivo Breukers, the father of Rick and Luke, who are in that car. But the one thing that'll be satisfying is seeing his car out front and putting in some giant killing on the GT3 cars as well.
You know, one thing within that is also that when he's out of the car, he's always involved anyhow. But now he's fully out of the car, because when you're out of the car, you still have to go and get your suit on and get your brain sorted and your focus ready for your next driving stint. But now he doesn't have to do that. He's going to be around the whole time. It might be an interesting process, because he is fully looking from the outside, but being Evo, he's trying to find things to do as well, because I don't think being idle is something that suits him at all. Not the way his brain works, not the way his competitive spirit is.
Oh, hopefully we'll see him back in the car at Spa. That's one way to put your neck to the test, a flat out through, well, not quite in a 992 Cup car, but yeah, quick through Eau Rouge. That'll make you see if your neck's ready to get back in the car or not. So last time by, Sergio Nicolai they dropped quite a bit of time, dropped 2 seconds to Marco Frezza in that Kessel Racing car, who in turn took 4 seconds out of, or 3.5 seconds out of Gray Newell. But Gray Newell is matching really well. It's back and forth all the time. One lap Gray Newell's quicker, in third for Heart of Racing, and the next lap Era Motorsport are quicker with Kyle Tilley aboard. The gap is hovering around 17 seconds, but while we ponder over the timing screen, Ben Constantinos is down in the pits.
Yeah, looking at the timing screens, the guys down at Simpson Motorsport and Continental Racing, is it 4 or 5 pit stops this morning, Vasily, that you guys have managed to do? It's been quite busy for these boys.
Could you repeat, please?
Quite a few pit stops already this morning from your team.
Yeah, because we had a problem at the beginning. We mount the rear tires on the front, so the car was quite hard to drive, and we all had a shortcut in the morning, so we couldn't see it in the data. And then when we see what was the problem, we changed the tires back, and it was much better. And then we changed for slicks, and it was real fun to drive.
Yeah, absolutely. On a slightly drying track, I imagine there was a big smile when you came in.
Yeah, because the car is sliding in the corners, and we are really fast on the straight and much faster than other cars, so it was amazing.
This car a new experience for yourself?
Yeah, I drove GT4 before, and this season is the first in GT3 in this car. The car is quite hard for the bronze drivers, I think, but it's a good platform to start in GT3.
How different is the approach you need as a driving style from GT4 to GT3?
I drove Supra in GT4 and BMW. Supra is more like a PlayStation, so we are like playing a Gran Turismo, and Audi is a really professional racing car, so it's a huge difference between them.
But nice, fun, enjoying the downforce?
Yeah, really enjoying the downforce, yeah.
Still a decent position, though, in the field. What's the ambition for this team by the end of the race?
I think to secure the second place in AM, that's all we can do today. Unfortunately, yesterday we had not so good pace, so we can't battle for the first place. So just having fun and securing the second position.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Continental Racing run by Simpson in the UK, and that white, red and blue Audi. Some great comments there, that driving the GT4 is like a PlayStation and the Audi's a lot more serious in GT3.
Yeah, no, those sort of things stand out. Sometimes it's really great, actually, when, you know, we get an impression, we're in commentary boxes, that as much as we possibly can be, about what it's like. But when someone's viewing this for the first time, actually that might work for them. They understand it more. They might well have a sim at home. They might have a PlayStation. I like it this morning. I asked you about your office at home, and the first thing you mentioned was your sim, your setup, your wheel, etc., etc. But you know, in the last 15 years or so, the ability for people to have a setup at home in which they can really start to experience circuits. Then you've got setups where you go and do driver training courses at all sorts of places. A lot of circuits have offices put across. There's a big one at Silverstone. Darren Turner runs another one. You know, all the glory he's had. But it does mean if you're stepping up a class, you don't have to wait until spring testing happens. You can do the winter with the sort of equivalent car to the one you're going to be setting up. But GT3 to GT4, moving away from PlayStation, that's a nice description.
That's it, yeah, very, very good. Oh, a little bit of bodywork flapping on the rear left of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. It's actually more down where the diffuser is at the back of the car. So that might make the car feel a little bit different for Gerhard Twerarzer. The team, I'm sure, will be watching that closely. Just on the rear left corner, just a little bit of bodywork flapping. Hopefully it's not too sensitive an aero piece. Yeah, it is on the far left corner of that car, but we're understanding that they have been dealing with that through, so obviously not too dramatic a change in how the car behaves. Fastest lap of the race in 9.92, or certainly of the race today, 1:52.5. Tom Coronel, a guy that you know very well, Ben Constanduros.
Yes, Tom Coronel was chatting to me a little bit earlier on, and we were discussing the finer points of enjoying motorsport still. Just want to colour something that Vasiliev just said to me. In that interview, he said when they started this morning, they had the wet tyre on the wrong way round. They had the front tyres on the rear and the rear tyres on the front. Now, that means that these ones, which are the front tyres, are a 30, 68, 18, and this is the rear tyre, which is a 31, 71, 18. They're different sizes, so to get them on the wrong axles would have been horrific driving out there on circuit. Okay, they're the same rim size, but they've got a thicker sidewall, and the circumference is a different size. So that is a completely different feeling that they would have had to deal with on the first half of that first stint for the Simpson Motorsport Audi.
Wow.
So you can imagine the comment, Vasily, how's the car feeling? Absolutely horrible. I don't know why. Is it because the track's drying out? But that's why they came in so soon. We couldn't really see a reason for them coming in for a change. Now, of course, what happens when the circuit dries out is people attack a whole lot more. And the Simpson, we mentioned the car in the Continental Racing Audi, way, way off the circuit. A replay, I don't know from how long ago, but there's High, Wide and Handsome, and there's Out and Beyond, and it was both of those. The Audi was so far off the circuit, but the gravel trap was good. It was able to run through it without bogging down. So I've been impressed with the gravel traps around Mugello. They do what they're required to do.
They are, yeah. Of course, mainly designed for motorcycle racing, home to the Italian MotoGP race here for so many years, and designed to slow the bikes down and slow a rider down if in the event of an accident before they reach the wall. And actually it totally translates to car racing as well. We've had some cars that, if we didn't have those deep gravel traps, they might have reached the wall and you'd have more damage. We've had a lot of cars that are just, okay, they get beached in the gravel, they get picked up, it's frustrating, but the car's fine. That's it. I mean, that's a really, really good thing about this Mugello facility. In that battle for the podium, Kyle Tilley's just landed a little jab in that one with that little sparring with Gray Newell for Heart of Racing. He's just gone 2 seconds quicker with a personal best lap time. He's 16 seconds behind now, Gray Newell. It was around 17 seconds when they came out the pits, so it's back and forth all the time between them.
It is, and I was just double checking when that replay was from of the Continental Racing Audi, it was almost instantaneous. It's David Pogosian literally just out, having taken over from Vasily Ladikin. So, of course, he hadn't experienced what the track is like this morning. He was out in the interchanging and constantly changing weather yesterday when it was wet. But David clearly just thinking there might have been a bit more grip than there was. But running very wide, was out of Borgo San Lorenzo, turn 4 on this circuit. But the gravel trap is actually very smooth. So he got through it, rejoined before Casanova, then died down the hill to Savelli, and now picking up the pace all over again. Just pushing that little bit too hard. But it's all about finding the limits. And he went beyond, but not too far beyond.
In 992, there's been a little switch in the AM class where Paul Meyer has got by again for Seb Lejeune Racing. He's just 0.4 of a second ahead of Nick Jonsson for RPM Racing, so it's back and forth all the way too. But MDM, you feel that the 965 car, Bruce, they've had really
first class. It's all in.
Depending how long this code 60 is, this might be where teams might want to do driver changes, get driver times done. It's be easy to the drivers run quite a wide line there, and it's easy to put a wheel on the painted area, which will still be quite damp, and then they've ended up in the driver changes, get driver times done. As we're trying to find out which car it is that's had an issue at Buccini at turn 15. We know it's turn 15, but not sure who. Oh, it's the Jutta Audi again. Oh dear, the Circle K machine, red and white machine.
Yeah, Nicolas Michelin, he had a couple of offs yesterday, but again, it's the smallest of errors, but he's just ended up with the rear wheels of that red and white Audi in the gravel. The nose, the front two wheels are sitting on the green, the outer painted line, but that's deep enough to not be driven out. It's going to have to be lifted out, and again, it's a little bit frustrating for all concerned, but for some people, it was a gift. They were there when the news was coming through the Code 60 was going to be in 20 seconds, and initially a quartet of cars dived into the pumps and then followed in by others. But so they gain a little bit, but of the front runners, nothing has been untoward. Sergio Nicolai from the lead is in fueling now. Gray Newell from third place in the Heart of Racing Mercedes has done likewise, but Marco Frezza continues on his way in the Kessel Racing Ferrari that sits in second.
Have Kessel got unlucky again, because Marco Frezza is in sector 2 at the moment and will be going at 60 kph, of course. So if he does decide to pit under this code 60, because I don't think we're going to be under code 60 long, because already the Manitou is there lifting the Circle K Audi, so we could go back to green quite soon. Is the Kessel Racing car going to get caught out again on the wrong side of a code 60? Let's see. But anyway, Manamari Energy coming in for the Ebi Motors car. They're going to put new tyres down to Bentos Duros.
Out of their fuel area quicker than Felice Ielmini, who is in there a bit longer. So whether they missed the full fuel or they just didn't need to fuel as much, they've already serviced the car. They did not change drivers. A little bit of a flat spot, but potentially that was just for the change in the pits. And Ielmini is not stopped, so he hasn't changed tyres, whereas we have seen a new set of tyres for Ebi Motors on that one, but I don't think Ebi Motors were anywhere near as long in the fuel Bowser area as Ebi Motors was.
Now this is interesting because they've still got to do 2 hours of Fabrizio Broghi's time. It's 2 hours 59 minutes to the end of the race. Now they might have fueled up exactly the right amount to get them to that 2-hour mark, and they'll pit under code 60 or they'll pit under green, depending how it works. So that would be my understanding of how they'll do it. They have to do it. Whether it's under green or code 60, it counts the same, but they've got to get Fabrizio Broghi in sometime in the next 55 minutes.
Yeah, and the Code 60 period is going to come to an end very soon, because the car that went around Nicolas Michelin in the Jutta Racing Audi has arrived in fueling. So it was him what done it, as they might say. But that period was very quick. Again, hats off, congratulations to the marshals, the rescue crews for getting that car. As I said, it wasn't far off the circuit, halfway around the final corner, but unfortunately was pointing the wrong way. They've got it going, but for the front runners coming in, just waiting to see what the Kessel Racing Ferrari will do. Will this Code 60 be long enough for them to get in and get their refueling done before it goes back to green flag? But with the offending Audi out of the gravel, I can't imagine it's going to be too long until Code 60 is withdrawn, and that's where your fueling stop suddenly feels as though it's lasting as long as an odyssey.
He's in sector 3 at the moment, is Marco Frezza, in that Kessel car, and we're under 1 minute to go, so if he does come in, and he's in fuel. Oh, so Kessel have been caught again on the wrong side as Hoffer Racing go to work in the pits.
This is just extraordinary. It may come their way again later in the race, but again, we're just having fewer Code 60s. And for the car that really of the top three is the fastest and has consistently been the fastest, wet or dry, then this is a real setback for them. But for those, including, just remember what Ian James said from Heart of Racing Team, we just keep going. We keep to our programme as much as possible. But, of course, they'd suddenly grabbed a bonus refuelling stop, and that really has given them a helping hand.
Well, if the Code 60s just come out and you're at the last corner as we go back to green, it's the perfect opportunity to pick, because the fueling area is quiet, you fill up, you go, and you're still under Code 60 by the time you've done all that service. That is the dream scenario. Back to green flag racing, we'll let everything filter through.
And what I want to see is it's Ajith Kumar having a go in his team's car in the 992 Cup class. Mathieu Detry started the race today, but we've gobbled through 2 hours already, and that's just coming up the climb out of the pits, waiting for it to cross the timing beam. No, Fabien Duffier has taken that over. So it comes up again. You know, when we look at a circuit map, you can never really gauge the gradient. And the gradient on the start-finish straight here is such that if you're looking from the first corner, looking back to the pits, you lose sight of the cars because the climb is so steep on the exit. But out it came, across the timing beam. Fabien Duffier taking over. Ajith Kumar, team owner, still watching in the pit garage. His car 5th overall in the 992 Cup class, but importantly, 3rd in class. So a podium beckons.
I like their team jackets. They're very stylish. The white.
I could see you in one of those.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. As Fabien Duffier out on track now as a Kessel car comes through just underneath our feet at the start-finish line. We've been under green for 30 seconds, 40 seconds or so time lost again. Kessel Racing, they just haven't had the luck of the draw at all. Krone Racing also come in for a pit stop. They've lost time under green flag racing. They're fighting away with Seb Lejeune Racing, who did not pit under that Code 60. So is that going to work for them? Is it not? It's too early to say.
Very much too early to say, because yeah, they've got, yeah, they're 53 minutes into their stint. The Seb Lejeune 888 Porsche in the 992 Cup class. That was a car that it seemed to have more incidents than almost anyone else yesterday, but most of them were just literally putting the real, you know, dipping a wheel into the gravel and continuing. As we say that, people are now pushing on again. And what happens as soon as you have a restart, everyone's tyre temperature is dropped, and particularly actually at Poggio Secco, one of my favourite corners, because the cars get very leery there. You've gone through the first corner, San Donato, up the hill, through the left-hander on the crest at Lucco, and then there's a very big gravel trap on the exit of the right-hander that follows, and so many cars, particularly when the track was dry, were taking liberties there and going out and beyond. But when you put your left-hand wheels in the gravel and they drop, you imagine what that does to the balance of the car.
And the GT3 cars at the slowest speed they're doing right in the middle of that corner is 80 miles an hour. So on the exit they're going to be 85, 90, and they're going over a crest and the rear will be getting loose and all sorts, and then you put a wheel on the curb and oh, it's a bit damp. A lot for the drivers to contend with. And then by the time they hit the brakes for Materazzi, the GT3s are doing 130 onto the brakes for the next corner. That's how quickly they accelerate. Quite remarkable stuff. Okay, so where does this shake us out? Interestingly, the Era car is right on the back of the Kessel machine, the Kessel Ferrari. We'll see whether there's a lap between them or not. There might well be, but the Era Motorsport car did pit. It went into fueling and is now only 7 seconds behind the Heart of Racing car, so they've gained a bit of time back. Let's get down to Ben Constantouros, who's got a chat with Ajith Kumar Racing.
Yeah, Ajith Kumar Racing, run by Baz Kooten Racing. Star driver Mathieu Detry just getting out of the car, Mathieu. A big push, and it's nice to get into a garage with applause at the end of your stint.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we did the job. The start was a bit tricky because I was on old rain tires, so the grip was gone. So it was difficult to manage the pace. But the mission was to stay on track, avoid the mistakes. Then we put the slicks, and the pace was there again. I think we are P3 in the same lap as the leader, so the mission is just to finish. So let's hope.
Are you hungry for more positions and try and get up to the front?
Of course, I cannot be happy with P3, but now it's the job of my teammates. I'm done for today.
I noticed when they came in a little bit of a delay on the front right. Were you making a suspension adjustment or trying to fix something down there?
I don't know. I didn't check. I will ask.
Any complaints from your side?
No, nothing.
Okay. It just took a little bit of time and they had a screwdriver out on the bottom. But enjoying another year in Creventic.
Of course, yeah. It's a great championship. It's nice to be here with Ajith. It's bringing him a lot of driving time. So we're here to learn. He needs to start his racing career at 53 years old. It's quite good. So yeah, first good race. Let's hope for a podium, and we aim for better during the season.
Thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Just want to clarify one little detail. Actually, Ajith Kumar didn't start at 53 years old. That's his age now, but he started 22 years ago, forming a BMW Asia.
And before that, he raced motorbikes when he was 18.
Did he now?
Yes, he did.
I'll put that on my driver file. Good.
It's an amazing story. He's still got a bit of minimum driver time to do. He's still got, by my reckoning, 19 minutes of driver time. But they have 2 hours 52 minutes to go, so surely there'll be more opportunities to do that. And in the 992 AM class, it's never done till it's done. You know, there's all sorts of things that can happen. This is a challenging circuit. as we've seen, it's so easy to make an error, and all of a sudden you're fighting for not just a podium, but a victory. One penalty that came through just after that code 60 it's another problem for Continental Racing. It's not been the best execution by them today. I think that would be fair to say. Putting the rear tyres on the front is not ideal, but they've just been given a 60-second time penalty for overtaking during code 60. They're not the first car to get that kind of penalty, though. We've seen a few fall foul.
No, I mean, that's where you can have a car that's running very competitively, but you start to get a few little problems like that, 60 seconds, and you know, a couple of those, and suddenly you're a lap down. Okay, across 12 hours you might be able to make some of it back up, but it also, the longer the race, the more chance to pick up more penalties. So you always, in all forms of racing, but particularly the longer endurance racing, just try and avoid the penalties. And in series where you have a minimum pit stop time, when people go under that, you go, all the work for an entire stint thrown out the window because you've got to come back in and serve a drive-through penalty.
It happens more often than you would imagine. It's easy now. I think, looking at the time screen, I think that the Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors car is now a full lap ahead of the Kessel Racing car in second.
Yeah, with that extra long pit stop for Kessel Racing, that would absolutely tally, but also really flying. 1 minute 48.6 seconds for the race leader, Sergio Nicolai. We've not seen anything like that from them. That's their first time under 1 minute 50. And so now the track getting drier and just drier and drier and lighter in colour, and a bit of clear track, but also Sergio Nicolai, really, it's not too long since the code 60 ended, so he really was pushing very early on those tyres that had cooled down. A lot of drivers might have waited another lap, but he's looking comfortable, very comfortable in the lead. But it's a magical moment. If you get a lap's advantage, you've got something to toy with. We're under 3 hours to go until we complete the Michelin 12 hours at Mugello. So yeah, every little element they can gain. And just think, half an hour ago, we were talking about they're losing 1 second a lap, 2 seconds a lap, but are they comfortable with that? I sort of thought 1 second a lap, yep, 2 seconds maybe not so much, but now, with the response from Sergio Nicolai, however, we've still got Fabrizio Broggi to go in, and he's got to do 2 hours, as what's on the clock, 2 hours and 50 minutes, so we know that Sergio is going to have to come in about 50 minutes' time. No, he's going to come in sooner than that. He's got an hour and 4 in this stint. Yes, some was under code 60, but in about 20 minutes, I think. But Ben, we can't wait 20 minutes. What have you got?
Felice Yalmini in the pits, and unfortunately the dollies are coming out. Those are not for hugging, they are for going under the car and for wheeling the car into the garage. Sounded like a gearbox problem to me as it came in. He was slipping the clutch to get himself into pit road, and they are now wheeling him back into the garage. They guys jumped onto the back of the car to see if they could see anything sort of physically and mechanically, but unfortunately there wasn't anything to be seen. The laptops will get plugged in and they'll try and work out why this 296 is not functioning as they wish. But that's a real shame for a team that looked very, very strong at the start of this race, but it kind of seems to have undone itself over the last couple of hours.
That's very bad news. Thank you very much, Ben, but particularly bad news for Lisa Clark, the American racer, who was hoping to have her second. She got a stint. She had about an hour yesterday, but this morning, both in the hands of Carl Marcelli, who kicked off, and Felice Gelmini. That was pretty much the fastest car on the circuit. Admittedly, it was down just outside the top 10, but they were chipping away. They've come in from 11th, but let's hope Lisa can at least get some time out on this circuit. The whole point of her coming across from California was to come and race on these European circuits. And an hour yesterday would have been a real learning passage for her and everyone else in the rain at Mugello on rain tyres they weren't accustomed to. Not them, just all the teams. But she did a good, neat job. But she'd have very much liked to go out in the dry. Let's hope it's something that's fixable. Of course, their challenge for honours will be very much dented by that. But let's hope they get some track time. Real shame. That's been quick today, the bright blue and orange 296 GT3.
Now, Sergio Nicolai did pit at that last Code 60. The race leader for Manamori Energy. He's been out for 5 laps since he was last in the fuel. We don't think he took full fuel, but anyway, he has to get out. His driver time, he would have to get out no later than 53, 54 minutes from now. But he actually needs to get out earlier than that, because in 46, 47 minutes time, he's got to be out to hand over to Fabrizio Broggi, and then Fabrizio Broggi needs to do the final 2 hours to the flag. So actually, Ebi Motors are in terms of their schedule, they're actually in a pretty good spot, I think. Depends on where the Code 60s fall, if there is, when they fall. But Ebi Motors, they do have that lap advantage. I think that the Kessel car's got quite a bit more fuel on board, chasing in second. But you know, whether they've still got to do LMDV's driver time. He was on the final entry list, so if he's on the final entry list, he's got to do that 2 hours. We've only got 2 hours 47 left in the race.
Yeah, when you look at the course of an endurance race, you look at the traditional natural length pitch stint that you can run, how much fuel how long you can run on your fuel, and say it's 1 hour and 20 minutes for a GT3 class car around here. You get Code 60s, they can run for longer, it's a bated pace. But when you get somewhere you've got a fraction of a stint length, it always confuses things slightly, and that's what they're going to have to get Sergio Nicolai out and in for the final 2 hours. Fabrizio Broggi, who didn't drive at all yesterday, quite happy in the pit garage, letting Sergio and Sabino De Castro take the conditions when they were at the very worst. And looking to today, they knew there were going to be showers, but it seems as though it's far, far better than that. And oh dear, in the Pellin garage, the rear bodywork is off that car. A mechanic working on the far side, the number 29 Ferrari. But is that over and out? Are they looking for spares? The car with the Ferrari Beverly Hill livery on its blue and orange flanks, but that could be over and out for them. Fingers crossed it isn't. Right, up at the front, Gray Newell is running in 3rd place. A lap down, maybe a lap and a half now, down on the race leader. That's the number 95 Porsche Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors. Kessel Racing Ferrari is about to put another lap on Gray Newell, because Marco Frezza is right under the rear wing of that blue and yellow Mercedes. And the 3rd car in that mix, in 4th place overall, Era Motorsport, just 2.4 seconds down. Carl Tilly is catching Gray Newell. He's going bit by bit. Talking bits, let's talk parts. Spare parts being brought out in the Pellin Racing garage. Transmission problem.
Oh dear. They've been so strong in portions of the race, have been so good. Now Lisa Clark is getting her seat insert ready, so that's encouraging. That means they've got every intention of getting this fixed quickly and getting her back out in the car. The part has been acquired from the truck, whether they had it there or whether they've had to go to the Ferrari parts truck or go to another team and get a piece from them. They're working as fast as they possibly can. Now, the Kessel Racing car puts a lap on the Heart of Racing cars, so that's 2nd place car on 3rd. Let's get back down to Ben in the pits.
The work going on down here at Pellin Racing. Amazing that whole assembly comes out of some bubble wrap, and it's already pre-assembled with the drive shaft and the hub and the suspension arms already attached, making this job so much easier for the mechanics down here. As you've already explained a couple of times, the whole rear end of the car coming off with the exhaust fixings already in it. And I'm going to suspect, I can't actually see what Seb can see, I just want to stay away from the mechanics, but I'm going to say that this is a drive shaft issue, and that we're about to see a broken drive shaft come off the back, and once that new assembly goes on, definitely not game over here. And as you said, I think Lisa's seat is being readied so that she gets the opportunity to finish off this race and get the drive time that she has ultimately longed for. She's done a little bit, but not a lot, and this car will go back out onto circuit. The boys down here working very, very hard, but the assembly is already there for them, and it won't be long before they get this car fixed and it heads back out onto circuit. I love endurance racing for that.
That's what makes it so different and so special, isn't it? You know, the never give up attitude and keep going always. When there's track time to be had, go and grab it.
Well, exactly that. You have to suddenly realise that they've got a race of their own at that point, and at that point it's down to enjoying yourself. You know, how can you not enjoy as the weather gets better and better at Mugello, driving around this fabulous circuit. But it's also because they want to compete in the rest of the season. Therefore, they need track time in the car, get the drivers, the crew, all to combine really, really well. So it's never over, even if you could only get out for the last half hour of the race. But the speed with which Pelin Racing is making that drive shaft change, you know, not done yet, but certainly it's way, way quicker to do that than it had been in years gone by. In each iteration of a GT3 car, when you get the EVA, whatever, everything becomes a little bit easier generally for them to work on, because more consideration has been put into all the shortfalls that you can have. And you know, you look at a class, GT3's, you know, many, many years old now, but the development of the cars from then, when it was launched in about 2005 to now, is phenomenal. I mean, it truly is. And GT4 cars, you know, they're as fast as the early GT3 cars were. That is how fast the progress has been made.
And they can, you know, they can be run in various states of tune. You know, they can be wound up quite a lot too. It just depends on how the balance of performance is working and how they compare to other machinery. Now, the battle for the overall podium is still raging on. There's only 6 seconds now between Grey Newell for Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes and the Era Motorsport Ferrari of Kyle Tilley. Kyle just got into quite a lot of heavy traffic here just with the ARC Bratislava car, now behind the MP Motorsport Mercedes, which at the moment is driven by Thomas Gosner, who's the father in the Gosner family outing. 4 of them in the car. Amazing stuff. As Kyle Tilley tries to nip up the inside, and Thomas Gosner opens up the steering a little bit, so through goes Tilley in that Ferrari as they head through Biandetti 1 and 2, which is fully flat in a GT3 car, as he's trying to negotiate past the CCS Porsche. Now, at the start of the previous lap, it was 6.2 seconds with the gap. Tilley took 0.4 of a second out of Newell in sector 1, but then gave away 1.3 in sector 2 because of that traffic. It just comes back and forth all the time. Still work going on at Pelin Racing, getting that new drive shaft ready.
Yeah, sorry, I was just double backing to see what sort of pace is happening. You know, people on dry tyres, any car at the front trio, quartet of cars that's really getting good laps in consistently, maybe also because he hasn't had too much traffic recently, he's been Sergio Nicolai, but as you pointed out, he's coming towards the end of his time, because we've got to get the third driver in the Manamari Energy Porsche into the car for a minimum of 2 hours. We've got 2 hours and 40 minutes on the clock, so Fabrizio Broggi, you can be sure by now, is in his race suit, pacing up and down, considering whether to have a drink, whether to go and do something else, and focusing on what lies ahead. But Sergio Nicolai has been lapping very consistently, 1 minute 48. He's got that lap advantage. Yep, started the day in the lead position with 5 hours to go. 2 other cars on the lead lap, but they've worked very well, and certainly one of the Code 60s worked supremely well for them, gave them a chance to have a splash, load up the tank, just that little bit more, and that could buy them the advantage. Will it be the winning advantage? You'd have to say at this point, more than likely. However,
the thing is it all comes down to, we're trying to get Diana and Ben to find out if Kessel Racing, on the entry list, LMDV, who's an AM graded driver, was on the entry list. If so, and if he is still down to drive, they need 2 hours of drive time in the next 2 hours and 39 minutes.
Absolutely. If
he is not, then it's a totally different ball game. Then they probably have a little bit of drive time for Alessandro Petrera, and indeed they might be able to get some David Fumanelli time in there as well, which should vault them up the order in terms of pace. But let's get some more from Ben in the pit.
Well, I think the answer to your question lies in the fact that I haven't seen him anywhere. His helmet's here, his seat insert, and by the way, if you've not seen a official Ferrari seat insert, they are magnificently crafted. They're both here, but I don't think he is. So, you know, an incredibly important and influential man in business, and potentially something has come up and hasn't allowed him to take part. But as I say, I haven't seen him around, and I think perhaps therefore it's just the 3 of them in that car. There's actually a 5th driver kit ready in the car, in the garage as well, but not on the entry list. So lots of different options for Kessel Racing, but I think they are running just 3 drivers for this competition. How that works with the entry list versus the rules, I'm not so sure, but I haven't seen LMDB today.
Thank you, Ben. So if we assume he isn't, then that changes the calculations in terms of who has to drive and for how long. They're a Pro-Am car. So it very much depends. That means that there's probably more of a pressure then on Alessandro Cotrera as off the road. It's the number 701 Vortex. Might this trigger a code 60? Cyril Calmon is off the road and the car is not moving.
Yeah, about a minute or so ago, I noticed it was travelling rather slowly. I wondered if it was just limping back to the pits, but alas, with the waved yellow flags notifying all the drivers of the car, it didn't make it back. Code 60 in 20 seconds, so it's considered to be in a dangerous position. That's the second of the two Vortex V8 cars. It's sitting second in the GTX class because of the many delays for the IRC GT, the car up from Australia. That's got Darren Curry at the wheel, but if the second of the two Vortexes, car number 701, as the door swings up, is out of the race. I'm not saying it necessarily is. There is still time for the Darren Curry and Grant Donaldson IRC to move ahead in the rankings. But alas, one of the two Vortex V8s is going nowhere at the moment. It's going to need a helping hand to be cleared. Now, who's going to dive into fueling? Marco Fretzer from second place, the Kessel Racing Ferrari. From third place, Gray Newell, the Heart of Racing Mercedes. And Era Motorsport, Carl Tilley from fourth, are all at the pumps. They timed that beautifully.
Is it not missing a rear wing, Bruce?
It appears to be missing a rear wing, yes, it does.
Yeah, okay.
I was double-checking. At first I thought it was a black rear wing. It's sitting low behind the car, but it's against the black tyre wall, so I couldn't quite tell. Still not entirely sure. The car was travelling slowly. Was it hit by another? It put the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini out onto the gravel there. No, the rear wing is sitting very low and is very black, and the sister car went past. No, the rear wing is there. That's what I was desperately trying to see against the black tyre wall, but certainly travelling slowly. And who's in the wheel of the Aston Martin? Gerhard Twereza. He was the one who had a big look of surprise on his face as he vaulted through the gravel to Borgo San Lorenzo in avoidance. Car travelling slowly caught him out.
Now, the Scuderia Praha take a pit stop. New Michelin slicks going on there. If there's a bit of a question mark with the Kessel Racing Ferrari, because if they have been a three-driver lineup with a pro, a semi-pro and an AM, there is a potential that they may not be eligible for the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, good point.
I'm just going to double-check that, but if that is the case, that changes completely what the minimum drive time is. Alessandro Cotrera is the kind of outlier there, is the AM, and what his minimum drive time is. So we need to do more further digging on that one. Into out of fuel have come Heart of Racing, so that's good news for them. They've got into fuel and out during code 60, so that's great news for the SPS Run squad. Yes, they took a little bit of a splash there in the fueling area. Now, did Era Motorsport, have they got into fueling? Did they go through? Yes, they have. They're showing us out, so they've got a top up as well. Kyle Tilley still aboard.
Yeah, three of the top four positions all dived into the pits, but the one that hasn't is the race-leading Porsche. Sergio Nicolai out there. The clock continues to count down. 2 hours and 35 minutes remain, and we still haven't had clarification about whether Fabrizio Broggi will get in, but thus far only Sabino De Castro and Sergio Nicolai have driven the race-leading Manamari Porsche. Let's wait and see. Still trying to get confirmation about DV, whether he's going to drive that Kessel Racing Ferrari. But as you get closer to the final 2 hours, then it's getting harder and harder if your options about when you put them in are becoming obscured. Let's put it that way. So the field running around at that 60 kph pace. It's bad enough on the local roads when you get little 30 kph, 20 kph points through the little villages around here. But this, for a racing driver, must feel as though they're almost walking backwards. Ben, are you down in the pits?
Yeah, because very good. All of the speed limits this morning, weren't we, Peter? We were very slow. It was unbelievable. I can tell you that Fabrizio Broggi is getting into the car. He is prepped and fired up and crouching like a tiger, ready to get into for the finish, the Ebi Motors run. And as you say before, the last time I was here, which a couple of years ago, was his marital year. He absolutely loves this place. Really, the whole team is a family, and he's going to love getting this car over the line. I think it could also be over the line in first, in overall victory, which I think that will be a first for them. So it's going to be an extra special celebration if this car can take victory here in about 2 hours' time.
Thanks, Ben. Well, the refuelling is completed. I said only 3 of the top 4 had come in, and then as soon as I said that, the F was put next to the number 95. Into refuelling went the EBI Motors Porsche. Now, driver change going on, and Fabrizio Broggi, well, home turf. Let's see what he can do. You know, I never thought to suggest to my wife that we could have our marriage at Cardiff Arms Park. For me, Welsh rugby, that would do the trick, but no, I'm not brave enough for that. So Fabrizio Broggi hooked up, and obviously we'll have to come into the pits again between now and the end of the race. Maybe just the once, though, because the clock counts down. Just over 2.5 hours remain. So he should be able to come in, whether it's under full green or whether it's under a later code 60. But basically that car is fully fueled for the next stint, and maybe just one more stint to follow for the Manamari. Energy by EBI Motors Porsche leading the way. Can anybody else cut in? Alessandro Cotrera has now left the pits for Kessel Racing, and I think that suggests to me, Peter, that NMDV will not be taking part, because he's got to do a minimum of 2 hours, and we've only got 2.5 hours on the clock, and the other drivers on board.
Yeah, and I think that what that will mean is that because Alessandro Cotrera is the only AM in the car, it's unrealistic to ask him to have a minimum driver time of 6 hours. So nobody else has to do that. So I think he will have the standard 2-hour minimum driver time as an AM. It may mean that it will need to be, once we see the final results, whether Kessel Racing are classed as a Pro-Am car or a Pro. But right now, I don't think they really mind about the class. They're thinking about the overall victory right now, and as are we, considering that. So I think driver time-wise, they're okay. So I think in general, they want to be getting David Fuminelli in when they can. Do Kessel Racing, because they've got plenty of driver time that they can use for him, but of course they can only put him in for 2 hours at a time. It's 2 hours 31 to go, so I'm sure he'll be being primed at the moment.
Wait and see. We're doing the same from the commentary box. Back on track though, leading the race, Fabrizio Broggi. He made his teammates do all the hard work, took over for the glory run to the finish. No, I jest. He's sitting pretty, just got to get his... But luckily for him, as he's settling in, the track is not fully dry, but it's the closest it's been since the cars went out in qualifying. All of the test day on Thursday was running beautiful spring conditions. Practice on Friday, qualifying on Friday, still on dry track, but he decided not to go out when the track was changeable yesterday, thinking Sabino De Castro and his other teammate Sergio Nicolai would cope with the changing conditions best. I think that was a very, very wise call. He's the AM in that car. He's got less driving experience, but you can get, you know, sometimes your AM, the difference between in dry track, a Pro to them, is smaller than it is on a wet track. No great surprise. So it's a good choice.
And it is amazing that Fabrizio Broggi, this is the first, well, if he'd gone out in the wet, they would have been his first time in the wet in this car. Plenty of experience in the Porsche Cup cars in the past, but he says maybe it would be better to do that in testing rather than a race situation. So they've been waiting for this track to dry all the way through. So Fabrizio Broggi is, yeah, he's got to. And the thing is, you know, if he gets past his 2-hour drive time and then a code 60 comes out, perfect. They could do a quick change and put Sergio Nicolai in back in at the end. But there's been a change for the podium positions because Kyle Tilley has popped up ahead of Gray Newell now. He's 6 seconds ahead of Gray Newell in the Heart of Racing Mercedes by SPS. And one thing that we didn't quite catch on our footage last night was on the last corner before that final code 60, Jake Hill got a lap back. And of course that the difference between where they are, where they started today, I mean, it's huge. Yeah, absolutely huge.
Real night and day stuff. So we had 5 hours of running to play with on Sunday to add to yesterday's 7 to make a 12. We've got half of that has elapsed. 2.5 hours has passed. We press on, but it's looking increasingly good for Manamari. They're not lapping at the pace yet of Alessandro Cotrera, who's taken over the Kessel Racing Ferrari, but they're sitting on that margin of a lap. They're going to defend that tooth and nail, but Gray Newell was being hunted down by Carl Tilley. It was 17 seconds, it was 16 seconds. It seemed to be fairly uniformly that, but the latest sequence of visits to the pits, plus increasing pace from Carl Tilley, has put his Aero Motorsport Ferrari up into 3rd place overall. Ben.
Hello, it's Diana now. I'm back in the pit lane for a couple of hours, so just wanting to catch up with a few. I'm at CCS Racing, and Jim and Nicola are in the car. We chatted to them at the beginning of the race yesterday, and how emotional you were about being able to drive and race with your son this weekend. So You know, we're so far into the race, we've got a few hours left. How are things going?
Yesterday, things are going very good. Always rain, so it was, no, you don't love to ride in rain, but it's okay. But yesterday evening, because this morning, we did a little mistake with the tires, and so we lost I lost in my turn nearly 2 rounds. So, but it's still on P2, so it's okay.
You've got to keep going. There's still we've got 2.5 hours, I think it is, to go now. So still ultimately. Will you get back in the car? Will you get back in the car, Jim?
I go back shortly in the car, and my son drives through the finish.
So how would you describe this Porsche Cayman car? How is it from a driver's perspective?
I love to drive in Mugello. Last time, I said 22 or 23 years ago. But yeah, it's still very nice here. The organization is cool. The weather, okay. Probably it would be nice if it rained all day long yesterday continuously. So it changed always a little bit. But now Nicky is on the slicks and driving very good. But 3 rounds is too much. No way. Safe P2, and that's fine. For the first time, son and father, it's fine.
Well, that's the fantastic thing that you're able to do. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, and good to see you.
Thank you.
Right. My moments of the weekend, actually, after qualifying, Nick Gephardt putting it on pole with his dad, and his dad was just beaming with pride. It was just really cool moment. Really, really cool moment.
Yeah, he certainly was. But actually looking at Nick's in the car at the moment, and he's actually taking 2 seconds a lap out of Christopher Jones, who, to my eyes, that's the first time he's taken over the Venture Mercedes. It was all Higgins and George driving thus far, but I may be wrong.
Yes, it was. The second portion of the race today was started by Matthew George, and then who did a top job, and then handed over to Matthew Higgins, who did a solid stint there, and then now it's Christopher Jones on board. The one driver who hasn't been in that car yet is Neville Jones, so from what I can gather. So they may well have some driving time commitments to fulfill there, which is that's something that they'll have to look at in terms of the timings of what time's left in the race. Christopher Jones, his stint time at the moment started at 11:55, so yeah, that's an interesting one. Unless they didn't switch the driver ID at some point.
Unless it's suddenly become a 3-driver lineup.
Yeah, unless Neville Jones has done an LMDV and has said, no, you guys get on with it. I don't like the wet. You guys have fun.
Good to see the Aston Martin for E2P Racing. It's been in and out of the garage. It's had a new engine overnight, more in and out of the garage, but is back on track. So might just be a case of testing mileage for them. But Antonio Saniero is out. That means it's only got 83 laps on the board to 230 for Fabrizio Broggi's Manamari Porsche. But you might as well go out and around and learn the car, enjoy the car. So we'll have had 31 starters to this event. We lost one of the Pennin Racing Ferraris, their 488 GT3 drivers decided not to do the race. That's Thor Haugen and Paolo Roberti, but 31 have started yesterday late morning, and hopefully we'll get all 31 to the finish.
Let's hope so. Yeah, with 2 hours and 24 minutes left on the clock. As whoa, big moment for Red Ant Racing with their AMG GT3. Kobe De Bruyker taking it way wide, coming out of Poggio Secco. Not the first driver we've seen do that, go wide on that exit of that right-hander and end up in the middle of the gravel trap, but somehow gather enough pace to keep going and go through.
Yeah, what we're seeing is drivers going wide at Poggio Secco, effectively turn 3, but turn 5 as well, Borgo San Lorenzo, they're doing it there as well. I talked about the Aston Martin being on track. That clearly was the outlap, coming in for a little check. There's nothing to lose by coming in to just double check before they go out, and hopefully then can get the remaining 2 hours and so in this race out on the track. But it's suck it and see, but let's get experience. This is really a case of doing the testing for future events for them. Into the pits, at a standstill, but no mechanics doing anything in particular. They're going to just come out and chat. This is a test session for them from here on in.
Team owner Javier Morchillo, their very experienced racer in his own right, with the lollipop at the pits. E2P is Escuela de Pilotos, so they're very much a racing school as well as a race team, and the dollies are coming out. Oh, that's not good. I like dolly mixtures. I don't like dolly jacks.
Very good, very good indeed. And for Javier, of course, he raced in this series a lot in the past. He's been a Moseley racer, had TVRs, all sorts of things. And Moseley used to be repaired by a place where I took my TVR. But the thing was, his came out sooner than mine did.
Clearly even more important than you, Bruce.
Oh, clearly, they had a racing division back then. Mine wasn't a racer. But Diana is in the pits, I can tell that, because Ben's just arrived in the back of the commentary box. Di, what have you got?
It's a giveaway. Pablo, you were just talking, obviously, about the E2P Racing number 90, and Pablo Bagaro was at the back there just watching proceedings. Looks like it's been a bit of a challenging weekend for you.
It's been a full weekend so far. Well, ruined. We had a mechanical issue with the engine yesterday. We changed the engine for the spare one. But after an hour and a half, we started to have some vibrations, and they don't seem to find where the problem is so far.
That's when it's incredibly frustrating, but the team here have worked incredibly hard, doing everything they can.
Well, we are here for that, so sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and this was one of the typical weekends in which nothing works well.
You're clearly disappointed not to be getting out behind the wheel.
Yeah, very disappointed, but look, it's more disappointed and frustrating to see them work without any positives. So.
Okay, we'll let you get back to the team. Thanks for chatting.
Bye.
Such a shame for E2P Racing. They ran one of the older Porsche 991.2 machines last season. They've upgraded to this newer model, Aston Martin, and that's not the start of the season they won. Good to see the Pelin Racing crew back after replacing the drive shaft and the transmission. They've got it back out again, and Lisa Clark going to get some drive time in with 2 hours and 21 minutes left.
Yeah, it's fallen down after those long delays. Only 212 laps on board. They're 20 laps down, but it's back on the track, the Pelin Racing Ferrari, the 296 GT3, and I think it'll be a similar element of the first few laps for Lisa, just to go around, feel how the car's settling in. Is everything right? Listen for any oral signals you can get, but she's definitely going quite slowly because the Era Motorsport Ferrari came onto its tail and has whipped around the outside. But hopefully this is not an outlap that's followed by an in-lap and time in the pits. But, you know, they've fallen down the order. There's no point really thrashing it until they're confident all is right. So this outlap is very measured, but she's not reporting to the pit, so now she can start to build up to speed. The listening lap, the feeling lap is behind her and has got about an hour of racing behind her in the rain yesterday, and Lisa now has to do a minimum of an hour this morning as we fuse into the afternoon here at Mugello Circuit. We started in grey conditions. It brightened up. Ben spotted the gap in the clouds, so a little bit of blue sky, and gradually a whole lot more. It's clouded over a little bit now, but the track is almost properly dry, and so much more consistent for the drivers out there on the circuit. Let's run you down the order. It's Manamari, Porsche, car number 95, still leading the way. Fabrizio Broggi still a lap clear. That single unit digit was very, very important. Giving chase, Alessandro Cutrera, who is lapping faster in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. And Kyle Tilley in third place, another lap down in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. That's a car that has picked up punishment during the race, and even this morning they had an extra 10 seconds penalty to serve. But going very well into the top three, Ed, at the heart of racing. Mercedes, but they're very, very close together on the track, and Gray Newell is now right on the tail of Carl Tilley and has been taking a couple of seconds. And that man just makes a move. Sorry, I tell you what, I beg your pardon, the Ferrari's just overtaken. It's not Carl Tilley's car, it was the tail end of Lisa Clark's Pelin Racing car, so still about 3 seconds to find to catch Carl Tilley, who's in that third place for Era Motorsport. But dry track, plenty to play for. 2 hours and a bit remain, 2 hours and 19 minutes if you want to be precise. But I would suggest with every lap, with that lap advantage, the Ebi Motors team running the Manamori liveried car, the Porsche of Fabrizio Broggi. He normally has a smile in his face. Ben Edwards has joined me in the commentary box, but you have to suggest our race leaders are feeling quite content at the moment.
Ben Constanduras.
What did I say?
Ben Edwards. I mean, what a privilege.
Am I at Goodwood already? Great, I beg your pardon. Thank goodness I've only known you for a good 25 years. Ben Edwards. Hi, Ben. Morning.
What work from Penn Racing. Really enjoyed watching those boys down there. Not a large team, not many of them, but the way that they got that car apart and then put it back together again was unbelievable. And I tell you what, Lisa Clark getting as maximum of time as possible thanks to the fantastic work of the team down there.
You know, it's when people watch motor racing, if they don't get a camera in the garage, they don't get to appreciate just how clever the teams are and how so many things have to be considered about, largely for when things go wrong, how quickly you can fix them, how you can sort them, how they have the right tools at the right place. Gone is the day when you run to the back of the garage and go, has anybody got this size spanner? Doesn't work anymore. That was 30 years ago.
It was that offending hub which was the problem down there at Penn Racing. The drive shaft actually staying in one piece, but the hub with the damage, and that has now been fully replaced with a single piece. Lots of nuts and bolts to undo and do up again, but Lisa back out on circuit, and so many, and it's so important just to have that drive time. That's what the big disappointment there down at E2P is. Do up again, but Lisa, you know, they just want to get mileage under their belt. These drivers want to have time on track. That's what's wonderful about Creventic, is there's so much time on off, sharing with so many other drivers, and because there's so limited amount of practice. Whereas here, you know, days and days of, okay, paid testing, but still plenty of time, and then a nice long 24-hour race where you can really enjoy and settle in.
Yeah, and it's also lots of time, as you say, before they get to the race itself, but also, if something goes wrong early in the race, you can still go out, and you're not going to be challenging for anything. You can still get another 8 hours of running in once you've fixed a problem with your car, if it happens early on in a 12-hour race. That's not to be sniffed at. Now, just looking at the pace of the front runners, what's happening? We've got the cars in second, third and fourth, the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari, the Era Motorsport Ferrari and the Heart of Racing Mercedes, all lapping in the 1:51s. They're chipping away at up to 2 seconds a lap to our race leader Fabrizio Broggi, but he's still a lap clear. The clock, the overall clock, continues to count down, 2 hours and 16 minutes remaining. Is this pace from Broggi, and bear in mind he's the AM in that race-leading number 95 Porsche, is that going to be enough as they chip away at him? I think it probably will be, but bear in mind he's 16 minutes into the car. They can still pop someone in. He's only got to do 2 hours in the car. They can still have almost a half-hour session for either Simone De Castro or Sergio Nicolai if it all gets tight at the end. But for a 2 hour, it'll be 2 1-hour stints, I suggest, thereabouts for Broggi. And then they'll see if they need to put another driver in or let the Italian racer go all the way to the checkered flag.
In that battle for third position that we've been following between Era Motorsport and Heart of Racing, I think they still need to give Dwight Merriman a second stint at Era. Yeah, so with only 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining, we're going to have one stint from them and then some work to do either from Ryan DL, who's only done 51 minutes of driving so far. He was in his civvies this morning when I was down there. Or it's probably Jake Hill would be the other one, because Carl Tilley had been in the car for a good chunk of the morning. So that's an interesting development in that battle for third position. We expect to see Hannah getting into Heart of Racing for the end, because they very much are sticking to 2 hours change, 2 hours change, 2 hours change, regardless of what the Code 60s and Fuel Bowsers are doing.
I think that's actually a very, very sensible approach. Definitely at the start of the season. Definitely when they're bedding a new driver in as well. Oh dear, the front end of the Scuderia Pharaon Porsche bouncing up a little bit. The bonnet, effectively. That's Pedro Miguel Lourinho at the wheel of that at the moment, running 6th in the GT in the 992 AM class. But that will be a little bit of a distraction. He's trying to give chase. The next car up the road, one position further ahead, is Audrius Pictis in the Porsche Baltic car. Only a second or so to the good, but let's hope that flapping bonnet isn't too much of a problem. Anyhow, we've got no problems in the commentary box, but what's it like down in the pit, Sty?
No major dramas in the pit lane so far, but you just never know. However, I've come into Scuderia Praha. I'm just going to Praha, rather, get that out properly. Joseph Kral has joined me to have a chat. Now, Joseph, you've been behind the wheel, but also driver coaching this weekend. How would you summarise your weekend so far?
I mean, it's not bad. It's still our third weekend with the 296 GT3 Ferrari car, so we're still learning a lot, especially in these conditions. It was first time ever when we've driven on wet, so it was quite challenging. And unfortunately, also we suffered a little a little damage yesterday in the last minutes of the yesterday's part, so the car is not great at the moment, but overall the weekend is pretty smooth and still just learning and gathering some experience.
What's the biggest thing you've learned so far?
Well, to be honest, driving on wet. That was the biggest thing, because up to that moment we were quite reasonably quick, was fine. For me, mainly the goal was to pass all the experience and what I learned from the car up to this point to Miro and Matusz, but they are doing a really good job, especially now Matusz is very fast in these tricky conditions, and yesterday as well. So yeah, just every lap is very valuable.
What's the sort of strategy plan from now on for the last couple of hours?
It's still longer than all the other sprint races, so still many things can happen, but we'll see. It just depends what happens on the track. There was many of the code 60s, so there will be probably even more of them, so we just wait and plan it. I'm changed now, but soon I have to change to the overall again, just to be ready for everything what can happen.
Well, we were looking at the code 60s yesterday, and I think there was something like 19 code 60s yesterday, so a huge amount of experience for the drivers that are more inexperienced.
I mean, overall the grid is very on wet, and there was lots of rain falling, but overall it's really nice because you know what you can expect from the cars in front, which is important, so you're not like in the position that you don't know what's going to happen, which can be sometimes dangerous. So from this point of view, it's really nice to race here.
What are the challenges of this circuit here at Mugello?
Well, it's one of the toughest and hardest circuit. I mean, I love Mugello. I love it on dry and I love it on wet. But always there is so many challenges, like the curbs, you know, to ride the curbs, it's not easy. And it's very sensitive on setup of the car. So we are still somewhere just playing with it to be not too aggressive, that Miro and Matusz are comfortable, but not too slow. So always we're just trying to find the perfect balance, which is not always very easy.
So one for any driver to come and try?
Yes, definitely. Well, come and try and you will see.
Joseph, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Joseph Kroll down there with Diana. You know, Ben, it's a classic situation. He is the eyes and ears for Miroslav and Matusz Weibo. Has to pass. He has to not just think about what he's doing, is how they could then get the most out of the car. But yesterday, of course, he'd tell them about the track conditions. They'd probably changed by the time he'd finished the sentence. The degrees of rain, it was constantly changing. Really tricky.
It is great to have Scuderia Praha back in the championship. We missed them for a couple of years, didn't we? But Joseph Kroll really participating properly in the full 12 hours. He's certainly not just doing his bit out on track and then parking himself in the garage afterwards. He's constantly chatting and looking after Matusz and Miroslav and making sure they can get the best out of the car. And as you say, compromising perhaps the car so that it's good for them rather than necessarily at its best for him. He's really developed into a very, very good driver coach, has Joseph, who I think we probably came across him first in Formula BMW UK back in the long days.
Yeah,
he must be the same age as me.
Yeah, in 2007 he was second behind a certain Marcus Ericsson in the British Formula BMW series. So whatever happened to Marcus Ericsson after his Formula 1 career? And then he went to start winning events in IndyCar racing as well. But you know, classic case of you hope you have the money to take yourself up, and he, you know, Joseph got as far as GP2 Asia, a bit of other GP2, but you know, eventually if you do not have the money, you look for alternative employment, and certainly all the massive expansion of GT racing has been really, really good for keeping a career going, but also really, really good for people that need to be coached. They want to go racing, they want to improve. You don't want to throw money at something and not feel as though you're going to get the most out of it. And also much more fun if you're challenging well. But again, racing for his national team, effectively the team from Czechia, as we call it now. It's good to have them back. For so many years, that red Ferrari of theirs, it's rather threw me when it turned up this year and it wasn't red, but looks good, goes well.
You mentioned their Code 60s. We have had 19 Code 60s in total, but I think what the most important thing is we've had less than 2 hours under Code 60. So even though we've had a lot of them, so many of them have been quite short, and that's a reflection on how good the guys, marshals, guys and girls out there around the circuit have been of picking up those cars in general, picking them up, putting them back on the circuit and then sending them away again. And also perhaps how good the layout of the circuit is, that most of the cars that did fall off didn't hit anything, and therefore there hasn't been needed to be a big clear up. It was very, very easy to get the cars back up and running. So we are going to go beyond 8 hours at least of competitive running. And it's probably going to be closer to 10 hours of green flag running, 20 minutes of yellow flag, and around 2 hours of Code 60.
Yeah, we heard from Ivan Breukers, on the sidelines this weekend after his own injury that's got him in a neck brace, but he was not quite bemoaning, but pointing out the fact that because the rescue crews are so efficient, it sometimes leaves you maybe 1 lap less in a stoppage, or not a stoppage, a slowed down period, a Code 60 period, than all the teams require, giving us plenty of track time.
Here is the battle for 3rd position. This is Era Motorsports Ferrari in the front of shot, at the back of shot, Heart of Racing by SPF's Mercedes, that's Carl Tilley.
Plenty of track time.
Here is the battle for 3rd position. This is Era Motorsports Ferrari in the front of shot, at the back of shot, Heart of Racing by SPF's Mercedes, that's Carl Tilley and Gray Newell. Has been approaching this kind of battle for the last couple of laps. They're both pretty heavily into their stint. I'm sure we're going to see Kyle Tilley in, and interestingly we've got our leader back in. That was a short stint. That was a short stint. So Fabrizio Broggi, remember he didn't drive until, well, actually the stint time's just gone down, until this morning, and only very recently, but it was about 2.5 hours left in the race. He came out needing to serve 2 hours to get his minimum drive time, but he's in refueling. They had a lap advantage. Now it's under a lap because, of course, Kessel Racing giving chase while they're still going. 2 hours and 6 minutes remain, but that is an interesting early stop. One for Diana to get down to, just 25 minutes in the car. Now, do you remember that I said that they got out before, I think it was Pellin Racing that I was monitoring, who had sat in the fuel bay, and I was wondering whether they had managed to go in, because sometimes we see them go into the fuel bay, it says F, but they come straight out because all the Bowsers are taken. I wonder whether at that particular point, Manamori Energy by EB Motors have found themselves in the fuel area but didn't actually take any fuel and now need to do so.
I think they came in a lap after the cars in 2nd, 3rd and 4th position, and I think they'd already left the refueling area. Whether other people was there, I don't think the EB Motors car was delayed there, and I do think they stopped and took on fuel. I know you were in the pit lane at the time, and then the car came and stopped in front of you, in front of their garage. We had the driver change from Sergio Nicolai to Fabrizio Broggi. But let us see. There's still an F against Broggi's name in the timing screens. That car, that Porsche number 95, still being refueled. Out on track, though, the battle for 3rd place about to be sorted as Gray Newell makes a dive up the inside into San Donato, but not sorted because he wasn't quite close enough to the Era Motorsport Ferrari. Remember that Carl Tilley chased, hunted down Gray Newell, got ahead, but Gray has probably got maybe 20 minutes more life in his tyres, because Carl Tilley should be coming in very soon indeed. 1 hour and 40 minutes this stint has been for him. Yes, a little bit of Code 60, but he must be getting a little light on the go juice, I would suggest.
Lap times aren't too bad for him. They're not fading away consistently for Kyle. Huge amount of racing experience over the years, and sort of owner-manager of Era Motorsport that race LMP2 out in America. In fact, both of these two teams very familiar with both sides of the Atlantic. Heart of Racing also in WEC this year, and responsible for the Aston Martin package there. But nothing particularly rash going on, and I imagine that both of them know that they're coming to the end of their stints here. Short Carl Tilley earlier, right?
Okay, it's definitely early for Broggi after only 25 minutes. He's arrived right in front of Diana. This is the race leader.
On the pit apron now, they are changing tyres, so a brand new set of tyres. They've been for fuel, as you already said, but a very quick stop. All 4 tyres changed, no driver change, and off he goes. But those tyres The slicks that they've just taken off look pretty well worn, but they're not, you know, they're not down to the rim at all, but they've come in and changed.
Yeah, you know what? I think they're sort of effectively working from the end of the race now, counting backwards. So we've got just over 2 hours, but they've got that pit stop done. They've lost the lead. Alessandro Crociera now leads for the Kessel Racing Ferrari crew. Another Ferrari in second place. Aero Motorsport with Carl Tilley and Gray Newell half a second down in third place now. Really good scrap, but then that pit stop is done and dusted. One more pit stop for the car that has been leading for so many hours, which is the Manamari Energy by AB Motors Porsche. They've done the pit stop. Fabrizio Broggi still has an hour and a half and maybe a few more minutes of small change to add that he has to complete to hit his minimum driving time.
Opportunity to hear as well as see Gray Newell around this wonderful Mugello circuit, the application of power. That is something you can hear better than see when we ride on board, of course. He is stuffed up right under the rear wing of Kyle Tilley. Just 0.5 of a second separate them at the moment. There's been no rash moves from either. They've also had a decent amount of traffic to clear. But with just over 2 hours remaining of this race, I think you're right, Bruce. Everyone's going to start looking backwards. They are going to look for the end of the race and work out how much fuel and how much tyre they need. It's not something we know particularly too much about, the slick tyre, because we've commentated mostly on the wet tyre throughout the whole of the race, but they have obviously done a couple of days of testing here. They do know that the Mugello circuit is an abrasive circuit, but the Michelin tyre is a tyre that lasts well. So 2 hours seems a long shot for me. But maybe they're looking to go 1.5 hours before changing onto a new set, and then they can run to the end. The Porsche of, made me giggle, Tit is going through the first turn, and that's just slightly getting in the way of our battle for P3 right now.
It's a great battle for P2, of course, because Broggi's car has had that pit stop, falling from first to fourth, but Carl Tilley hanging on, but he surely must be coming in very soon indeed for his pit stop in the heart of racing Mercedes. 1 hour and 44 minutes his stint length has been. There can't be too much fuel left on board. He'll be enjoying it, and you sometimes have to stand back and go, hold on, yesterday it was a case of survival. Today, here we are in spring at Mugello. Great circuit for which to go racing.
I was in the garage, wasn't I, when they did their last stop. I remember them coming into the pits, getting a full tank of fuel, and then going back out on circuit, fully serviced. It was a pit stop under green flag conditions, so they got a full tank of fuel. That doesn't, sorry, the full allocation of fuel, not full tank. That's very different. And then they came back in 1 lap later because there was a code 60. So yes, they were able to get potentially a full tank of fuel because the allocation is less than the tank allows.
Yeah, it was the dream ticket, because basically it was a free top-up, and then for Manamari Racing, they waited a further lap and it didn't quite fall into their lap as well. It is where the code 60s fall for you, but right now we can just enjoy the fact this battle for second place is just about track position. There's nothing complicated about it at all. They're both going to have to come in one more time before the end of the race, possibly almost even two, because we've got, what we're talking about, 2 hours almost on the nose remaining in this race, so you don't have stints that last a full 2 hours. But anyhow, getting close. And again, I love in GT racing when you have different shapes of cars, so identifiable. The lower, sleeker Ferrari, which is very, very good aerodynamically, taking on the Mercedes AMG that just seems to be a car that has such good mechanical grip. They just look different. People have their own favourites, but again, I think it very much is the essence of GT3, GT4 racing, GT2 racing. All go about things slightly differently, slightly different formats, but they look great, and they look even better now the sunshine is out. But to me, to my eye, what I love is the fact a lot of these cars are quite grubby. I do like a grubby sports car at the end of a race after the Le Mans 24 hours.
Nicholas Jonsson there was in the RPM Krone Racing Porsche that made it a little bit harder for our GT3 battle to continue to battle, because he had the legs all the way down the front straight and was slightly in the way into the braking zone. Obviously then knew that he needs to get out of the way. The next one to lap, which is slightly compromised Kyle Tilley here, is Lisa Clark in the Pellin Racing Ferrari GT3 car. She turned in on Kyle Tilley, now allows him to go through. Gray Newell's not so sure whether he can do the same. He does. And we've got another Mercedes joining the party now. Is that the 93 of Kobe de Bruyke? He's not on the same lap, but he is looking fast right now in the Red Ant Mercedes GT3.
Yeah, you do have to get accustomed to teams that have run in the 992 Porsche series category for years, suddenly stepping up to GT3. They had their moments, but who didn't yesterday? The conditions were really, really tricky. First 7 hours of the Michelin 12H MUGELLO in wet conditions, but constantly different degrees of wet. Right at the end, the last half hour or so, we had people braving slicks, but there was no way you put those tyres on without rubber with grooves. And into the pits, and into refueling goes Kyle Tilley, right across the nose of Gray Newell, who was accelerating out of Buccin behind him. There was only half a second between them, but now Gray Newell up into second place. Kyle Tilley, the Aero Motorsport Ferrari, back into third, back into refueling. Fabrizio Broggi, previous leader, is probably going to now vault up a position. No, not probably, definitely going to go up to third position overall. Remember, his pitting sequence is very different to anyone else because he made that very short first stint for him. Fabrizio Broggi, just 25 minutes, came in for the pit stop, almost made Peter Mackay spit out his soup when he was in the crew catering. Well, let's now take a look at the graphics with just 2 hours remaining. And right at the top, it's after recently taking the lead, it's the Kessel Racing Ferrari with Alessandro Cutrera at the wheel, showing with Marco Fretta and Davide Fuminelli. We've got Ian James, Gray Newell and Hannah Grisham. She should be finishing the race for them in the in the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes. Third place is now Fabrizio Broggi. Well, actually, he's just moved into third place. At the start of the graphic, it was still the Aero Motorsport Ferrari. That is in refueling. That's fallen to fourth place. Broggi's Porsche is now up into third. And then it's the Red Ant Racing Mercedes. It's sort of 3 laps down. Peter Mackay's just rejoined us, but it's been going very, very steadily. Less dramatics today. Then sixth place is the Lamborghini from ARC Bratislava. 7th place is car number 69, the Audi from Continental Racing. 8th place, it's car number 56, the Scuderia Praha car. Let's just complete the top 10. Top car in the 992 class is Red Ant, it's Red Camel Jordans. And completing the top 10, the second car in the 992 class is Mulner Motorsport.
So the Red Camel has just come in for a pit stop and driver change, the 909 Red Camel Jordan, and it's Luke Broikers that jumps in now and taking over from Fabian. Thank you very much. I had to try to think that. Yeah, Fabian's just jumped out. So well executed pit stop there with change of tyres and change of driver.
Thank you, Diana. So that actually means that we've got, for the first time today, a switch in the lead in 992. Milner Motorsport go ahead of Red Camel Jordans after that full service, a big top-up of fuel, tyres, driver change, the whole lot, the whole thing, everything you can do, Red Camels have done there with an hour and 55 minutes on the clock. That won't get them home unless we have some very long code 60, but it will get them most of the way home. It should get them about an hour and 20 minutes, even at full greens. So let's see what Milner Motorsport do. They owe us a pit stop. Julian Hanses has been at the wheel for an hour and 39 minutes, so regardless of the fuel they've got, in 20 minutes' time, he's got to come in because of maximum stint time. So in GT4, it's a very, very strong run from Venture Engineering, the winners at Barcelona in the 24-hour race at the end of September last year, and they're in a strong position. They hold actually a good advantage over the CCS racing car, albeit that car has just come in for a pit stop as well, so that gap will narrow back again when the Venture car comes in to take its service. But still all to play for, particularly at the front of the field, Ben Constanduros, where really it's anybody's game. But that pit stop by Manamori Energy, 25-minute stint and then coming in to change the tyres, that puzzles me.
Yeah, I think it was because they didn't manage to get fuel the last pit stop, and therefore, even though we saw them in the fuel area, they failed to fuel because they were quite fast in and out of it. And also works back perhaps a little bit, because they may not want to be stretching all the way to an hour and a half on the last stint. So this way they've got 2 one-hour stints to finish the race off, perhaps. Either way, it kind of throws, with those green flag stops, the cat is now with the pigeons with regards to where we are strategy-wise, because 3C Kessel Racing are completely in a different place to the rest of them, but the rest of them are kind of now on the same strategy.
Well, there's been so many eventful moments throughout this Mugello 12 hours, the Michelin 12 hours of Mugello, but here today it's the 5-hour sprint to the flag. Let's summarise what we've seen so far.
I can see a number of teams now out the back of the pit lane, garages sort of sitting on their chairs, making the most of that sunshine, but everyone else, engineers and drivers, got their heads down, still sort of strategizing what they're going to do for the next hour and 50 minutes. A lot still going on here, a lot to play for.
One thing that would be good to know, Di, is what the score is with Manamuri Energy, where they think they are, whether that, you know, that's 25 minutes that we'd seen Fabrizio Broggi out there on track. What we reckon that was about coming in that little bit earlier, or if they're back timing towards something. That will be interesting. I mean, I would imagine they want to keep that information fairly close, but if anybody can get it out of them, it's our charming Diana.
We've just had a pit stop for Carl Tilley. We saw him come in. We are expecting, therefore, Gray Newell to do the same. Interestingly, Tilley stayed in the car. Would have expected to have had Dwight Merriman to get in that car.
Yeah,
he still owes us an hour, and you don't really want to give him the last hour, surely.
No, he was in his driver's suit when I walked around the back of the garage on the way to catering. I think that's a driver switch, and they need to get that done quickly, because there's been a team that got a penalty for that yesterday. So Kyle Tilley, he was up to his maximum stint time anyway, so he had to get out the car. So I think that's more a driver ID issue than anything else. I'd be amazed if Kyle is still at the car, because he would then have to pit 8 minutes from now. So because of the maximum stint time.
Well,
so I think that's a driver switch issue.
Carl Tilley's just done the fastest lap of that car's race with a 1:48.7. So I think it's not Dwight then.
Possibly not. No, I think that's a fair point. It's probably more likely to be Jake Hill or Ryan DL with that kind of lap time, because that's much quicker than we saw the Kyle going as well. So there's definitely, I think it's a driver ID switch. But
it does mean that Dwight is going to do the last stint then, because they will have to do 1 more hour, and then they will finish the car. So big work to do. As we saw that great battle between Aero Motorsport and Heart of Racing. It's not yet had that pit stop from Heart of Racing. So gosh, I was saying that I was down in the pits when they did that pit stop, and then they did another pit stop 1 lap later. I was informed by Ian James that they'd just short filled the Mercedes in their first stops, to allow for a code 60 to then be able to fill up the tank. So they have absolutely brimmed the maximum amount they could do in that Mercedes some 1 hour and 36 minutes ago now, and they are still able to go. And pace-wise, best lap, well, we just see a 49.1 from the Aero Motorsport car. Gray is on 51.8 at the moment, his best a 50.2. So I would say that perhaps the tyres not giving out their best grip, as you would imagine, after such a long stint, but able to continue at the moment, and is lapping quite a bit faster than Cutrera in our leading Ferrari.
It's really difficult to tell. I think it's gonna come down to a quirk of strategy, a twist of fate, whether the code 60, yeah, whether the code 60 arrives when you want it to. I mean, and the thing is, we've seen it before in times where teams have had enough time in hand where they've been able to play conservatively. They've been able to just kind of top up and just keep ahead of the game. They've done the hard work on track, but nobody has that much of an edge. Nobody has that amount of time. You know, a full service pit stop is around 4 minutes, either just less or just more, depending on the amount of fuel going in. That's just over 2 laps. So, and at the moment, you know, 249 laps for Alessandro Cutrera, and on that lap as well, is on the lead lap, is Gray Newell. I mean, just and no more. In fact, they're very close together on track right now. Fabrizio Broggi for Manamuri Energy a further lap back. So any kind of twist in the pits can make a difference. And we've seen Kessel be unlucky twice, catching the wrong end of a Code 60, where the Code 60s come out. They've been at the early part of the lap, and by the time they've got all the way around and they've come in, it's gone back green again. So they've been unlucky on a few occasions. Lots of strategy to play out, and the thing is you're not dealing with a static target. You're dealing with a completely unpredictable moving target.
Well, like when I spoke to Mathieu Detreux a little bit early on, part of the Ajith Kumar Racing Porsche, they were third. Now that Seb Lajou Racing and Nicholas Jonsson in the RPM Racing have both pitted, they now find themselves at the head of the field, but they probably still owe us a stop. So Seb Lajou Racing is going to go back up to the head of that particular 992 AM field. It's a team that we have not spoken to whatsoever, and I really felt like with my French I should have gone down and said hello, because they were responsible for about 4 Code 60s in the early part of the race, and yet they still find themselves at the very head of the field. I did see Stéphane Perrin jumping out of that car, long time driver of the 24H series.
Ben, just to interrupt on the Seb Lajou Racing, the car is just now in the pit lane, and they're doing a pit stop is at the other end as I've just walked down, but the 888 has come in, and they actually are doing driver change as well as full new set of tyres.
Well, in which case, go and have a chat to Stéphane Perrin then, because he's a great stalwart of this series, and as I said, he was injured in the Spa 12 hours, could be 3 years ago, and he spent a good year out of the sport in recuperation from that. He used to drive a TCR back in the days where we had TCRs, and now up there in the 992 category. With that pit stop, that has dropped them back down to third in class, but we're still cycling through pit stops, I believe. So as you say, it's a quirk of the strategy, Peter, that you could describe 24H series racing as that in total.
Yes, it is, very much so. A lot's happening now. There's an incident between car 8 and 992 under investigation. Well, car 8 is your leader. That's the Kessel Ferrari. It's got into it with the Porsche Baltic machine, which curiously just came into the pit. So is there a story to be told there? We are getting, thanks to Diana, who's been walking up and down the pit lane furiously to answer all of our questions, it is Ryan Dalziel who's aboard the Aero Motorsport Ferrari right now. So that would explain the speed and the increase of it. So he's pushing right now. They've got 56 minutes of on-track time that they've got left for Dwight Merriman. There's an hour and 43 minutes left in the race. So I think so it's going to be a quick single stint from Ryan Dalziel, big sprint, and then put Dwight Merriman in for the finish. Of course, this is a whole new experience for Dwight Merriman racing in this series. He wanted to come and race more in Europe. He's competed at Le Mans before, of course, in an LMP2 car, but switching from the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. So what an experience to finish the race at Mugello in a Ferrari. These are the experiences that they are truly special indeed. So we'll keep a very close watch on the penalty screen to see if there's anything coming from the incident, which we haven't had in our pictures in the Global Broadcast Centre, between the number 8 Kessel car and the 992 Porsche Baltic machine. But that could be, if there is something to come from that could affect very much the outcome of this race, because it is just simply so tight at the front of the field. The Heart of Racing, that's the second time today, pound in the jar. The Heart of Racing Mercedes is an hour and 41 minutes into its stint, or Ray Newell's stint, so he's going to have to come in, isn't he? He's got 18 minutes absolute maximum left, and it will be a rundown for Hannah Grisham to the flag. Diana Binks has more for us down in the pits.
You were talking earlier about Seb Lajou Racing, and Stéphane Perrin has just jumped out. Stéphane, you've had an interesting race so far, a number of challenges for you and the team, but you're still fighting on track.
Yes, it's amazing fighting on track. That is, we like us. The problem is that we have a strong problem with the car. We can say more, but we need to manage it. It's endurance, yeah. But we have not the same harm than the other, and we need to do our best as possible.
and we will see at the end of the war.
Always important to keep going and dealing with the challenges, whatever they may be, to make sure you get to the checkered flag.
Yes, 92 challenge is a very challenging category. We think that we can claim to catch our first podium in 24-hour service. Mugello is particularly for me. We won on GT3. We do our first podium in TCR class, and yes, we're up to jump on the box at the end of all this. Let's see.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan. Appreciate you chatting to us. Thank you. That's the number 888 7G Racing, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And I think he said right at the very beginning they are actually managing an issue. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next hour and 40.
Very interesting, yes. Well, let's hope it's only a small issue and doesn't hold them back and thwart their chances of challenging for victory. Now, it's all been going on while Diana was chatting with Stefan Perrin there. The number 8 Kessel Ferrari, this is the leader, had an incident with the 992 Porsche Baltic machine.
Yeah, no, I think that's an error. I think that's an error. I think race control got the number wrong. So this is what's being reported. Hence why it was a no further action, because there wasn't anything to report. It's the 93 that they've gone wheel to wheel with there, and it's certainly not the fault of the 8. That is the 93 maybe dive bombing a little bit aggressively.
Yeah, the 93 is the Red Ant Mercedes AMG going up the inside, but that's just coming over the crest of the hill on Alessandro Cotrera. Now, who's in the... It's in the Yannick Red Ant, who's feeling pretty spicy. Unless there was 2 separate incidents between the... I mean, on our timing screen, race control flagged an incident involving car 8 and 992, no further action, and then car 8 and 93 under investigation. So whether, I mean, like as you rightly say, Ben, it's not going to be a penalty for the number 8 Ferrari, that's for sure, but whether the 992 car was involved, the Porsche Baltic car was involved in a different incident. So let's see. It's certainly not the not what the number 8 crew want. They want a nice smooth run to the finish. They don't want to have these heart-stopping moments. We have now had confirmation on our screen that it is Ryan DL in the number 81, as Diana reported to us a little bit earlier on, so that was a driver switch. Hopefully they won't get a penalty for that.
They were lucky there as well that it was wheel-to-wheel contact, and there was no shedding of any bodywork whatsoever from either car. So I think both of them would have got fully off scot-free from that. And I just read the race control that they've reported an incident. Somebody's reported an incident with the wrong car number, and so when they've investigated it, they've not found it, like we've not found it on our TV broadcast, and therefore no further action because it doesn't exist. And then they've managed to find the right one, and that is still under investigation, but as we've seen, more likely to be a penalty for 93 than number 8.
If there is going to be a penalty, that's yeah, let's see. So change also as the number 56 of Scuderia Praha has managed to get up into the overall top 5 with Matthias Weibo at the wheels, gone past the Continental Racing Audi of David Pogosayan. So now 3 seconds between them. It's a father and son outing. The Miroslav, the father, Matthias, the son, and Matthias doing a fantastic job at the moment. Milner Motorsport have taken a pit stop as well, which then puts Red Camel Jordans back into the lead of 992. They, by how much, we'll report on that as soon as they come through the timing point. But it looked like, Ben, that Red Camels were really in a very, very strong position, but has it tightened up in that pit stop cycle, I wonder?
I mean, in terms of pit stops, it was pretty much as long as each other. 4 minutes and 35 playing 4 minutes and 40 for Milner Motorsport. They've got their young, charging Estonian Martin Rump now aboard that car. Saw very, very fast yesterday. But crucially, Red Camels Jordan's pit stop was 20 minutes ago, whereas Milner are now doing it. They're both going to owe us one more stop, but the Red Camels car will need 20 minutes more fuel than the Milner car will do on that last stop. Now, I know that Paul Trustwell plays lots of games when it comes to strategy, so he will have plenty of ideas up his sleeve and maybe even luring us into a false sense of security when actually that car's already fueled heavy. And
well, that's the easiest part of his job.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's not listening to us either.
Definitely not. No, that would be not advisable. With an hour and 36 minutes to go, if you got
an hour and 36, is that, sorry, yes,
well,
the maths wrong.
If we're green flag racing, you're right, they both need to stop. But if there's code 60, still Red Camels will have to pit, but there is an off chance that if it's a particularly long code 60, there's an opportunity that Martin Rump from Milner Motorsport might actually not have to come into the pits again. Now, it would need a reasonable portion of code 60. The chances of that happening, if you go by yesterday, quite high. Well, so 992 is not necessarily done right now. Red Camel Jordans have the advantage, but is it enough of an advantage if Milner were able to not have to pit again?
Fastest lap of the race for Klaus Bachler. They're unfortunately down in 27th position, but a 1:48.044. It's such a shame we haven't seen Klaus fighting at the front end. He really is one of the stars of GT3 racing and proving it again. He's obviously got fresh tyres. He's had a couple of laps to get them in the window. He's been out of the pit 6 minutes, and the purple sector's now flying in for Bachler just to prove that there he is, that car. Number one, they fixed it and straightened it back up, and number two, that he is a hired gun and a very strong one at that.
I think he spends more time in this Proton Hooper, more time in a 992 generation GT3R than he does his favourite pair of slippers. No matter where it is around the world. Last weekend it was with AO Racing and winning the Sebring 12 Hours in the GTD Pro category. Last year it was winning the World Endurance Championship in LMGT3 with Manthey. Whenever there's a GT3 race on, usually you'll see Klaus Bachler in it at the wheel of a Porsche. So he knows this car inside and out.
Yeah, but imagine, I mean, I've thought about this often. He's jumping between team per team. Yes, he's bringing the culture of the car, but he has to adjust to every individual teammate, because it's a different teammate every weekend, and individual teams as well. He goes over to Asia, for instance, and participates in the SRO GT World Challenge Asia. A completely different culture, completely different track. It's actually quite a big challenge for these GT3 drivers. Yes, they're driving the same car in brackets, but they're having to bring a lot of their own knowledge to the teams, and the teams are going to be operating those cars in different ways.
That's just a fantastic point. Imagine being an accountant. Yes, you're looking at profit and loss accounts, and profit and loss accounts are what they are. They're the same for any company, but go to different companies every single weekend. Imagine that. It's totally different. It's a great point, going into different teams and getting to know everyone all the time. Well, Proton Huber Competition have delivered something for Klaus Bachler. They've repaired a car, they've set up a car that he's been able to break the race lap record in with a 1:47.547. So the race lap record set by David Fuminelli 3 years ago in the previous generation Ferrari 488 GT3 was a 1:47.806. That has fallen. So Klaus Bachler is your new race lap record holder. Is he going to hang on to it though between now and the checkered flag? We'll see.
And also Italian GT come here next weekend.
That's for 24 hours series.
That's for 24 hours series. Yes. Okay, so it's not the lap record of GT3 in total.
No, and that is very dependent on the tyre you're running and what the tyre needs to do. You know, if it's a sprint tyre, it can be a lot more, of course, a lot more sticky and doesn't need to last as long. So but that is as far as 24-hour series goes. That is the fastest lap we've ever seen in this championship at this track in GT3 machinery. Martin Rump has just set his best lap of the race in that 992 category. Still, running a lap behind the Red Camel Jordan's team. So at the moment they've got the advantage in terms of time, but if there is any code 60, there is an opportunity that Milner Motorsport could actually get all the way to the end without going in the pits at all. Red Camel Jordans, they will need at least a decent splash.
Yeah, with you on that one. And if it's under green flag running, then it could be a decent amount of time lost, because it's so slow in the fuel area in comparison to other race series. The standard fuel pumps that we would have in a local fuel court, usually we get some decent shots of the fueling area, but we sort of don't quite have the camera for it this weekend. So many cars out there with, number one, bonnets flapping, and number two, the bit sticky bit that usually covers the gap between the bonnet and any other piece of bodywork trailing. It's a classic Mercedes end of 24-hour race look, that, with a little strip of stickiness, sort of like a tail, but coming out the nose of the car. There it is. And I noticed the Porsche was doing the same thing. Diana, down to the pits.
Just an update for you that the Lotus has gone back out on track, the GT4 PB Racing number 421. The team were working quite hard in the garage on that. It'd been in there, I think, for a good 10 minutes or so. And that car, I think Peter will be delighted to hear, is back out on track.
I'm fully impartial, honest. I don't mind admitting I've got a soft spot for Lotuses. You don't see them very often. They don't have the presence in motorsport that they did in their heyday in the 1960s. But isn't it brilliant? We understand this is the first proper endurance race for a Lotus Emira GT4. We see them in more sprint sports car racing series. I think there's 3 of them entered for British GT this year, which is great. So hopefully that continues to grow, because it looks like a wonderful, wonderful little package. Still, the track is improving. We've just seen a personal best there for Yannick Redon in the Mercedes-AMG 148.6. Likewise for Philippe Bonnell in the Vortex 158.491. So the track is always evolving, and the temperature is increasing all the time. And thanks to my I'm loving this snazzy weather radar by Ventus guy. Yeah, fantastic. The temperature at the moment it's risen quite a bit. So the start of the race was down around 10 degrees Celsius. It's now 14 degrees Celsius. So and it's going to keep climbing another degree or so as we head. And with the sunshine on the circuit, it's just warming it up nicely. The track temperature won't get excessively high, but it really just making those track conditions nice. And well, that lap record from Klaus Bachler is testament to it.
Ryan DL for Era Motorsport, sitting in 4th position now, chasing down Fabrizio Brogi, and Gray Newell's still out there in the Mercedes. Nearly 2-hour stint. He's got to come in. He's going to be forced to come in by the regulations. But that is a big, big stint, and will hand over the one final stint. Presumably, if they pit under green flag conditions, they'll be able to get enough fuel in for Hannah to finish the race and potentially battle with Era for what I reckon will be a final podium spot. Still question marks over what is going to be happening down at Kessel. They're running actually good pace from Alessandro Coturo. When I switched my focus up to the live timing screen, it was a 1:56 his last lap, and I was a bit worried, but it's down to 1:49.8 on the last one. Here is Gray on board. He was struggling with this car in terms of traction a good half an hour ago when we were riding on board, and he was being pushed around by the Era Motorsport Ferrari.
And it'll be starting to get warmer in the car now with that, proper sunlight, the ambient temperature going up. It will be getting pretty warm. This is a really impressive stint for a non-professional driver. To be able to do 1 hour and 56 minutes in one of these GT3 cars. And now that we're under full dry, the physical exertion has gone up. Yeah. The mental exertion might actually be slightly less, but physical exertion is more so. And into the pits he comes at that pretty much the last opportunity to not break through his maximum drive time. And they would need quite a lot of code 60 for Hannah Gresham to get home on just that tank of fuel without stopping. But if they do have to stop, it's going to be for the tiniest little splish splash.
Peter, just to interrupt you very quickly, the Lotus, unfortunately, has come back in and been wheeled back into the garage. It's the 426 Lotus PB Racing. I think I said 421 earlier, my apologies. But no, the team were not expecting it, and we got quite a surprise when it came back in, and it's just been wheeled back into the garage now.
Well, they'll be racing next weekend here in Italian GT. We're going to see the combination of Stefano D'Aste and Alberto Nasca in the European GT4 Championship in that car, or at least the one that's in the garage there. They've got 2 one on track and one as a donor car. I was interested to talk to Carl Tilley down at Era this morning, and I said, have you got a second car sitting there? He said it's a lot cheaper to buy a car than to buy a spare parts worth car, and they haven't had to touch that second car. It sat there, the door was off for about half an hour, it got put back on. The donor cars lying around the paddocks invariably are all in one piece. Sébastien Lejuve got one downstairs, one of the Porsches. There's a Kessel car as well, a Pellin car. Lots of spare cars, less spare bits is the philosophy.
That because they bought one brand new one, and the spare car is an ex-Triarci Competizione car, which Ryan raced in. So Ryan DL's, it's his ex-car. So if there's anything wrong with it, they can blame him. That is something that it's been bashed about a little bit. But that was, I remember speaking to the guys at Porsche Motorsport talking about the RS Spider in the late 2000s, and Freddie Leinhard, a Swiss racer, did exactly the same thing. Bought a brand new spare car because it was cheaper than the spare part package. Amazing. The commitment from the car owners, many of which take part, and this is the thing about sports car racing, is you can take part, you can be a car owner. It's not like owning a football team. You can't exactly put on the strip. You can get involved and get behind the wheel, but the financial commitment and the time commitment of these owners is really, really commendable, and what they do for our sport, and it's hugely appreciated.
Yeah, there's different structures, because you can be a private owner that you then give the car to a team, and the team look after it, run it, and fill it with drivers if you can't fill it yourself or you're not driving yourself. And then there are other teams around that will have, especially 992 category or TCR, they will be the car owner, and then they will be filling it. So there are different ways to approach this kind of racing if you are watching for the first time and fancy it, if you fancy just driving and spending. But so often drivers get to a point where they're like, I'm spending so much on renting a car for the weekend, I might as well buy one, and then it's least mine when it comes to sales, which was my approach when I did a season's worth of racing. And I ended up having my car for 4 years, but only racing it for 1.
What car did you have?
Ginetta GT5 Challenge car.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Very cool.
It was rented out for 3 or 4 years afterwards.
Very cool. Well,
in the pits, finally, Heart of Racing by SPS, and Gray Newell, what was that, 2 hours?
Right on the dot, yeah. He came
we saw him a lap ago,
an hour and 55 minutes, so he couldn't have really gone round again and potentially blown through that driver time. So that will be a switch over to either Hannah Gresham or Ian James, but Ian James started the car this morning, so it would make sense that they would rotate through their driver lineup as they have been throughout the day. As right underneath our feet at the start-finish straight goes the Heart of Racing Mercedes by SPS.
The interesting question for me is, what was the limitation there? Was it the tyres? Was it the fuel that forced them to come in? Or did they still have fuel? And was it the driver time? Because that means that's good information for everybody else that the Mercedes has a decent tank of fuel left. And even though they've put in their regulation amount that they can, they might have more than that still in the car to finish the race with 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. And how were the tyres after that mammoth stint as well?
The pace-wise looked pretty good. They went to the plateau and stuck there. I mean, in terms of literage, the maximum capacity they have is 105 litres down in the pits.
Watching the pit stop for the 56 Scuderia Praha car, and Miroslav has just jumped back into that car, full change down here, cleaning the windscreen, new tyres and driver change for this last hour or so of the race.
They've had a really strong day today. They had a couple of issues yesterday, but showed good pace, but they've come back up the order really well so far today in that silver and yellow Ferrari. Of course, former double winners at this race in the past are Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Will they return to winning ways across this 24-hour series season? We'll watch with anticipation there. An hour and 22 minutes left on the clock then as Hannah Gresham exits the pit lane for Heart of Racing Mercedes AMG. And with a bit of code 60, you know, there is a chance that she could go all the way to the end. It would need code 60. If it's all green, there's no way.
Yeah, but you say that, but you don't know how much fuel they had in when they fueled.
But their maximum capacity is 105 litres.
I was told it was more than that.
Not by my reckoning on the BOP, but they might have a bit. Well, with an AM BOP, did they get more? I think it's just the performance of the car. Yeah. We've seen in terms of stint time, it's been really. This is the first time we'll have proper full dry full run, really. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll find out in an hour and 21 minutes, and whether, of course, if they're coming out of the final corner, code 60 comes out, then you probably just, unless you feel you can make it, you come and get a quick splash and go. But we'll watch that number 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes very, very closely, both on the screens and in the pits. So often these races come down to fuel saving at the end of the race. I remember CP Racing, very, very long-term team in 24H series. They took victory 2 years ago here, and there was no way they should have finished the race on the amount of fuel that they had. But they managed to stretch it and stretch. They were doing 15 to 20 seconds per lap slower to get themselves to the end. But they did eventually take, I think, what was their first overall victory, if I remember correctly, in the 24H series at that time. And it was a mammoth fuel-saving effort in the final stint. But as you say, code 60 still very likely with an hour and 20 minutes remaining, and that will help. So Diana's back down in the pits, and there's 3 cars in the pits. Who have you got in front of you?
I just have one at the moment. It's the Helen Racing number 29 Ferrari 296 GT3, and driver change and full set tyre change as well. Carl Martelli getting back in behind the wheel. He's just going to take over once they get the seat insert out. A very experienced racing driver, so he certainly knows his way around this Mugello circuit. But a clean stop by the crew here. They're just tidying and cleaning up the front grille and the windscreen of the car. Slight delay getting Kyle into the car. I'm not sure what that is. I think they were just adjusting seatbelts. He's now jumping in, and with his seat insert as well going in as well. So just strapping him in, and he will be heading back out onto the track.
So just a little bit of an update on what the Heart of Racing can do, given that they are an AM class car, which have slightly different regulations. What most important of which is that they have a larger restrictor. There's 2 restrictors on that Mercedes AMG V8 on it, and both are 4 millimeters larger, therefore lets in more air and generates more power than an equivalent GT3 Mercedes. In terms of their max refueling is 105 litres. But they can add an extra 50% of that amount in under a code 60, up to a maximum of 120 litres, which is how big the fuel tank is. So that is it really. So if they do get another code 60, they could top it up. If they feel like they're close, which they are, they could do that. All very complex. Who would want to be a race strategist? Very, very tricky indeed. And it might be the case that Hannah Grisham has got the team on the radio saying, if you can do a bit of fuel saving, that might well be advantageous with an hour and 18 minutes left in this race. And who is going to pick up the Omologato watch is a new prize for this year for all of the class-winning drivers. So in every class, each class winner will receive an Omologato watch with the Mugello Michelin 12H on the back. Well, I heard, Diana, that your watch collection is so big that there's not going to be room for another one anyway.
You could be right.
Quite possibly.
They are fantastic, beautiful watches, though.
Yes, Omologato are a race-derived watch company. All of their watches are based on stories and heritage from motorsport of all sorts of types. They do Dakar watches, IndyCar. They even did an Acuria Cost watch, I seem to remember. So yeah, there are lots of different stories that they tell with their products, and the drivers will pick up one of those if they win their class in an hour and 17 minutes. Speaking of class and first class, Creventic Catering still on top notch, Mr. Jones?
It was. Can I tell you a funny story? Funny, amusing.
Always.
Came trotting back up the stairs to find myself locked out. I was running around trying to find a door that was unlocked. That's the first. Actually, it's not a first time. I remember one time at Goodwood, I went round to sort of open the commentary box at the back of the circuit, and obviously Bruce is late getting there. No, the door is locked, and it took me half an hour to get someone to come round in an old Land Rover and readmit me. But yeah, interesting race at this stage as it's settling down. Ikuria Coswatch, how about a board of Reavers? I thought that would tickle a little fancy for other Scottish fans. Right, the the number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari in for fuel. Is that bang on time?
An Ikuria Agricole watch, which is the forerunner to board of Reavers. Yes, with the rampant tractor on their logo. Yes, leader in the pit lane, car number 8 Kessel Ferrari, Alessandro Cutrera, who's done a lot of driver time throughout this race over yesterday and today. If I would suspect that they've got David Faminelli warming up, ready to go, and I would think he would want his race lap record back, which Klaus Bachler has pinched off him.
You'd think so. Right, I sat down quickly for lunch, and as I sat down, I saw a clash with the number 8 Ferrari going down into the first corner. What was going on there?
So the number 93 Red Ant racing car had gone to make a move. They made contact. The race control deemed no further action for that one. So that's all that she will, and it seems like they've got away without any damage, which is the most important thing. I don't see anything on the penalty list to see if there's any penalties to be dished out. So that's good.
But no notable damage on the Kessel Racing Ferrari. It seemed to be side on side, on which generally is okay.
If it was on the. It will be on the right-hand side of the Ferrari. So, Diana, watch for that right-hand side of that number 8 Kessel Ferrari when it comes out of fuel, which will be any second now. They've been in for 1 minute and 43 seconds, so they will be within the next 30 to 45 seconds or so will they come out. And if there's any code 60 between now and the end of the race, I think that Ferrari could maybe just stretch it without having to pit again.
Yeah, I was trying to do the maths while I was consuming my very nice strips of beef with tomato. Dan, it was good lunch, I must say.
Tortellini was excellent.
I'm not trying to mention everything I ate, but that was involved in my plate pattern. But yeah, no, certainly the team's really enjoying the catering down there, I must say. And little takeaway boxes for those that didn't get the chance to come. And one crew just sat down and they suddenly got a message might be needed in refueling areas. They had to drop everything and run. But if people were watching this race yesterday, it's almost so it's in a different place, isn't it? You know, the grey skies, the ever increasing and decreasing and changing amounts of rain. And really, we started on a damp track. It was still grey this morning, but we just had that first moment of sunshine, and it took another hour or so to come through. But right now, this is Mugello at its absolute finest, I must say. And people who raced here long ago dying to be back, but also all the front runners who haven't been here before really relishing this. And Peter, quite a few of the cars that had their mechanical problems lost loads of time, still back out. And while I was locked out, I was just standing looking down on the run as the cars leave the pits and go up to the first corner, and Grant Donaldson came past in that IRC GT. It makes a proper meaty rumble as it goes, and he and Darren Curry, you know, they're down in 26th position. They're many laps down, in fact 49 laps down if you want to do the maths, but they're still going around. They're just relishing this Italian circuit.
Through into the lead goes Fabrizio Broghi for Manamori Energy as Kessel Racing are in the pits and with Diana Binks.
They certainly are indeed. They've just come in. I can't see any damage. I think you were asking me to just have a look and see if I could see anything around the side, but I can't see. I'm just jumping off the pit wall now to head on over. They have taken a driver change and changing tyres. And as I run up the front, can't see too much damage, to be fair, so there could be something slightly on the front right, but it's not showing too badly.
Thank you, Diana. They're going to go right underneath our feet at the start-finish line, Will. In fact, they've already gone underneath our feet, and as we thought, it is David Faminelli as off the road goes Seb Lejeune. They have been nursing an issue, and they're in a battle for the AM class in 992. They've gone off at turn 1, as many have done, gone through all the way through the gravel, kept the power in, put one wheel on a very narrow strip of grass, don't hit the wall, you see there's a lot going on there, and then drag it out, and that's the team owner, Sebastian Lejeune. Well, as you said yesterday, Bruce, at least the team boss can't shout at you.
Yeah, he can stand in the corner of the garage and shout at himself. But what we saw yesterday, when cars ran all the way through the gravel trap at the first corner at San Donato, it's a climbing curve, and they'd get through the gravel onto the grass, which was only half a car width wide, but then they were hitting enormous puddles, and there's been a lot of saturation here in the past fortnight or so. But today it looks just a little bit drier, but it's still heart in mouth when you got it wrong at the first corner, though the gravel trap does a very good job, but it's about going through, and I am really, really impressed with the gravel traps here. A few cars have got bogged down, but also if you're going in a fairly straight line and you choose to, you can keep the car fairly uniformly flat, which is what you want if you're desperately trying to get to the far side to hit an access road or something, as they do at the top of San Donato, to keep yourself going. But Sebreju Racing, if they want to count up the number of spins and off-track moments they've had, it's quite a few, but they're not alone in that.
No, it's remarkable, isn't it? How they got to the intervention break last night in the lead after all the issues they had. Well, it's still a mystery to us. Now, David Fuminelli, who's been the star of the show really all weekend long. He's been so quick at the wheel of the Kessel Ferrari 296 GT3. Up until about 45 minutes ago, he was the lap record holder in 24-hour series competition set 3 years ago in a Ferrari 488 GT3, but that was pinched by Klaus Bachler in the Porsche with a 147.547, so trimming pretty much 2.5 tenths off of that. I would think that David Fuminelli would like it back. He's in the latest spec Ferrari 296 GT3. They've been so quick all weekend. They were pole sitters. I would think he's got his head down now.
It gives him something to focus on, something to go for, because of course that recent pit stop has dropped Kessel Racing back into second position, 42 seconds down on Fabrizio Broggi. But we're really counting down from the end of this race. 1 hour and 10 minutes remain. Certainly the race leading Porsche is going to have to come in again, because they won't be able to manage the best part of 2.5 hours on one stint. What exactly happened there when we had the 95 Porsche come in after only 25 minutes of Fabrizio Broggi's stint, his first stint in the car, Peter? I went away for lunch, and I think Diana was going down to check that all out. Do you know how that unfolded, or was it simply what they decided to try and count from the end backwards?
Yeah, interesting. The 95 Manamuri Energy car saying they were just trying to jiggle the strategy a little bit, making the most of the opportunities that they had, but it doesn't seem to have worked in terms of they have to get Fabrizio Broggi's drive time done. That's the really important aspect right now. So his first stint was first portion was 25 minutes, and then right now he's 53 minutes, and so he's an hour and 13 minutes of driving time done. So he's got 47 minutes left. So that would then leave 22 minutes left if they wanted to do a late driver change. So it would more be if they get lucky with the code 60 in terms of doing that and putting Sergio Nicolai back in the car. But right now it's looking like it's filtering back towards Kessel Racing, who have kept David Fuminelli in reserve and are now deploying their not so secret but most potent weapon.
Great to be in that position where you've worked your driver rotation, you've worked out who you want in the car when, and the weather's coming good. Wet or dry, David Fuminelli would be a massive star in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. We know that. We've seen that yesterday when conditions were very tricky. He was super fast, but so many elements. It might be 12 hours of racing, it will be 12 hours of racing, and yet you sometimes realize it's just where you were when a code 60 that was thrown that can give you an advantage that, providing you're competitive anyhow, you should be able to nurse towards a potential victory or a class win. And sometimes it is literally that. A code 60 is thrown just after you pass pit in. There's no point coming next time around. All the pumps are going to be filled, and you miss that chance to get a handful of litres that could make all the difference, enable you to lengthen a stint length and find an advantage. But we have 1 hour and 8 minutes remaining, and so you cannot have too much juggling between now and the end of the race. The end game is in sight. They're in the end game.
Question is, are Kessel Racing good to the end of the race? I think if we're all green flag, no. But if we have any code 60, then yes. But then a code 60 at a certain point would maybe help Manamuri Energy by Epi Motors out, who lead the race. There's a lot of a lot of unknown right now. The gap between the two leading cars is 37 seconds at the last timing point. We'll get an update on that now as David Faminelli comes through. He's personal best in Sector 1. He's personal best in Sector 2 as they come over the line. And it's wowee. It is the fastest lap of the race by a huge margin before Klaus Bachler held that honour with a 1:47.5. Well, Faminelli's just blown it out of the water. 1:47 flat.
Yep. 1:47.005. He wasn't quite as fast as you explained, but we're dealing in thousandths there. But he also had a bit of traffic on that. But when he's lapping at that pace, he is pretty much 7-8 seconds quicker than all the 992 Cup class Porsches out there as well. So he's got those to deal with, but that is super fast. And what is the lap record standing at?
Well, it's obliterated.
It's obliterated now.
So Bachler had taken it. It was 1:47.806, set 3 years ago by that man, David Faminelli. It was taken about a quarter of a second quicker by Klaus Bachler about an hour ago. And Faminelli says, "No, I'll have that back, thank you. You're in my back garden. This is Mugello. This is my patch."
But he's so early in the stint, only 6.5 minutes into the stint. Surely that can go to the end of the race if we've got an hour and 6 minutes remaining. Make a stint of hour and 12? I think it can.
With a bit of fuel saving and maybe a bit of tiny bit of code 60, yes. But given the speed at the moment, I don't think he's doing a great deal of fuel saving.
No, the only fuel saving he's been doing when a couple of laps running, he's been caught behind Porsche Cup class cars and had to just back off a little bit, but he picks them off within 2 or 3 corners, sets on his way, going now through the Biondetti chicane, the left, the right. It's a very quick chicane and into the final corner. He's got a gaggle of cars in front of him as he goes through Buccin, but he should be able to pick those off on the start-finish straight. Porsche Baltic car keeps out the way, thank you very much. So what's on the clock? 270 laps for Fabrizio Boggi, and any second now it'll be 270 for the chasing Ferrari. What will the interval be? 21 seconds. Advantage gained on that lap. Well, we're almost precisely on the nose of 6 seconds between first and second, with only 21.5 seconds between them. Obviously, they're not going to both run the whole way to the end of this race with a pit visit. I have a feeling the Kessel Ferrari can. I think the pendulum has swung very much into their camp. I may be wrong, but either way, he's going to get it, surely.
I think they've got options. Because Manamuri Energy have to pit for lots of reasons. In 37 minutes' time, Fabrizio Boggi will. Now there's one thing that also they'll have to consider is that Fabrizio Boggi will have to. Now, I don't actually know how they can get the driver stint time done now, because he's got to hit a 2-hour minimum drive time.
Yeah, but he's already done 25 minutes before.
Yeah, but he can't get back in the car. He's got to go in short of that. And then he can't get back in the car for another hour. So Fabrizio Boggi actually, by the regulations, as I understand them, he actually can't complete his driver time. But by my understanding of the rules, so at the moment he's got an hour and 24 minutes and counting. So he's got 36 minutes left to go. The issue is that if he goes all the way up to that, he's then got to take a 50% of that time as a rest, and that rest will take him past the end of the race.
My word. Okay.
Oh no.
Peter, sit on top of that slide rule for the moment as you work out the equations. Ajith Kumar is looking as though he's going to take over his car, leading the 992 AM class. He's in refueling at the moment with Fabien Duffier. Peter's got his head in his hands at the moment as he's doing that math, but also a slight element of sympathetic support for the team if he thinks and he fears that Manamuri Energy may not have played their Boggi card just right. And the gap between first and second is down to 13, 14 seconds. Faminelli is going for that outright lead in the race, and will that be, when he takes it, something he can carry through to the finish? And what are Manamuri Energy going to do with their Heavy Motors Porsche?
There may be quite literally one specific lap that they would have to pit and almost drive through, take the smallest splash of fuel and drive through, and even then I don't quite know how they're going to do this, unless the calculation is wrong in stint time, but the timing screen it won't be. Oh well, because of course any time you're in the pit lane, that does not count for drive time.
Wow, interesting. Just the cameras above the pit lane, or in the pit lane, picking up the cheers from above the pit building, because it's Ajith Kumar's fans.
It is.
Looking down. You're down there, Di.
I am down here, and there's a lot of fans above. cheering on, and across from the pit lane extra, he's just jumped into the car. Obviously, Baskuten Racing running that car. Ajith Kumar, who very slick stop and turnover and change from the guys here down in the pit lane. And they were with Ajith for quite a long time before he got in the car, just to give him a bit of encouragement. Bass, we were just watching that very slick stop for you guys, but Ajith was standing there for quite some time. You were giving him some encouragement before he got in. What were you saying?
We gave him faith that he can do it. It's his first time to do the finish stint, so yeah, we gave him some extra information what to do. It's only 1 hour and 5 minutes, and he can do it. We're at a good position for the moment, so we'd like to keep it.
Yep, you've given him a good car. He looked like he was ready. Thumbs up, and of course all his fans are here watching. So as you guys were working on the car, they were cheering. Did you hear them?
No, we didn't hear it at all. So we were fully focused on the pit stop. So, but yeah, thanks to the fans, it helps us as well. So it gives strength.
Great stuff. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, just while we were in that interview there with Baskuten, who runs the Ajith Kumar car, David Fuminelli, we're running out of superlatives. He's just obliterated his own lap record and so far ahead of the rest of the field. He's just done a 1:46 flat.
Yeah, he just chopped an entire second off his previous best, and now he's
quicker than he went in qualifying.
Of course he is. He knows the track by now. Right, here we go. The gap was a few laps ago, 17 seconds back from Manamori Energy's Porsche to the CCC Kessel Racing Ferrari. Not anymore. 3 seconds. So on this lap alone, in fact, he's already made the move. He's driven past Fabrizio Broggi early in the lap and got the job done. Coming down towards turn 12 now. Fully ahead by about a second or two, and he goes around Corantaio. He's got the chicane to come and the final corner, but you know, the writing was on the wall. The pace of gain, he was taking 6 seconds a lap, and then I tell you what, last lap, as he set a brand new lap record by an entire second, he was more than 10 seconds faster than Broggi. I'm not making that up.
It's you know, David Fuminelli, a full professional driver. He raced in GP3, it was a multiple race winner in European Formula 3 Open, won races in Asian Le Mans Series, Ferrari Challenge, Porsche Carrera Cup Italia, Italian GT, and you know, his credentials are very obvious. But actually, would it be fair to say that he's under the radar in terms of absolute global GT racers?
Yeah, he has been, but that's often, you know, not so many years ago, but actually it probably is quite a few years ago. Yeah, 6, 7 years ago. He's racing for the Stracker racing team with the McLaren, very much a team on the up. But, you know, you don't always get the drives you deserve, and often, you know, you're usurped by someone who brings a bit more money or whatever. He's past the point of needing to bring money, you know, one would suggest, on his ability, but he's been racing at the top level or thereabouts for 10 years in GT3, but built on a very firm foundation of single-seaters. Now, of course, Peter, many drivers are coming not going for a long career in single-seaters. They might try 1 or 2 years, and they've realised a really good area for them to go racing, particularly with the Pro-Am setup, is somewhere like GT3. Their scope is enormous, and that's why some of the top GT3 drivers could be racing anywhere on the planet almost every weekend with the various championships, and that stability across the GT class. But this is not a bad shop window for Fuminelli to remind those who'd maybe lost sight of his career for a little bit that he's absolutely on song. And around Mugello in the sunshine here on Sunday lunchtime, talking of lunch, I've already had mine. Damn, I was hoping to have another one. But he is just putting in lap after lap, even when he has cars in front of him that aren't as fast, which is everybody else in the field. He's lapping fast, but this lap alone, actually his sector times aren't as good, but the second half of the lap, he's got clear track ahead of him. Going down to Bucin, the 15th and final corner, no one in front, many people behind, but lap after lap. And this is the one he'll come around and change the order. He will put his name to the top of the charts ahead, of course, of Kessel Racing. That's there, that's done. And the margin, it was when he started the lap, it was 3.9 seconds, his advantage over Fabrizio Broggi. This time around, we're waiting for Broggi, the Manamori car, still waiting for it to cross the start-finish line. Gosh, 11.6 seconds. That is how fast it's changed. In 2 laps, he's effectively had a swing of the best part of 20 seconds, and that involves catching, passing, and getting away from the Manamori Porsche. That's a sensational run from David Fuminelli.
So I'm doing a bit of digging, Bruce, on the on the Manamori Energy car. And because they don't have a pro driver in the car, Sabino De Castro is an AM Plus and Fabrizio Broggi is an AM. They have to do 6 hours together. If they had a pro driver, one of them would have to, they both have to have a 2 hour minimum. They don't have to have that 2 hour minimum. So panic averted. I didn't think they would, a team like that, they're not going to make that kind of slip up.
No, I didn't think so, but I thought if they were doing it on home ground, you did think, oh, maybe they just didn't consider that when they were saving Fabrizio all his driving to be put into the 5 hours today. But phew, thank goodness, dig deep. And it's dreadful when you come away with the wrong conclusion. But, you know, again, and you look at the teams that have shone in the 24H series, it doesn't tend to come in their first season. They have to learn the particular rules, how best to use them. And it's always very sad if you see someone come undone, but very, very seldom with a team with experience here. And certainly the Ebi Motors team with the Manamori Energy sponsorship are very much an experienced team in this championship. So phew, thank goodness. Trouble averted for now, but come what may, the lap speed difference between our new leader, David Fuminelli, and Fabrizio Broggi, you'd expect it to be great, but, you know, it's 12 seconds a lap now.
It's a big
Last
gap.
lap, it's come down actually to 8 seconds. Sorry, there was just a timing screen change, but 8 seconds a lap. That's astonishing. But it's pro versus AM. There you have it.
Yeah, and Sabino De Castro has done over 4 hours at the wheel, which means that actually Fabrizio Broggi has to do ever so slightly less than 2 hours. So relax. It's okay. I mean, it straight out of the gate, Kessil Racing have looked the force to be reckoned with. Their qualifying speed, Fuminelli's opening stint, and you think what's been thrown at them today? They've had 2 Code 60s, which could not have come out at a worse time for them in terms of them being in the first or the second sector as the Code 60 came out. They were short Code 60s, and by the time they came around and could pit, they're going back to green again, and they lost huge chunks of time.
Yeah, and also today there've been far, far fewer Code 60s, so it's not like you got it wrong this, or not wrong, you were unlucky this time, you might be lucky next time, with so few opportunities to take a gift. And in fact, every time there was a gift on offer, it wasn't to them, it was to their rival teams. But the pace of the car through today's drying conditions has been remarkable. It was very quick, particularly in Fuminelli's hands yesterday. And again, they're just chipping away, but the clock keeps counting down. An hour and, well, we've got 55 minutes remaining. We're going to end at 2:30. We started at 9:30 this morning. 7 hours of racing, very, very tricky yesterday in wet and slightly less wet and slightly more wet conditions. But today it's been largely dry. But look back at the start of the race and you'd notice that the track was very, very damp indeed. Anywhere where the cars didn't go, the water was almost shining on the surface top. But it's dried and dried and dried some more. Right, let's go down through the classes. In 7th place overall is the leader in the 992 class, and it's Luke Broikers, Red Camel Jordan. Still Muller Motorsport second in class, but they've lost several laps through the running here on Sunday at Mugello. Third is Seb Lejeune Racing, which is leading the 992 AM class. That's several positions further down from Martin Rump in the Muller Motorsport car. Second in 992 AM is now Ajith Kumar Racing. Third in that class is RPM Racing, with Philip Hamprecht catching very quickly. He's more than a minute away from Ajith Kumar, but as Ajith settles down, the differential between them should be reduced. But as it is, at the rate of gain, if it stays like this, Philip Hamprecht will get RPM Racing's green 992 up into second place in the 992 AM class, but let's not go there yet.
I think Era Motorsport might be on the wrong side of driver time, because Ryan Dale's just come into fuel. Dwight Merriman still has to get to 2 hour mark. Now they're a Pro-Am car and they have a pro driver. Ryan Dale's a pro driver. So the regulations, look at them now, 2 conditions must be met. The AM and AM Plus, which is Kyle Tilley and Dwight Merriman, they have to do half of the race duration together, 6 hours total. And the AM driver, which is Dwight Merriman, has to do a minimum of a 12th of the race duration. Ah, no, they're okay. They've got over an hour.
Yeah, they have.
Yes, that's right. No, we're all right.
As you were saying that, I was checking another table. I thought, no, they have not dropped that particular spheroid opposite. Right, continuing down the classes, 2 more to go from the outset of the race. Qualified ahead of some of the GT3 cars was Oliver Gomez in the car he shares with his brother, Vortex V8, shares it with Arno. and with problems for the sister Vortex V8, that has now fallen down to 3rd in class, and up to 2nd is the IRC GT with Grant Donaldson at the wheel. In GT4, it's been all about the Venture Mercedes, led at various points in the race, particularly with the Gebhardt CCS Porsche Cayman, but the job's done by the two Matthews and Christopher Jones, and now Neville Jones has put them way out in front in GT4, 2 laps clear of the Gebhardt family Porsche, 3rd in class, but with its problems yesterday and in the pits at the moment, in the pits for, well, nearly best part of 10 minutes now, is the Lotus PB racing car, the Emira, looking fantastic in yellow. Look better still when it's got another season of development under it. We're going to see it racing all around Europe, so that's good news. And a really enthusiastic team of drivers led by Stefano De Asti.
So waiting to see if Vera Motorsport do a driver change towards the end here. Ryan Dale bringing the car in. He's got plenty of maximum driver time remaining if they want to leave him in.
Okay, and Fabrizio Broggi's in fueling at the moment, in 2nd place in the number 95 Porsche. Diana, or Ben.
Motorsport, the number 81's just come in. There is a driver change. Ryan has jumped out while the team go about giving it a new set of tyres, just strapping in the other driver, who I didn't see who that was. I think it's Kyle. Yes, it is. So they're just fine-tuning that, giving the winter niggly, and off he goes. So I'll try and get a quick word with Ryan once he takes his helmet off, which he's doing now. I think I can see him. He's having a chat with Jake Hill at the moment. I will come back to you.
So, okay, so it would make sense if that is Kyle Tilley. Yes, it is. They've just gone through the RFID. It's Kyle Tilley at the wheel, because he has to do a combined 6 hours with Dwight Merriman. Dwight Merriman's only done 1 hour and 5. His minimum driver time is 1 hour. So, yeah, that would make sense. He's had a busy day, is Kyle Tilley, today. Lots of track time.
Yeah, no, absolutely so. He's, yeah. Quiet Saturday, busier Sunday. Di, you're super busy. What's going on?
Here with Era Motorsport, Ryan very kindly was just waiting, took his helmet off to have a chat with us, because we've not really had a chance to have a chat with you, Ryan. First of all, how are you?
I'm good. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. You were out there for about 1.5 hours, would I say?
Yeah. I think we shorted mine a little bit because we have to get the drive time for Kyle and Dwight. So Kyle's into the end, so it's going to be tight.
How tricky is it out there on the track today? I mean, obviously we saw everything that happened yesterday, totally different conditions today. Are you satisfied with the balance and the handling that you've got in your car?
Yeah, our car's been really nice in the dry all week. I think everybody struggles in the rain, but we felt pretty confident going into the race at dry conditions. As a team, we've never run this car in the rain. I've run it one time in another series in the damp, so it's a big learning curve for us all, but clearly we had a lot of pace in the rain, and it seems like we have good pace here, so I'm not sure where we are. I know we're battling for 3rd overall. I got held up with a moron in a Lamborghini. Obviously doesn't like Ferraris, but we love Ferraris, so we're good to go.
What did you learn? You said you learned a lot with the car in the wet. What did you learn? Give us an idea.
I'm a big believer in good cars are good, right? So we've had a really nice car all weekend. They had a good test here. I missed the test, so it's my first time at Mugello for, I think, 14 years in a Ferrari last time, Ferrari Challenge. But I mean, typically, if you have a good dry car, you have a good wet car, vice versa. Car's really stable in the rear, which is really important in the rain. Couldn't say enough about the team and our engineer Tim, just giving us good tools and good pit stops from the crew to hopefully try and get podium here.
How would you describe this circuit? I know you've not been here for some time, but how would you describe it? We've had different comments from different drivers.
Oh, it's mega. These are the tracks I miss racing and living in the US. You know, big commitment with a lot of risk at the same time, but it's a shame because the wet doesn't really give you the same feeling as the dry, and the track was so fast going into qualifying, so I think everybody was looking for a good day. But you know what, we got a mix of everything, right? We've had slicks in the rain, and we've had wet, we've had monsoon, and we've had some good racing the last day here.
Great to talk to you, Ryan. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to.
always smiling Ryan Dale, who's lived in the US now for over 20 years, made a fantastic career out there, won all the big races, Le Mans, Sebring, Petit, you name it. He's Daytona on several occasions. He's won it once overall, twice in class. Amazing career. I met him for dinner the other night, and he turned up in a fairly new Porsche Cayenne with the silliest exhaust on it I think I've ever heard on that kind of car. He fired it up. I was, what on earth has been fitted?
I hope you told him off, honestly.
No.
It appealed to you as well. Right, the car's back on the track in 5th place, but obviously very early in its stint, and 3 of the cars ahead of him. The exception being the Manamari Energy Porsche will be visiting the pits at some point. Not for about... Actually, maybe they won't. I'm just doing the maths. The one that's definitely going to have to come in, unless it can find a way of eking out nearly an hour and a half, is the Red Ant Racing Mercedes, now in 4th place. That's car number 93, because that's the best part of an hour into its stint, and we've got 47 minutes remaining. But for everybody else, I think they're probably good to the finish. Must say that Red Ant Racing, what they really wanted this weekend was all dry weather conditions as they stepped up from the Porsche 992 Cup class to become accustomed to their Mercedes AMG, now running in GT3. They had their moments, their off-track moments, but most of them, like it was for so many other people out there, it was the ability for the rescue crews to get the cars back onto the track after an off-track moment or just ending up in the gravel has kept them in the mix, kept them going. But in between times, we'd seen some very quick laps from that car as well, so they've clearly got a handle on it. Now it's about delivering it across the course of the next 12-hour race, and the next one of those is at Spa-Francorchamps, coming up in less than a month's time.
That's very, very exciting indeed. I can't wait to go there. I've been at the circuit before, but not for a race meeting, just pop by, so I'm so excited.
I hope you get time within that to go and walk around the circuit. There are various points you stand there and go, this is properly old school, and also drive around the old circuit where it continues at the top of the hill at Les Combes. You then cut round to the left, and that's when you get the real feel down into the valley towards Stavelot. Fantastic.
The one thing that I'm particularly looking forward to doing is going to the friture at Master, the Friterie de Master, to have the chips with mayonnaise. There's a little bit of an issue here for Kyle Tilley. He has to actually get on the brakes coming up behind the Hoffer Mercedes that was also delayed going through the Piandetti chicane behind another car there.
It was behind the IRC GT, which is running as slightly slow, but it was almost as though the Hoffer Racing Mercedes was just completely surprised. I think there might be a slight problem for the IRC. I hope not. I mean, they have had a lot of lost laps, it must be said, but that was, you know, the old phrase, it's never over until it's over. 45 minutes remain, and that'll be really unfortunate for Era Motorsport. Carl Tilley, he wouldn't have been to blame, but with 2 cars just, one car going slowly and another one backing off right in front of him when he was unsighted, that could have just been one of those racing moments, but thank goodness that was avoided. And now in clear air, Carl Tilley's got the pedal to the metal, and then number 81 Ferrari looking suitably grubby, and certainly the amount of filth the cars would have got with all the rain yesterday gave them a coating. Yes, the weather's been brighter today, but we do have a dry track to take us through to the finish. Today was supposed to be showers with a little bit of sunshine, but really it's proved to be sunshine with a little bit of greyness. We'll take that. It's dry.
And for Era Motorsport, I mean, this is a totally new championship to them. Complete change of rule set, and the whole strategical mindset of this championship is different. You know, they're used to IMSA WeatherTech Championship predominantly, where you get a lot of full course yellows and the field is reset, and you can get laps back, etc. 24-hour series is totally different, and how you fit the driver times in is different as well. And I expect them to continue to really grasp how you find out the tricks of the 24-hour series strategically. You look at teams like Herberth and Red Camels, who predominantly race in this championship. They have that edge, and I'm sure Era will get on top of that very quickly. And clearly they've got a quick car, they've got good drivers.
Car that has the most hours in the lead of this race. 12 hours of all they could have led. They haven't led all of those, but for the vast chunk from about 3 hours into yesterday's 7-hour segment of this Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello, they got the nose in front and they kept it there. Often it was on the cycle according to when the pit stops fell, but right now, can Sergio Nicolai claw back 42 seconds from Hannah Grisham's Mercedes? I think he won't be able to do that. Hannah's just getting up to speed, a sort of slower lap for her. She's 40 minutes into her stint.
She might be having to fuel save hard.
I think that's the case. We were talking that of the cars in the front top four now, that's the one with the most mileage, and it may be incredibly marginal whether they can get to the end. I reckon they can, but you're quite right. If it involves a bit of fuel saving, that's better than having to dive for the pits and the refueling area for that late splash and dash that could decimate your chances.
And what an experience for her.
Oh, how?
I mean, it's so early on in her GT3 career. She's had dry, she's had wet for the first time, and then having to really fuel save hard to get to the end. I mean, how many times have we seen endurance races flip around by a big fuel saving effort, and being able to save a trip into the pits is massive. Imagine you're on a long road trip, you're driving from one end of the country to the other, and you see your estimated time of arrival, and quicker you go, it maybe just ekes down ever so slightly. But as soon as you stop and you get back in, and the estimated time of arrival, it's gone way, way past what you think. Well, imagine that in racing terms. If you can save that final stop, it's well.
GT3, and the first endurance race was the 24 Hours of Dubai, and Hoffer Racing is off. I just finished my point. They're parked beyond the gravel trap, but they're on terra firma. They're on the circuit. Learn about GT3, and the first endurance race was the 24 Hours of Dubai, and Hoffer Racing is off. I just finished my point. They're parked beyond the gravel trap, but they're on terra firma. They're on the grass. Is it Chantal Prince in the car at the moment? Hoffer, it's Michael Kroll has taken it over, father, and he's just looped it off on the drop down to Savelli. That's from Casanova, the right-hander on the kink, then down into the grip. It's almost like they volunteered to take the shortcut to the pits. Of course, they don't want to do. Michael crosses the track to the driver's left-hand side, and someone coming down the hill had to take evasive action.
992 leader, Red Camel.
It was Red Camel. It went by in a flash, but it would have been even more of a flash at the bottom of the climb. The bottom of the descent, one would say, right across their nose. Anyhow, but going back to Hannah Grisham, until now, when she's been racing in GT4 or the North American Lamborghini series, the Super Trophy over there, the races are seldom more than an hour. So this is a huge learning curve, but doing a good job. But racing in GT4 or the North American Lamborghini series, the Super Trophy over there, the races are seldom coming off her. The team will be doing the maths for her at the moment. We've got 40 minutes remaining. It's going to be very tight if the differential, even if it sticks at 2.5 seconds a lap, that's being seized from her by Sergio Nicolai. For now, though, David Fubinelli sitting pretty at the front of the race. 264 laps under the wheels by Sergio Nicolai. For now, though, David Fubinelli sitting pretty at the front of the race. 264 laps under the wheels of his Kessel Racing Ferrari. Next in line, Hannah Grisham in that Heart of Racing Mercedes. 262 laps. So a lap and more is the race lead for CCC Kessel Racing. As Peter pointed out, plenty of bad luck with the timing of the few Code 60s today, and every time they seem to sort of claw their way back in the action, they get another default, another moment where they got penalised by not the officials, by simply the fact that their car was in the wrong location on the track when a Code 60 was called. They couldn't take advantage of the effective free refuelling, or as near as anything free refuelling. But yet the pace has been there across their group of drivers. And I'd say Alessandro Cutrera deserves a fair deal of applause, because he's an AM driver, and in the conditions when he was driving this morning, remember, he tried to get in the car and then had to be sort of moved aside because someone else was due to get in. Marco Frezza wasn't ready at the time, but Alessandro stood up, so that sort of upsets you a bit. Then you get back in the car, do the job. He did well, but I mean, David Fubinelli's made that number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari absolutely fly.
And Alessandro, I agree with you on that point on Alessandro Cutrera. He only started racing in 2020 with Kessel in the Ferrari Challenge, and that just shows you how, with Ferrari Challenge, you get started, you get your stripes in terms of driving a GT car, and then making that progression up to the GT3. And from what I understand, the latest Ferrari Challenge car, based on the 296, it's a great preparation for driving the GT3. It actually runs more power, but it's a little bit heavier and different aerodynamics on it. So but they do translate very well. But for me, it's been David Fubinelli, the way that he's put in the pace at the points that he's needed to. Right now, his pace is dropping back. I think he'll be fuel saving as well, because they don't want to have an unnecessary stop either. Diana's been down to the Heart of Racing, and they say it's going to be very, very close on fuel, but so fingers crossed. Oh, my. What an experience for Hannah Gresham in her early days of her GT3 career. And what a skill to learn, because she'll need it again, for sure.
It's so strange when you get people who've never done a race longer than an hour. And also never really, you know, a lot of their racing might have even been on their own. I know that's not been the case, because Hannah, of course, was showing with another Hannah G, Greenemeier Hudson, in the States. But it's about learning how to be part of a team, a bigger team, and also the way the different puzzle pieces of the puzzle get slotted together and how that changes according to the weather patterns and things. Oh, and you're learning a new circuit, and you've just stepped up to GT3, and. But, you know, she's done a very good job so far. But if it's going to be tight, well, we'll just, I think, have to keep Diana in the garage down there.
I bet there's fingernails being nibbled at right now. It's certainly in that Heart of Racing garage, and they're 11 minutes further in to their stint than Kessel Racing are. So if it's tight for SPS Heart of Racing Mercedes, then maybe not as much for Kessel, but of course the fuel capacity of the Kessel car is not as much. It's a Pro-Am class car. The Heart of Racing Mercedes has a potentially bigger capacity, so let's see. And Sergio Nicolai, he's pushing it, and the thing is, he's pushing as hard as he can to try and get second, and that's something that Hannah Gresham might not have as much control over in terms of trying to hold off Sergio Nicolai, who's driving with everything he's got right now. 3 seconds a lap quicker on that last lap. But I think for now, for Heart of Racing, they're more thinking, let's get on the overall podium. But to do that, they've got to do the fuel save, and if you're doing such a heavy fuel save, you are going to give away pace, of course.
You're going to give away pace, but they'll also be kneeling down, putting their hands together and praying. Just one little code 60 will make all the difference. Won't have to save so much fuel, and it'll also stem the attack from Sergio Nicolai, who's taking, as we say, 2.5 seconds a lap. Even if it buys them 2 laps behind that, that will save them 5 seconds of the attack. And right and the left, you want to carry as much speed as you can, but that was easier said than done yesterday. And even now, Peter, in the dry, it's a really tricky, challenging part of this circuit. All the drivers love the circuit, but, you know, they get out of the car. It's not as though there's not going to be much speed as you can, but that was easier said than done yesterday. And even now, Peter, in the dry, it's a really tricky, challenging part of this circuit. All the drivers love the circuit, but, you know, they get out of the car. It's not as though there's not going to be beads of sweat on their forehead, because clearly it's a very, very testing place to come racing.
Sergio Nicolai for Ebby Motors. Now 8 laps on his Michelin tyres, 16 minutes into the stint. It was last time by, it was a 1:48.6, only half a second off the best. Now problem for Milner Motorsport, 9:21. Milner Motorsport going very slowly around the circuit with the hazard warning lights going at the moment. Now what has happened there for Milner Motorsport? This is the second place car in 9:92. It's an hour and 3 minutes into the stint, so that's not, yeah, well, depending, has it run out of fuel? If they had a full tank when they started the stint, then no, it wouldn't be running out of fuel. But Martin Rump is just gently coasting around the circuit. Is this fuel for Milner Motorsport? Have they run it a little bit too tight?
Well, if it is, he's
going down the shortcut.
He's taking the shortcut. The thing I was going to say, the shortcut is at turn 6 in a 15-turn circuit. So if it's short of fuel, it's well short, because there should have been another sort of 1.5 miles of circuit for him to go on. The hazard lamps are on, and he's steering from side to side. He's now got to drop down to the speed limit. He may have no choice there. He's turning it right and going to refueling. Oops. This is a car basically in the 992 class. It's all between Red Camel Jordans and Milner. Milner Motorsport had the lead overnight, but at this point, Martin Rump, who's very quick in the car, the Estonian driver, is bringing it into fueling. Oh, my word.
Oh, dear.
Someone's done the sums wrong, one presumes.
Well, these cars, they do have an alarm on them that tells you well in advance that the fuel is running out. The dash tells you just like a road car would. So unless there's more of a sinister issue lurking, maybe it's the fuel pump let go or something, but it did seem like he had no drive and had to just coast it back, had to take that shortcut, which means that lap that he was on will not count. So that hands the advantage right over to red Camel Jordans, who have not long actually done a pit stop and changed Luke Broikers out for Fabian Dance.
Yeah, but they were still ahead after that pit stop, so that they had this in the bag, but it's become a whole lot easier. I'm inclined to think it is less of the running out of fuel and more of a mechanical malady like a fuel pump, because I think with an hour and 5 minutes or whatever it was on the clock, that's not the point at which there should be another 10-15 minutes of flat-out green flag racing you can manage in the 992 Cup car. So I fear it's something. Hopefully they can get out, proffer a hammer, give something a thump and get it going again, because Mulner Motorsport definitely deserve a second place here in the 992 class. They were looking really good yesterday, along with the Red Camel Jordan's team, but just remember, they were leading by almost a lap before the end, and the mechanics going down towards the car, the Mulner Motorsport mechanics, they're not running down the pit lane, but they're walking with a degree of bounce and purpose, so I think they expect they're going to have to push it back into the pit lane from fueling.
Yeah, their lack of urgency is seriously worrying for the Mulner Motorsport mechanics. To not be running to the car, that means that it's something that's really, really wrong. It's almost like, well, we'll find out shortly from Mulner Motorsport. Well, there's 31 minutes and 36 seconds left in this Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello. What a fantastic, intriguing start to the 24-hour series season. I mean, this has been a cerebral race all the way through. So many strategical permutations, code 60s galore yesterday. Today, wet into dry. I mean, where do you begin?
No, entirely so. And also, you get to the end of a 24-hour race, say at Le Mans, you've had an awful lot to consider. But I think here, because the spread of how you use your drivers between the AMs and the top pros is greater, it got magnified by the weather yesterday, by the rain. Oh, look, Martin Rump's come on his own, and now the mechanics are running. They wander, they saunter down to the refueling area. As they get there, he comes out the other way. They're back just as he comes to a halt in the Mulner Motorsport Porsche in front of the pits. The car goes up on the air jacks. Are we going to have dollies underneath, put it in the garage? No, they're just doing tyre changes. Diana is down there. Could you do the front wheels, Di?
They're looking into the both front wheel arches, actually. Just have a look at what was going on there. They don't seem an enormous rush. Looking at the wheel arch on the rear as well.
Martin Rump getting out of the car, no driver change coming up, so this is clearly not planned. All the wheels off. Now, I think actually he did the refueling just in case, but he came in with a mechanical concern, because if it was something they could fix. But it is finished. The car has retired. Mulner Motorsport, they got to within. Oh, the mechanics are just looking as though he's underneath, and mechanic signals across the crew, crossed his arms, over and out, so left rear drive shaft problem potentially.
Oh dear.
Bruce, the team are just sort of having a check around the car now. They were looking at the rear, and as you say, Martin is just jumped out of the car. He's round the front there chatting to one of the team members, and if I can, I'll just try and grab a quick word with him. Martin, would you mind?
Do you have your cameraman?
This is obviously not where we wanted to see you right at this moment in time. What happened?
Well, everything was going to plan until just last lap that out of turn 1 I lost drive, and yeah, immediately it seemed like severe damage to the car, probably drive shaft, and now we've confirmed, yes, the drive shaft is completely broken, so unfortunately it's a DNF for us.
So there was no other indication up until that second then?
No, not at all. The car was going mega, the pressures were great, the mechanics had been doing such a great job. We were running on solid P2 and basically still pushing, trying to make up the deficit and be ready for attack if 909 would be to make a mistake or something like that. So we definitely tried to keep pushing, but also didn't really take any extra risk, so really unfortunate. The drive shaft was apparently new, so it's motor racing. That's what I said after qualifying as well, right? So now we have to live to it.
Yeah, I know, but a difficult one to take at this point with sort of, less than, I don't know what we are time-wise now, half an hour to go. Because as you say, the team and yourselves as drivers all did an incredible job.
I cannot really hear you, but I want to congratulate the team on a weekend well done otherwise, and definitely we're a strong sort of lineup and a strong team to make an impact on this series, so we can't wait to be back stronger in Spa.
You certainly did that. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
What a superstar. I mean, it's just, they're in a really strong position and a drive shaft failure with half an hour to go, and yet Martin Rum, still with a smile on his face, still gives brilliant, detailed answers. That's a true pro driver there.
It really is, and I mean, over the years, drivers have gradually learned they're more accustomed to having microphones stuck under their nose. But certainly I can think of many when I started doing it who couldn't conceal their anger or their disappointment. There, you could sense he was deflated, but he knows the car's got pace, and as a crew, they got pace. They just have to get it to go all their way next time. But again, it is disappointing. But there's also another factor. We've got 12 hours of racing here, and of course, normally that would be running the 12-hour stint, so everyone's completely exhausted. Having a little bit of kip overnight for everyone really does make the world of difference. It makes people far nicer human beings.
It does. It does. Sergio Nicolai trimming that gap down all the time. He's taken another 3 seconds out of the heart of racing Mercedes of Hannah Grisham last time by. The gap is down to 13.7. They're on very different programs. The Ebby Motors Manamuri Energy car is on full push. Sergio Nicolai is really making that 992 GT3R dance, whereas Hannah Grisham is having to be, save as much fuel as she possibly can. Two totally different scenarios.
She's been given a delta, do laps around 1:51. She's done it lap after lap after lap. So she's been given the target, she's hanging on, but the increment is getting smaller and smaller.
So one award which we always present here in every round of the Michelin 24-hour series is the Spirit of the Race Award, and that can be given for so many reasons in the true spirit of endurance. And one driver who's a great friend of this championship, Kenny Hire, is down with Dana Binks and Peter Fry right now.
Thank you very much, Peter. Kenneth, yes, as you probably just heard there, we always give the Spirit of the Race Award, and we've decided this week it should be to you. We know you've had a personal family loss, and everyone here at 24-hour series and in the paddock send our condolences to you. But we're very thankful that you've participated this weekend, so we would like to award you the Spirit of Race Award for doing that.
Kenneth, I'm not sure what the right words are to show my respect and my appreciation to hand over the Spirit of the Race Award, but from the bottom of my heart, and that's the Creventic heart, we really appreciate it, we really respect it, that although the circumstances you had, that you still are here to race with us, so this one is really for you, well deserved.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I will throw that in the next week. My sister passed away when she's giving a birth to the little daughter Zita. So yeah, all our heart will go to my new nephew, and I hope as a family we can, as everybody understands, it's the worst thing can happen. Also for my parents, it's unspeakable, and for my feeling, I want to be here. I did the race. I know the team also for long term, so there are people around me which give me a big hug when I need it, and I really want to be here, and that's a good thing at the end.
It is a good move, and again, our condolences, and obviously, as you say, the team are here to give you all the support you need. Thanks very much, Kenneth.
Yeah, what to say? It's the race itself was also quite intense, and the weather conditions and everything. The young guns did it quite well. First time in the GT3 car for them, they did a very good job. Yeah, I did the open stint in the first part, doing the start, bringing the car home, and all that stuff. Yeah, that's the only thing I did this weekend, and the rest is now heading home to the family, and do the funeral next Thursday, and then come back to Spa. I hope a little bit more recovered.
We look forward to seeing you at Spa, and all the best, and hope it all goes well.
When we send our sincere condolences and love to the Hire family, a very, 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 very tragic event, and huge respect to Kenny Hire for coming and taking part this weekend. It's not much extra words we can say.
No, and you can imagine there would be moments where he needed the focus to be precisely where he was, behind the wheel, but other times, of course, he would drift back to the thought, losing a sister in childbirth, just hideous. We'll see him back. We'll see him stronger. He's such a feature of the Red Ant racing team, and their car out on the track at the moment with Yannick Redant, along with his brother Ayrton, stepping up to GT3 this year. I'm sure that car goes ever more strongly as they become accustomed to racing at this new higher level. But with Kenneth Hyatt, so much experience in GT3, so much ability to impart the information, a great ally to have, and he'll have far more track time next time out.
And you think they've not had the perfect run at all, have Red Ant Racing? The car's new. They had a shifting issue yesterday which cost them a few spins and things like that. They had to start in the pits today because the seat belts weren't right. These are all learning experiences. Even though these Mercedes AMG cars race all over the world, it's new to them, so the team are getting used to it. And this is a top team. They won the 992 category last year. They beat Red Camel. They beat all comers. And all that said, it looks like they're going to finish in the top 5.
Yeah, I know.
All that considered, I think that's a very good effort.
No, phenomenal, because, you know, so many times you only learn a way of doing things when it's been done wrongly, and you suddenly realise, oh, look, the belt goes under there, and, you know, doesn't normally do that, but it's where you have, that's why you see teams doing pit stop practice after pit stop practice, wherever they can, because they know something else, something new might be thrown out. If there's a rule change, or just you've got a new Evo model of a car, something might be marginally different. And so sometimes you think, surely they know how to change the wheels on a car. However, and each pit lane is slightly different, so the ways you do things. But anyhow, right, what we're seeing is a very, very tight chase for second place. Heart of Racing team, Hannah Grisham, another lap. She's had to up the pace, 1 minute 51 to become a 1 minute 50. Why? Because the gap's come down to just 6 seconds. Head of Sergio Nicolai. He's giving chase, the number 95. Ebby Motors, Porsche, the car with multicoloured, different coloured wheels, different coloured everything. It's hunting her down, and she's an hour and 3 minutes into this stint. Needs to keep it going for another 21 minutes. And we heard from Ian James, the Heart of Racing team, that the fuel she's got on board, it's going to be marginal. She's done her bit, but at what point does she get allowed to cut loose? Because it's going to be at the rate of gain within 2 laps. The multicoloured Porsche is going to be on her tail.
They've got to be just praying for a code 60 right now, because that would solve all their problems. It's not just the fuel that it would save for them, it would also neutralise Sergio Nicolai's charge as well, so it's double-edged. And you know, the thing is though, if Heart of Racing don't make it and have to pit, that would, depending how long they're in the fueling for and how that could potentially bring Aero Motorsport back into it, and they could then be potentially going for a podium. At the moment they sit in 4th. In fact, they're about to just go back behind the Manamuri Energy car. Now, this is interesting. Could Sergio Nicolai end up being delayed behind Kyle Tilley here in the Aero Motorsport Ferrari, which is running a lap behind? Is that going to be difficult for Nicolai to get by? He's right in the draft of the Ferraris. They come over towards the crest before San Donato. They'll be hitting 165 miles an hour. Lean on the brakes as hard as possible, and Nicolai goes for it. And great sportsmanship from Kyle Tilley. He could have fought it, but he showed good respect and allowed Nicolai through.
There may be an occasion in a future round where that favour needs to be returned. But 2 seconds, again, chopped out of Hannah Grisham's advantage. She hangs on in second place. It's 4.1 seconds between second and third. But really the hurdle that needed to be cleared was Carl Tilley's Aero Motorsport Ferrari. But if Hannah Grisham and the SPS Heart of Racing Mercedes needs to come in from Splash and Dash, Aero Motorsport could get on the podium. They're 4th at the moment. Carl Tilley's running very much a similar pace-ish to Hannah Grisham, maybe marginally faster by nearly a second. And a big off-track moment for Sergio Nicolai, coming down the slope into Savelli, ran off, right-hand wheels onto the dirt, kept his foot planted, kicked up the dirt and continued. But that is how hard he's pressing to chase. So suddenly the pressure relief was almost there for Hannah Grisham, but what a save from the Romanian racer.
Wow. And that grass will be soaking as well.
Yeah.
So there will be just zero. I mean, grass isn't the grippiest surface in the world anyway, but certainly not when it's wet. And that is a fast part there, coming down the hill of Casanova to Savelli. He just got onto the painted part and then through the gravel, then through the grass. The painted section is still pretty damp because it's not having cars running over it as much. And well, you know, you're talking, as you dip into Casanova, it's 125 miles an hour, dropping back to about 100, and then as you come out of Savelli, he would have been well north of 100 miles an hour when he had that big moment. Imagine that.
Now, that would probably have cost him about half a second, maybe a second, because he was then compromised for the turning point for the first of the uphill Arrabbiata right-handers, and every element of a second that can be contained by Hannah Grisham will be magical, but it's down to 1.2 seconds, second to third. It's where is the traffic going to fall? First bit of traffic, unfortunately, is Ajith Kumar, and as Hannah Grisham got stuck behind him, behind the Indian actor-turned racer, around the other side, looking for no second opportunity with Sergio Nicolai. He has gone through. Now, can Hannah Grisham hang on to third place? Still second in the Pro-Am class, but now the car in second place is a GT3 AM. Sorry, she's in the first of the AM class, but we've now got two Pro-Am cars, first and second. But there's nothing Hannah Grisham could do. And once she decided she was going to go up the inside, and then suddenly there was no inside, Sergio Nicolai thought, good grief, Christmas has come at the end of March.
But that, for Hannah Grisham now can actually focus. It's actually almost a good thing that that's out the way, because there was an inevitability about that in terms of the tyres on, I mean, in terms of tyre age, Hannah Grisham's tyres are 35 laps old. Sergio Nicolai's are 18 laps old. There's a huge difference in terms of, you know, the performance they're going to give. Actually, now that that's out the way, Hannah Grisham can give full focus on just fuel saving, because she has almost exactly a lap on the Aero Motorsport car, which is just behind her, Kyle Tilley, and in fact she's just let Kyle Tilley go through. That's really, really important, because there's still a whole lap that Kyle Tilley's got to catch up. So now Hannah Grisham can watch and just fuel save as much as possible. They're having kittens in the Epi Motors garage. They got a dog down there yesterday as well, the King Charles. I wonder, he's probably having a snooze. He or she is having a snooze.
Dogs choose their moments. They choose their moments. But yeah, that sort of joy unbridled there, because they realised that just a lap ago it nearly went very, very wrong for Sergio Nicolai. Down at Cervelli at over 100 miles an hour, two wheels on the wet grass, kissing the gravel, kept it going, kept pressing on. I mean, it's been a really impressive chase to finish by Sergio Nicolai. He's not going to be able to do anything about the race either, because David Fuminelli a lap and a half to the good. And now, as you're pointing out, the GT3 AM leader has fallen from second to third, will surely take class victory, but has got the best part of a lap advantage, and she's not going to squander that in the remainder 15 and a bit minutes. So smiles around, and there's always smiles in the Fabrizio Broggi Ebi Motors camp. And Fabrizio, well, he did his bit. Didn't get to drive on Saturday at all in the rain, but this is a special place. Got married here and is now about to get a podium here as well. And, you know, as much as anything, Peter, it's when you have a chase you really feel the reward, because, you know, if you all ran around with no place changing and you get your position, it's one thing. But when you've had to take a risk, and Sergio has been taking a considerable number of risks, it's so much more rewarding. These are the ones you remember.
He's a star. I mean, I remember back to... It might well have been my first Creventic event on site when we were sort of coming back from COVID. It was actually the same weekend as the Le Mans 24 Hours. We had a 12-hour race at Monza, and Fabrizio Broggi had a big accident at the Ascari chicane and hurt his back quite badly. Took a bit of time to get recovered from that injury, came back to racing, and his loyalty to his teammates and them to him, they've stuck together. And they've gone on and they've upgraded to the full GT3 spec car, and here they are challenging for victories on the overall podium. The emotions that generates, you know, bear in mind most of the drivers here, they're doing this for enjoyment. They're doing this to have fun and to compete, and hopefully we're going to see them for the whole season. And okay, it looks like they're going to come up just short of Kessel Ferrari, but in terms of a full season picture, to put a big chunk of points on the board, slap and head home, great start to the year.
No, exactly. You always feel you're slightly on the back foot if you don't get the opening round of a championship right. Sergio Nicolai's been competing in the 24H series. He's been a stalwart since 2018, but, you know, stepping up through the classes, stepping up to GT3, etc. And, you know, it's just something where you just keep pushing all the time, and pushing to learn, pushing to succeed. And no one, though, can take anything away from CCC Kessel Racing. They've had their setbacks, just the timing of Code 60s. They never seem to gain the rub of the green, but they've been fantastic. So it's going to be two Pro-Am class GT3 cars in the first two positions, unless something happens in the remaining 13 or so minutes. It's going to be a GT3 AM entry, the heart of racing by SPS Mercedes, that takes home third place. 9-9 to Fabian Dance. Well, it's looking good. Let's hear from Ben down in the pits.
Yeah, timing screen's not showing it, but Kyle Tilley is... Sorry, I was looking at the wrong timing screen. We have a change for Felice Yalmini, who's jumped out of the Pellin Racing Ferrari, and Lisa Clark has been very slowly bolted into that car for the final 13 minutes. Now she's off and running. There was no refuel. There was no change of tyres either. But Lisa is going to be taking the flag. It's a day that's been undone, unfortunately, by that drive shaft or that drive issue. One last fuel potential, one last pit stop down here. Although actually, Sébastien Lejoux also coming in, the 888, and that is going to change one of our podiums, is it not?
It could well do, Ben. Yeah, great spot, because that actually puts RPM Racing into the lead with 12 and a half minutes remaining. Philip Handbrecht goes through. Now, he's been at the wheel for 54 minutes. So if he started his stint with a full tank of fuel, he'll be fine on fuel. If not, I'm sure he'll be fuel saving with everything he's got. And Seb Lejoux has just come back out in second, just ahead of Ajith Kumar and Ajith Kumar Racing, who look like they're going to pick up a podium at the moment in terms of the 992 AM class. It's all happening late on. Hannah Grisham in the 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes is going to have to be fuel saving with all she's got. Yeah, and you can hear on our, just that sound you hear is the engine, that 6.2 V8 engine. You wouldn't think a 6.2 V8 is the last word in efficiency, but it needs to be here. And you can hear Hannah getting out the throttle way earlier than you would normally would going into each corner.
It's sounding almost like it was in the wet weather conditions, where you had to be much more careful, much more judicious in delivering the power. But, you know, talk about learning a circuit, learning a car, but also learning how to keep it smooth. And our race leader comes in for a splash, but they were sitting on about a 1.5 lap advantage. So that's sensible for Kessel Racing and David Fumanelli. But every time you come and do a visit to the pits, there is always the potential for something not to quite go right. I'm not wishing to add any jeopardy for this, but it's all looking cool, calm and collected to the dark red and now increasingly dirty Kessel Racing Ferrari. All the muck that was thrown up yesterday. And in fact, of course, we started on a damp track this morning, so more muck added until the sun came out.
It's a true Scuderia Ferrari colour of before they even made Ferraris. When the Scuderia Ferrari ran Alfa Romeos, it's that dark blood red. That's my favourite Ferrari red. I don't like the brighter one as much. I love that deep, dark, almost red wine red.
Did someone say said red wine?
Where?
909 has been the class. It was a two-team battle, effectively, in the 992 Cup class. Mulner Motorsports had the lead when we parked up overnight after the first 7 hours, but they've had the problem that they led them to retire and double down the order. Not so long ago, they'd fallen to 20th position, maybe picked off by some others, but it does mean that Red Camels, they've done it again in the 992 Cup class. Kessel Racing looking on anxiously as their number 8 Ferrari goes right past their pit garage because it only needed fuel. David Fumanelli would go back out and take it to the finish, but the mechanics had to be ready just in case he suddenly popped in to remember he had an insult for them or something in true Grand Prix du Rock, Pista Usonos style, but all is done for them. Final 10 minutes.
Final 10 minutes as David Fumanelli goes out of the pit lane, hopefully for the final time. It could well mean that actually our top 2 finish. In fact, we might even still get all 3 on the lead lap at the end, which is what we started off today's 5-hour second portion of the race with.
We may well get to the end of this race with 29 cars still running. 31 cars started. The E2P Racing Aston Martin has had its problems. The new engine was fitted overnight. And yet that has had to be parked up. The other car that's parked up we saw retire very recently, the Mulner Motorsport Martin Rump-driven Porsche 992 class. Going through the other classes, of course, ever since the very first lap of the race yesterday, just before lunchtime, the GTX class has been dominated by the Vortex V8 of Olivier Gomez and his brother Arnaud. And GT4 was a battle early on, but it looks though Neville Jones is going to go to the finish and take victory for the Venture Mercedes team. And their margin is still around 2 laps over the CCS Racing Porsche of Jim and Nicholas, father and son Gebhardt, who are having so much fun on the first time they race together. But Venture Engineering have decided to do the whole season, and what's the best way to start it with a win? They came to play in Barcelona at the end of the last year, and they tasted what it is to succeed, and now they are starting their 2025 campaign in great style.
So 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Is there still yet a twist in the tail here in the Michelin 12 hours of Mugello It's we've had so many twists and turns through code 60s, wet weather, dry weather. We did finally get some sunshine.
Right, just something we have to throw into the mix. The suggestion that the number 8 race leading car is picking up a penalty because it named a driver who has not competed, and that is their AM driver. Car number 8 is LMDV, races under those initials, and apparently it's a 4-lap penalty. I will wait for official confirmation before I say that, but that has come from a source who I have never known get anything wrong. But we wait and see. But for now, sitting on a tidy advantage, but that suddenly could be outright victory for Manamori Energy by IBI Motors. No wonder they were excited down at their pit garage. Maybe they'd already sensed that might be an eventuality. I can't confirm it for sure right now, but maybe they were happy with second place. But the penalty has just come through. There's the confirmation we're looking for. Not fulfilling minimum driver timing by the AM Spirit or the AM driver. 4-lap penalty. That will drop them back to potentially behind Red Ant Racing's Mercedes. We'll wait and see, be very close, but it does mean Sergio Nicolai will get to see the checkered flag fairly soon. In just 6-7 minutes, it'll be all theirs.
That is incredible. So for Kessel Racing, I mean, what can you say? The team with everything that they've had at the track in terms of the drivers, the crew, the car, they've executed as best as they could. They've had all sorts thrown at them, and you know, they've obviously driven today all day knowing as Heart of Racing come in in the number 27 Mercedes. Hannah Gresham did everything she could to try and get the car. She's come up 6.5 minutes short in that Heart of Racing Mercedes. A great effort. I mean, it was always going to be a big ask. That code 60 never came. They really needed that. Now, is this going to allow Era Motorsport to come through onto the podium and, in fact, up into second in overall and indeed in class in Pro-Am? Wow. So Manamori Energy by IBI Motors, that would explain the emotion in the garage. They obviously knew that penalty was coming before we did, and I thought they're getting very excited over second place here, but as you know, a great achievement. But no wonder, because they're going to be coming home in. They might not cross the line in first, but they will be classified first if they can get through the next 5.5 minutes at home here in Italy, here at Mugello. I mean, it has been a battle of the Italians, hasn't it? The all-Italian crew and the number 8 Kessel Ferrari. Yes, it's a Swiss team, but obviously Italian car and Italian drivers. A German car for IBI Motors, but with with a mixture of Italian and Romanian drivers too. Sabino De Castro with his young, Sabino De Castro Jr. there on the shoulders. Fantastic stuff. As they know that penalty's come through for Kessel. So Manamori Energy by IBI Motors have 4 minutes and 53 seconds to go to get an opening victory of the season.
You know, there are so many information screens you can look at, but you always want official confirmation. Once you start getting a sensation someone may have picked up a punishment, you can't believe it until it comes on the official notification, and that it did at 2:15. So 11 minutes ago it flashed through. Then the messages started coming through to us in the modern way. You've got all sorts of stuff hitting you from all sorts of angles on WhatsApp. Always have to keep an eye on that. But anyhow, I wonder at what point they made the decision that LMDV, or he made the decisions not to take part in the race. Was it yesterday when it was fully wet? Well, either way, the decision has cost them. 4 laps down, it's no longer a Ferrari victory on home ground. It's going to be Porsche here at Mugello, the opening round of the 24H Series for 2025. Happy faces. Have you got something to spoil the fun, Ben?
All the fun, but I'm pretty sure I saw LMDV here yesterday, not in a race suit, but certainly out the back of the garage. And the regulations have been printed off and are in the garage of IBI Motors. They knew before we did. That was why they were so happy when that pass was made. They have been aware, I think, for a while. Whether they made race direction aware or whether race direction came to them, I'm not sure, but certainly the regulations are in the garage here, and they are on course now for a pretty secure victory.
And and I guess they would have had to wait until the last minute to when LMDV could have jumped in the car and fulfilled that time before they were able to apply that penalty. So for Mana Murray Energy by Ebi Motors, they've had wins before in the 24-hour series, but this one here at Mugello, what a day. I want to, well, maybe we can be a bit naughty and ask Fabrizio Borghi. So, okay, which was the happier day, when you got married here or when you won the race? I'm kidding, of course, I'm kidding. So that then changes the order. So the order will, as it stands, with 2 minutes and 46 seconds to go, Mana Murray Energy Porsche from Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes have done it again. 14 seconds ahead of Air Motorsport and Kyle Tilley. So Heart of Racing managed to fuel up their Mercedes and get ahead and not lose that position to Air.
Well, job very well done. They're still trying to stay calm at Ebi Motors. They've just lit a joss stick and put it in a vice at the back of the garage to give them cool vibes through to the end of the race. They can't quite believe this.
I wonder if the dog's woken up, or that you need to wake the dog up. You know, the dog can't miss the winning. The team mascot can't miss the winning.
Open a packet of cheese within 400 metres of a dog. The dog will be awake, I can guarantee.
Definitely, the full family affair down there in the Mana Murray Energy garage. Huge smiles the width of the Tuscan hillsides. Amazing stuff. Porsche are the most successful brand at this event. They've had 4 wins in the past. This would be a 5th. Herberth, the most successful team, on 3 wins. This would be the first for Ebi Motors. And one very, very young fan. Wow. A young Brogy, is it? Oh, wow. A first race win, I'm sure. I think we could guarantee that for a very, very young fan there in the team. Last lap.
It'll be 2 scoops of ice cream. And actually what Sergio Nicolai doesn't want is too many cars around him now. Doesn't want any distractions. He wants to savour this moment. It's still saying 002, second position on the windscreen, but we've had official notification. The Ferrari, which is a lap and a bit up the road, the Kessel Racing Ferrari, David Fuminelli, who hasn't put a wheel wrong, has a 4-lap penalty to be added, which will take him down to 4th or maybe 5th overall. But for Sergio Nicolai, Fabrizio Brogy, and a very, very happy Sabino De Castro, it's almost touching distance for them. Victory here on home ground in Italy.
They're even counting down the corner numbers. They're counting the car around. Sergio Nicolai, I'm sure, on the radio now, just trying to keep his head down. He doesn't want to be the one to throw it off the road. I'm sure he's just trying to do his job, get through sector by sector. He's now through Sector 1 and in Sector 2 now.
And just think about that. When we saw the team getting so happy, that was just after Sergio had nearly dropped the car at Savelli when he was chasing, having just got past, was it just before he caught the Heart of Racing team Mercedes, and then the news came through and all that pressure, all that attack, and he was really giving it everything as he chased after the Mercedes. Suddenly the pressure was off. No wonder they were happy, and eventually the rest of the world got to find out. But here we are, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 12 hours complete, 7 hours yesterday, 5 hours today, with only 3 more corners to go for the number 95 Porsche. The crew, led by Brogy, run out into the pit lane to greet him.
Fabrizio Brogy, he didn't get behind the wheel yesterday, waited for it to dry up today. He did his job, and they've put their star driver in to take it to the finish. Here round comes through Puccini for the final time. Sergio Nicolai and Mana Murray Energy by Ebi Motors win with their Porsche here at Mugello. Checkered flag in the air. Is it? No,
they're holding up a last lap board.
One more, okay.
As you were, but carry on. Go a bit faster, a bit slower. But is this going to give an opportunity for Air Motorsport? They're 14 seconds down on the Heart of Racing team. Well, that's confusing. We thought the clock had reached the end of 5 hours. It's saying it has, but the graphic at the top of the screen says last lap. Is it 5 hours and a bonus lap? But either way, there's a very comfortable moment for Sergio Nicolai. Ben.
Still Fuminelli. He was on the last lap, not Sergio Nicolai.
Okay, good point. Well,
Great
Wells
point.
picked up because he's still listed as 306 laps. He's listed as having taken the checkered flag now, but that was behind on the track Sergio Nicolai. So Sergio, carry on if you would, please.
Well, I'm glad he's paying attention to it. That stumped me, I'll be honest, as Fuminelli is going to come over the line in the lead on the road. But, of course, with that penalty, it will not count. In fact, he has taken the checkered flag now. So Fuminelli takes the checkered flag in the lead. They will still be classified in either in 5th or in 4th, not quite exactly sure.
Yeah, not sure.
4th, I think it'll be.
Different championships have different ways of when a penalty is issued. It immediately gets on the timing screen. Sometimes they're added after the race. I prefer the former because everybody knows where they stand at that point. And in this way, you can imagine if something happened to Sergio Nicolai and his Porsche broke down right now on this almost extra lap at the end. If he does break down, though, he's only got the final corner to go. Buccin, it's the downhill left-hander. Then he just needs to wave to the team, accelerate up the start, finish straight and take victory. A famous win, and what a way to launch the 2025 European 24H series.
The perfect start to the season. Now the team can celebrate, and now it's there for sure. Big cheers for Manamuri Energy by Epi Motors. They win here at Mugello after a dramatic finish, a 4-lap penalty for Kessel Racing, who finished first on the road, throwing us off here in the commentary box. And Sergio Nicolai, their star driver, takes the car home. The Porsche wins. It's a 5th win for Porsche at this race. And what a story. Heart of Racing by SPS with their Mercedes. Not only did they win the AM class comfortably, they come home 2nd overall with an all-AM driver lineup. Amazing.
That is really, really quite something. And by my maths, don't go with it, but Yannick Redant and Redant Racing, I think, have just done enough. They're 3 laps down on Sergio Nicolai, with 4 laps being taken away. No, David Fuminelli just being classified ahead, by within the same lap. So Fuminelli and Kessel Racing hold on to 4th place. Redant Racing take 5th. But victory for the Manamari Energy by IBI Motors. Porsche 2nd place, leading GT3 AM crew. Hannah Grisham bringing that home, building on the work of her teammates, that number 27 car, the Mercedes from Heart of Racing, Ian James and Gray Newell. So much to consider, and that sting in the tail.
And a first 24-hour series podium on their European debut for Era Motorsport. You know, brand new with the car in the wet this weekend. They've never run it in the wet. And they come out with a podium, you know, for their drivers, for Dwight Merriman, for Kyle Tilley, Ryan DL, and Jake Hill, of course. Amazing. Ben Constanduros down in the pits.
With Fabrizio Brogi, a place that you love so much, a place where you've got married, a place where you celebrated so many successes, but none greater than today, no doubt.
Absolutely none greater than today. 2 years ago, we got married and we won the 992 category. This year, 2 years after, we didn't participate last year. We came back with the GT3 and we won. This is the perfect celebration.
And so much jeopardy in that last stint, so much jeopardy across the whole race.
Yes, yesterday was really difficult, but my 2 teammates were fantastic in driving in the wet. And they left me on the dry today, and they told me, keep it safe, go slow. Because we had margin, we knew, and we managed everything till the last end. Ayrton Senna on the water. It went very well. Sabino was great. No, it's unbelievable. This is actually it's our first win. I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Complimented.
Thank you very much to everybody. Thanks a lot.
Well, what lovely emotion, and I can guarantee Fabrizio is never speechless, but Ayrton Senna on the water, what a tribute to Sabina de Castro.
I'm going to presume that that's Brogi Jr. in the carry got there. Amazing stuff for Manamuri Energy. Huge smiles all around. That is what it's all about, winning for the pure joy of it. Fantastic.
As the cars are brought to the end of the race and form up on the grid below, I'm looking at a disconsolate figure standing, just having climbed out of that number 8 Kessel Racing Ferrari, and it's David Fuminelli. He could have done no more, but beyond his power, setting the lap record, smashing the lap record the next time around. He did his all, but that 4-lap penalty for not getting all their drivers to do their driving time, one driver not actually even going out in the car, has dropped them from first, and it would have been a well-deserved win down to 4th place overall. But you know what, when a team like EBI Motors with their Porsche here, with such a family atmosphere and attitude, take victory. It's very, very pleasing indeed, just for the sheer joy.
Oh, and David Fiminelli, I mean, most of the other drivers parking up, they're taking their helmet off at the first opportunity. He has just strode through to the pit garage with his helmet on. I can imagine he's fairly upset because he's driven the wheels off that Ferrari all weekend. That's the life of a GT racer. Sometimes these things can happen where you cannot do any more, and you perform as best as you possibly can. You impress every metre of every lap, and you don't get the result that maybe you feel you deserve. He'll get his chance for sure. I think David Fiminelli's been around for a long time, but he deserves some big opportunities. He's shown us how special he is this weekend, once again.
Right, now one thing I need to throw in, it was a race where they kept on advantage, but RPM Racing won the 992 AM class. That almost got lost in all the dramas. And second in the 992 overall class, but winning the AM class from Seb Lajou Racing. Philip Hamprecht, the German star, really did a great job to take that. But the car's dirty, but you know, we pretty much got everybody to the finish, with the exception of the E2P Racing Aston Martin and the unfortunate Mulner Motorsport 992 car. But now the door is open and out climbs Sergio Nicolo onto the roof. Cheers all round.
Love it. Love it. The Romanian star. There's Sabino De Castro with the sun on his shoulders. Amazing. That stint must have been really intense, knowing that the Ferrari wasn't in the game and they had to get the job done. They had to pass the Heart of Racing car on the road. They know they had the pace to do it, but there's never any guarantee. A code 60 could have spoiled that completely.
Oh, entirely, but that was his target, and then you suddenly, as he just about achieves that, you then get the news, potentially, I don't know when they told him, we'll find out. Oh, by the way, the car that you think you're going to come second to has got a 4-lap penalty, and that was the demise of the Kessel Racing Ferrari. And you could just see how much Sergio Nicolai put in. He's got the emotion coming out of him, but he's exhausted. That was a real chase.
And then our class victories mean a flawless job from Red Camel Jordans with their 992 class machine. Venture Engineering, yet another win. Fairly new to the series, and you know, they won in Barcelona and they won here at Mugello. Fantastic. 992 AM, it's RPM Racing, last year's champions, continuing their form. And GTX, the Vortex, the Gomez brothers win in GTX. Ben Constanduros down in Parc Fermé.
Congratulations, what a day, what a final stint from you. At what point did you know that it was in the bag and that the Ferrari was not competition?
I just know it 10 minutes before the finish. Okay. So it was a little bit too late. The communication was not working perfectly, only on the straight. But we need to push until the finish, doesn't matter.
So there was a genuine push all the way through that last stint. How difficult was it chasing down with the conditions that we've had today, always changing?
It was actually pretty good. We had a little bit of problem with the oversteer, but the lap times were good, the pace was amazing, and we win.
Sandro, come in, and just for 1 second, we haven't spoken to you. The Ayrton Senna, apparently, of powerboat racing from yesterday. It was difficult, those opening stints yesterday.
Yes, I love rain. Sergio is very fast on the dry. I love rain, and me push a lot. I know very well the circuit, but for me, no win only the driver, but the whole group, whole team. Is fantastic. Every time is a dream to race with Porsche and win this team.
Every time it seems like you just have such fun at the racetrack with every single one of the mechanics, the engineers and the drivers.
Yeah, yes, fantastic, fantastic. I don't have the words for this moment. I want to make a picture and stop all now, but it's fantastic. The dream for all team is win with GT3, and Fabrizio, fantastic gentleman driver by and Porsche GT3, and we win with GT3. It's fantastic.
Yes, but you also win in Italy, in Mugello.
Yes, but maybe, I don't know if you see another time in another race.
Fantastic stuff, just raw emotion and passion coming out. This team, and like you say, great nod to Fabrizio Broggi, the car owner. It's a huge commitment to buy a GT3 car, let alone run one, and to go there and win it in Mugello, amazing. That's what it's all about there too. But so many great stories up and down the up and down the pit lane. You know, flawless performances throughout the classes with Red Camels, with Venture Engineering, with Vortex. You know, the Gomez brothers, they've designed this amazing, improved Vortex 2.0. And, you know, they said this is now the commercialization point of the car. And they're not, it's a lot easier to sell a car that wins. And they're the guys that are having to sell the car. So, and they've done it.
They've got to clean the car, design the car, drive the car, sell the car. Busy, busy. But Ben, back down to you.
Yeah, with Heart of Race SPS, the Mercedes, such a huge challenge, starting with the opening stint where it was one of Ian's scariest stints, to huge fuel saving to the end. What an adventure, Ian.
Oh, what a great race. I mean, that was 12 hours of excitement, fun, a little scary at times, but, you know, to be here second overall, winning the AM class, and Gray and Hannah, I mean, amazing. They both did such a good race.
Yeah, Gray, tell us about this morning, because you had a stint that began kind of slippery, got through to slick tyres. It was a solid 2 hours. I think you maximised your driver time, a proper 24-hour stint.
Yeah, it was a significant challenge. The track evolved so much over the course of the stint, just managing the track coming to me and then the tires going away, having to change my driving style throughout the stint. It was tough, but I'm really happy that I managed to rise to the occasion, and I'm so lucky to have such talented teammates and such a good team behind us that we were able to pull this off. You know, I can't thank Ian enough for being such an incredible mentor to us, and I'm just so happy to be here.
Hannah, what about that last stint? What an incredible job. Were you always trying to plan to the end, hoping for a Code 60 fuel saving from the very beginning?
Yeah, that was pretty much the plan the whole time. So that was actually my first time fuel saving for myself. So it was interesting, a little painful to watch the faster cars go by. But overall, an amazing weekend, near perfect execution from everyone on the team. We really just kept the car clean and didn't really make any mistakes, and I think that's why we ended up first in class and P2 overall. So thank you to all the Heart of Racing, SPS, Gray, Ian, everyone. Amazing weekend.
It must have been very nice to get a bit of fuel in the car and be able to finally stretch the legs at the last couple of laps of the race.
Yeah, a little bit. I kept asking, are we going to make it? But they weren't too responsive, so I think they weren't quite sure. So it was all just kind of dependent. But yeah, it was nice to finally get fuel and not have to worry and looking at that clock every time I went by. So yeah, amazing last day.
Congratulations, guys. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
What a job. I mean, AM class winners by a good margin, and second overall. I mean, they split the driving time pretty much equally across the three of them, doing long double stints a lot of the time.
Yeah, they really did. But I mean, Ian James said right from the outset, we're going to stick to the plan. And you know what? Slings and arrows, they come at you from all angles, but I think that was a sensible approach. But what a point from Hannah Grisham there to... First, you know, she's only just learning about GT3 cars after several years in GT4. Just saving fuel, it's not an easy thing to do, not a good thing to run off your natural pace. Really, really tricky.
Air Motorsport, surely they've got to be delighted. I mean, that 60-second penalty for that Code 60 infraction will, would that have changed the result? It would have put them up one position at least, and might, but it's ifs and buts. That's all part of the learning process. They did a mega job, all four of them. Totally new series to them, and their European adventure has begun, and they've caught up with Diana Binks. Di?
Yeah, down with third position, the Ferrari from Era Motorsport, and the four drivers in front of you here, Ryan DL,
Charles, Dwight, and everyone from Era Motorsport. You know, I mean, yeah, amazing to get a podium in only our third ever race with a car. So huge credit to these guys, and yeah, loved it. What an achievement.
Who would have thought we'd have British conditions yesterday in Mugello? Carl, you did a lion's share.
Big result for us, obviously. Don't really know what to say other than thank you to all the boys. So Dwight did a great job, Jake, Ryan both did a great job, and yeah, hopefully we go two better at Spa in a few weeks.
It's such a minefield to work out how to race these races to the best of the ability with all the different regulations that exist across the different classes, across the different drivers. Dwight, it's a very enjoyable weekend to be part of as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it was great. Like you, it's the first time I've driven this car in the rain, so that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Great job by the team. I mean, the car is really good. Drivability is really good. It's very balanced. They did a really nice job.
Felt like there was still a chase on at the end there, Ryan, with GT3 cars on the same laps and the ability to improve your position. So there was still a push right to the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we were kind of chasing the overall there at the end with the Mercedes. But we were pretty focused on the Pro-Am thing, just considering how new this team is. I mean, new to a lot of people here. Obviously, we got a lot of experience racing in IMSA, but yeah, it's been a challenge. I've drove this car a whole season and never turned a lap in the rain in the States. So it was an interesting first stint, I think, for all of us yesterday, but nobody made mistakes. The team did a cracking job in the pits, and I think a well-deserved result.
Absolutely. Congratulations, all of you.
I mean, what a result. You look at the teams that they're sharing the podium with, you know, Heart of Racing by SPS. We've seen that SPS run car several times before. Ebi Motors, Manamori Energy, they're a real stalwart of this championship, albeit in different classes over the years. But for Era Motorsport on their first European race to get on the overall podium, and bear in mind they're a Pro-Am car too, really, really impressive. Can't wait to see what they do in Spa, and that wet weather experience here at Mugello might well quite come in handy when we go to Spa.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case, but it's about not making mistakes. And bear in mind, we had an experienced team, Kessel Racing, ending up making an error there with the driver time. So even the teams that experience this can get things wrong. So it's about not picking up penalties. And yesterday it was extremely difficult not to. But I must say, looking at the field, we had 31 cars come out to play, 12 hours of racing. We got all but 2 of those cars to the finish. So that's a remarkable record, must be said. Some had delays, like the gorgeous little Lotus Emira from Lotus PB Racing, but it was about choosing at what pace to run your race, what risk to take. But you know, I think it was an enthralling start to the 2025 season, and you could just sense the satisfaction of those first 3 crews. But obviously the thing that will always stand out in my mind is the sheer joy by the winning crew. Just phenomenal for Manamari Energy by AB Motors, and it always has a family atmosphere, and the fact they got their glory here on home ground just makes it all the more special.
And that joy, this is why I love about motor racing and the job that we're very lucky to have. That joy that they have, it just translates. I feel their joy straight through the screen and through our pictures. It's amazing. In terms of 992 AM, that was the most really tightly contested class. It went the way of RPM Racing, last year's champions, but they had to work very hard to beat Seb Lejeune Racing, who had an issue that they were contending with today. But what a story for Ajith Kumar. He had to go in and do over an hour towards the end, and he held off Ricardo Pera, who's a professional driver, by 3.7 seconds to stay on the podium. So it's another podium for that car. They had one at Dubai, and they've had another one here at Mugello. The results then: Manamori Energy by Ebi Motors win in dramatic circumstances, in the end by a lap, but that doesn't tell the story, with Heart of Racing winning the AM class for GT3 and 2nd overall. What an achievement from them. Then it's Era Motorsport on their first European race in the 24-hour series. They come home in 3rd with their Ferrari, and Kessel Racing classified in 4th. They crossed the line in the lead. They've got a new lap record under their belt for David Fumanelli, but that's about all they can take away. A 4-lap penalty at the end, which truly cost them. Red Ant Racing, considering the issues they fought with, a top 5, I think they'll be pleased with that, with their first race with the Mercedes-AMG GT3. They'll be back in Spa at their home race, of course. ARC Bratislava, great job from them, 6th overall, and that is 2nd in the AM class. 3rd in the AM class is the 69 Continental Audi. They were just in the pits a little bit too much today. A few little errors that cost them quite dearly, but they come home 7th overall as well. Your winners in 992 overall, it's the 909 Red Camels team, who continue a rich vein of form from their Middle Eastern challenge earlier in the year. The Jutta Audi, number 71, they came home 9th, and then in 10th it was Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Coming home in 11th overall was our GTX winner, the Gomez brothers, with their Vortex 2.0. The Gosner family, they come home in 12th in their number 58 Mercedes. Your winner in 992 AM, it's the venerable trio of Tracy Crowe, Nick Johnson and Philip Hamprecht, who win by a lap from the 888 Porsche of Seb Lejeune Racing. And then Ajith Kumar Racing, a fan favourite from India, they come home in third in the AM class, just holding off Ricardo Pera for Ebby Motors. It wasn't such a good weekend for the home guard team. They had to start at the back after a post-qualifying penalty. They come home in 17th overall. 18th is the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, a story of what could have been there. They were running up in the podium positions, but unfortunately an incident at the end of the opening portion of the race really cost them dearly. 19th was Scuderia Farron, and then in 20th, Porsche Baltic. Coming home in 21st, it was the 965 MDM Racing Team, who also got a 4-lap penalty for driver time infractions. They'll be back to fight again in Spa. And then our GT4 winners, what can we say about Venture Engineering? Another win in that category with their Mercedes AMG. And as we understand, they're here for the season. A brilliant start to their championship account. Unfortunately, it was a DNF, although classified in 23rd for Milner Motorsport. They were right there in that fight, but a drive shaft failure cost them with just half an hour to go. The Gephardt family outing, father and son having a great time, coming home in second in GT4 and 24th overall. Pellin Racing managed to get their Ferrari to the finish, albeit with a replaced drive shaft in 25th. Car 928 for HRT Racing was 26th. Then it was 27th for the number 73 Porsche of Proton Huber competition. 701 Vortex, second in class, 28th overall. And the 111 IRC GT, they'll be back to fight another day, 29th place today. And then it was the Lotus, the 426 Lotus, coming home in 30th. They took the checker flag in 30th. Unfortunately, finishing up in the garage for E2P Racing, their new Aston Martin not quite behaving itself, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll get on top of it before we head to Spa in a few weeks' time. And the number 23 Pellin Ferrari not making it to the start yesterday. Well, Bruce, the highlights, how on earth our TV crew are going to put together a highlights package, they're going to have to be very brutal. Some things are going to be left on the cutting room floor. What highlights we had?
Well, it was astonishing. And just remember, yesterday we had the first 7 hours, this 12 hours of the Michelin Mugello 12 and 5 today. 2 days that were more different you could not imagine. But yesterday it started in full wet. Today it started on a greasy track, and 5 hours that ended with a surprise right at the end, a sting in the tail. We had so much to enjoy.
The side of the Tuscan hillsides, fantastic. What a start to the Michelin 24-hour series.
Podiums then underway. Let's get these podiums underway then. In third position in the GT3 class, Era Motorsport with Dwight Merriman, Kyle Tilley, Jake Hill and Randy L. In second position for Heart of Racing by SPS, Ian James, Gray Newell and Hannah Grisham. And your winners here in Italy, Manamori Energy by Ebby Motors, Francesco Brogi, Sabina De Castro, and Sergio Nicolai. And in their honor, the national anthem of Italy. Let's now get the trophies onto the podium, presented by, from Michelin, Anastasia Baggi and David Cardoso. Presenting the third place trophies to Dwight Merriman, Kyle Tilley, Jake Hill and Ryan DL. The second place trophies to Ian James, Gray Newell, and Hannah Gresham. And the winners' trophies to Fabrizio Brogi, Sabina De Castro, and Sergio Nicolai, your winners from Manamori Energy by EB Motors. David Cardoso will also present the overall 12 Hours of Mugello Winners' Trophy. First of all, make sure we get those photos. And then it's time for the champagne! Sabina De Castro hiding from the podium whilst everyone else used their champagne and then coming out at the end. I don't know whether that's a good strategy. What a race we've had here in Mugello. What a race. And the showers are back, but it's a champagne shower. Wonderful scenes for the overall winners in GT3. A reminder that we've got plenty of podiums for you as we go through all of our different categories across this 12 Hours of Mugello. We'll have to reset and get our next podium. Congratulations. Great to have Italian victors here in Italy for the opening weekend of the European series of the 12 Hours of Mugello. Yeah, don't go anywhere. More podiums to come. The slight trouble with some of this is that they never have enough hands to be able to hold all the trophies by the time they've got champagne and trophies. And of course, don't forget the watches that we also will award for our classes, courtesy of Olmogato. And we are now set for the GT3 Pro-Am podium. Please welcome onto the podium, in third position from CCC Kessel Racing, Alessandro Cucera, Marco Fresa and David Fumanelli. Crossing the line first, unfortunately with that penalty as they're missing a teammate today. Third position in GT Pro-Am. Second position, therefore, Era Motorsport, Dwight Merriman, Carl Tilley, Jake Hill, and Ryan Diel. And once again, welcome to the podium, the winners of GT3 Pro-Am, the overall winners, Manamori Energy by EB Motors, Fabrizio Brogi, Sabina De Castro, Sergio Nicolai. This time it will be Donatello and Diana Bardi who will present the trophies, and we will kick off with third position, Alessandro Cucera, Marco Fresa, David Fumanelli in a Kessel Racing Ferrari 296 GT3 car. Donatello and Diana will also present the second place trophies to Dwight Merriman, Carl Tilley, Jake Hill and Ryan Diel. And for our winners, courtesy of Olmogato, it's the watches to Fabrizio Brogi, Sabina De Castro, Sergio Nicolai. They will also get their winners' trophies for GT3 Pro-Am. Watches, champagne, trophies, big trophies, plenty to carry back to the garages. Congratulations to our podium in GT3 Pro-Am! And now we will reset the podium and go again, this time with our GT3 AM competitors. And another visit to the podium from some of our GT3 competitors after a huge 12 hours of Mugello. What an adventure. Sometimes we come here and it's beautiful, 25 degrees and sunshine. We've got the paddling pools out. Not this weekend. Yesterday was definitely British weather. Today, far more like we enjoy here in Mugello. Just a few moments before we reset the podium and get our next one underway. It was a real fight and great to see a healthy grid of both GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 AM cars. A real privilege to see some of the very best. Right then, let's get that GT3 podium underway. For Continental Racing, Simpson Motorsport in third position, Vasily Vladikin, Andrei Suksuliev and David Pogisan in their Audi R8. In second position for ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, Miro Konopa, Jaiton Liang, Zelenso Miluka and Gerhard Twazera. And your winners, Heart of Racing by SPS, Ian James, Gray Newell and Hannah Grisham. Once again, please welcome to the podium David Cardoso and Anastasia Bardi, who will present the trophies for our third position. Vasily Vladikin, Andrei Suluksev and David Pogisan in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi R8 LMS. To the second position drivers from ARC Bratislava, Miro Konopka, Jaitong Liang, Zerento Milukusoa and Gerhard Twazere in their Lamborghini Huracan. And trophies also to the winners in GT3 AM, Heart of Racing by SPS, Ian James, Gray Newell and Hannah Grisham. They will also receive Olmegato watches. And there'll be a large winner's trophy, of course, to the winners in that class. Fabrizio Brogi picking up, and the EB Motors team picking up their GT3 Pro-Am trophy on the first podium. Here is the GT3 AM trophy to Ian James, Gray Newell and Hannah Grisham. We just need to remove the watches from the podium before that champagne gets sprayed, just to preserve them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to celebrate the GT3 AM podium. Oh, how they love to celebrate out here. Some real adventures, some real stories from our drivers in GT3 AM. A real battle but nothing quite like the GTX category, which always has 1,000,001 different stories and a battles of courage, not just from the drivers, but also from the teams as well. Still got some celebrations going on the podium. The Spumante flying and absolutely covering our drivers. And we will get the podium reset for GTX. The special GT cars, those special edition machines that we see here. That's the 24H series, the Creventic series. And nothing more special than our two gentlemen all the way from Australia. Please welcome onto the podium in third position in GTX, the 1-1 racing team of Darren Curry and Grant Donaldson. Huge work from the 1-1 team down there as well. Lots of adventures. And the same can be said of those at Vortex. Vortex 701, Leonard Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel and Cyril Gamon in second position. And the winners, the 702 car, Arnaud Gomez and Olivier Gomez. A huge congratulations to all three of those teams. And the teams down there as well in the pit lane. We welcome once again Donatello and Diana Bardi to present the trophies. To third position to Darren Curry and Grant Donaldson. Their IRC GT machine. The second position trophies go to the 701 Vortex V8 of Lionel Alamarouche, Philippe Bonnel and Cyril Gamon. And Donatello and Diana will present the winners' trophies to Arnaud Gomez and Olivier Gomez. The winners also receive an Olmegato watches and the winners' trophy, the large winners' trophy for GTX. Congratulations to Arnaud Gomez and Olivier Gomez, the 702 Vortex V8. Great to see two of those 2.0 cars here out in Mugello. And now it's time to celebrate! Or run off the podium and not display the champagne at all. Those boys down there in the pit lane deserve a soaking. They've worked pretty hard for you guys. Congratulations to Vortex and to 111 Racing. Big, big efforts. And we will see you guys next time at Spa on Easter weekend. The next round of the GTH 24H series. We continue with our trophies, we continue with our podiums. 3 more left, and it is the 992 podium coming up in just a few moments. Heavily, heavily fought category all the way through to the end. The last of the champagne to be placed onto the podium, and then we can welcome our top 3. In third position for Seb Lajou Racing, it's Sébastien Lajou, Stéphane Perrin and Paul Meyer. No Paul, just the 2 of them. In second position, the 907 RPM Racing of Tracy Crow, Nicholas Janssen and Philipp Hambrecht. And the winners, with no dad this weekend, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers and Fabian Dance, the Red Camels Jordan team. Congratulations to our top three. We welcome David Cardoso and Anastasia Bardi from Michelin to present the top three trophies, just two trophies to Sébastien Lajou and Stéphane Perrin in third. The trophy cabinet must be huge for our second position drivers, Tracy Krohn, Nicholas Janssen and Philipp Hamprecht. And the same can probably be said for Red Camels Jordans, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers and Fabian Dance. They will also receive the Olomagato watches and that massive winner's trophy for winning the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Club Cars. Such competition, a little word for Molnar Racing as well, missing out by half an hour with that late retirement. But always in charge is Red Camels Jordan, your victors in 992. And now, photos are done, celebration time! Oh, the champagne spraying there. Lots of enjoyment on the podium for that one. Always hard fought, and especially in those changeable conditions, the 992 cars. Hard work, no doubt. We now reset the podium once again for the AM category of the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. Pretty similar podium, but the addition of a team, no doubt pretty popular down in the pit lane. Stand by for the possibly one of the bigger roars for the podium. We are good. 992 AM Porsche 911 GT3 Cup podium, third position, Ajith Kumar Racing by Baz Kuden Racing, Ajith Kumar, Fabien Dufy and Mathieu Detreux. Told you it would be a big cheer. In second position, Sébastien Lajou and Stéphane Perrin for Sébastien Lajou Racing. And the winners in 992 AM, RPM Racing of Tracy Krohn. Go on, Tracy. Philipp Hamprecht and Nicholas Janssen. We welcome once again Donatello and Diana Bardi to present the trophies to Ajith Kumar, Fabien Dufy and Mathieu Detreux. Third position in the 992 AM category. In second position, Sébastien Lajou and Stéphane Perrin. Paul Mayer also part of the team, but not on the podium with us. And the winning trophies to Tracy Krohn, Nicholas Janssen and Philipp Hamprecht, the RPM Racing 907. Congratulations. They will also receive the Olympigato watches from Donatello and Diana. And the overall 992 AM trophy. Congratulations, Tracy Krohn, Nicholas Jonsson, and Philip Hambrecht. There you go, there's 6 trophies, seven trophies and some watches to put into your luggage for the next one. Congratulations to all of our podium winners there. The celebrations begin. Still racking up the wins. Congratulations, everybody. What a challenge and what an adventure. A beautiful weekend. The sun's properly coming out for the pack down as well. T-shirts out by the end of today. There's still some champagne spraying going on the podium. There we go. Ajith Kumar's finally got the champagne open. Wonderful, wonderful to have Ajith with us, to have Tracy Krohn with us, to have all these amazing drivers in the 24H series. We have one more podium for you. Don't go anywhere. We are resetting for the final podium, which will be for the GT4 cars. Just as much of a challenge in GT4 as those in GT3 or indeed in the 992 category, and also plenty of adventures and stories to come out of those 3 teams. Let's get our 3rd position team up on the podium then. Local team Lotus PB Racing of Stefano D'Aste, Massimo Abati, Alberto Nasca and Massimiliano Schiavone. Okay, they win on the cheer. Well done, PB Racing. In 2nd spot, CCS Racing of Nick Gerhardt and Jim Gerhardt. Father and son team for the first time enjoying themselves massively. And the winners for Venture, Neville Jones, Chris Jones, Matt George and Matt Higgins. A Mercedes, a Porsche and a Lotus on our GT4 podium. For the final time, please welcome David and Anastasia Bardi onto the podium to present the 3rd position trophies to Stefano D'Aste, Massimo Abati, Alberto Nasca and Massimo Schiavone. The 2nd position trophies to Nick Gebhardt and Jim Gebhardt. And those winners' trophies to Venture, to Neville Jones, Christopher Jones, Matthew George, and Matthew Higgins. Venture will also receive Olympigato watches. And one final large, proper class trophy to the GT4 winner. Congratulations to Venture. The trophies are on the podium. The big trophy is on the podium. The watches are removed, and it's one final time to celebrate. And that is it for our trophy ceremonies down here in Mugello. What a massive weekend of action we've had across 2 days. All 4 or 5 days for the teams. Thank you so much for being here, for providing us entertainment, and we will see you on Easter weekend for the 12 hours of Spa. Back up to you in the comms booth.
Thank you, Ben. Fantastic celebrations going on there down at the podium, and lots of Omologato watches to take home as well for our class winners, Bruce.
It's one of those elements, the more classes you have, the more complicated, but very well done to Ben to marshal that podium ceremony. And the joy and the sheer sound we can hear up above it in our commentary box as Ajith Kumar and his fans got together down there. But to me, what really made it was the sheer joy from the winning crew, the Manamari Energy by Eddie Motors Porsche crew. To win anywhere is great. To win the opening round, better still, but to win on home ground, just phenomenal. What emotion. That's what it's all about.
That is what Michelin 24-hour series is about. Well, be sure to join us less than a month ago until we go to the rolling hills of Spa-Francorchamps from the 18th to 20th of April. We'll have all the coverage live, uninterrupted on Creventic Motorsports TV and on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. From us all here at Mugello, thanks so much for watching, and goodbye.
This is something I wanted to experience firsthand. I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Number 901 car, every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car.
You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Acting and racing, emotionally demanding jobs.
Q Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price.
மணக்க மணக்க மசாலா, மணக்காடு சிக்கன் மசாலா மற்றும் சில்லி சிக்கன் மசாலா. மணக்காடு மசாலா. Daily, daily. Taste daily. Taste the daily.